Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, as you sleep, the law of abundance goes to work for you. While the world dreams in lack, your mind will be tuned to wealth. You will rise in the morning with a new vibration. Reach is rushing to meet you. Stay with me now, for the gates of supply are opening as you listen. Through this meditation, you will release fear, dissolve the old records of lack, and impress upon your subconscious the law of wealth. You will no longer lie awake in worry. You will sleep in faith and awake in supply. I will speak the word of truth over you for 3 hours, so that by morning you rise magnetized to money, opportunity, and favor. What once felt blocked will open. What once felt impossible will come easily. This is the law, and the law never fails. You have been told that money comes only by hard labor or by chance. You have been told that worry will keep you safe. Yet what has worry brought you but more worry? What has fear brought you but more lack? Tonight I reveal a higher law, the law that says, God is my supply and large sums of money come to me quickly under grace in perfect ways. You will hear these words again and again until they wash away every shadow of doubt. And as the shadows dissolve, the light of abundance will rise in you. In this meditation, I will guide your mind into harmony with the law of wealth. We will begin by casting out every false thought of lack. Then we will fill your inner world with words of power, words that command supply. You will hear affirmations drawn from divine law repeated again and again until they take root in your subconscious. As you sleep, these words will do their perfect work. And when you wake, you will feel a shift, doors opening, money moving, the way made clear. Stay until the end, for in the final hour, I will speak the secret words that release wealth in ways you could not imagine. Let us begin. What I am about to share might seem surprising at first, but it is the very heart of the game of life. Fear and faith are the same force, only facing in opposite directions. Fear is nothing but faith turned upside down. Faith is belief in God's law of good, while fear is belief in appearances of evil. Both are powerful magnets. Both draw what they picture, and whichever you entertain will reproduce itself in your world with astonishing accuracy. Think of the man I once knew, who became obsessed with a rare disease. He read about it, pictured it, feared it, spoke of it, until the thought possessed him entirely. And though the disease was so unusual that the odds of contracting it were almost nothing, in time his body took the pattern of his fear, and he perished by the very thing he dreaded most. That is fear at work, inverted faith, misplaced belief, a false picture impressed upon the subconscious until it bore fruit after its kind. Now compare this with the man or woman who dares to walk in faith. I have seen people in the most desperate conditions who chose, even against all outer appearances, to hold fast to the word of truth. They refused to look at lack. They refused to speak of defeat. They refused to bow to appearances. Instead, they boldly declared, I have faith in abundance, not in lack. I have faith in health, not in sickness. I have faith in victory, not in failure. And life, being obedient to the images impressed upon the subconscious, shifted to meet their declarations. Fear magnetizes loss. Faith magnetizes gain. Fear reproduces lack. Faith multiplies supply. Fear makes the way dark. Faith throws open the gates of morning. You cannot serve both at once. Tonight, as you lie down to rest, you must choose. Will you let fear sing its old dirges into your subconscious, or will you let faith sound its trumpet of victory? I tell you, if you could see the two forces side by side, you would never again choose fear. Fear paints pictures of poverty, of doors closing, of opportunities slipping away, and then it hypnotizes you into believing those shadows are substance. But faith paints pictures of wealth, of open doors, of divine timing, and then it calls those things into visibility. Fear says, I cannot, it is too late, it will never happen. Faith says, with God, all things are possible. Infinite supply knows no delay. My good cannot be lost, and it comes to me swiftly and perfectly. Fear speaks death. Faith speaks life. Fear binds. Faith looses. Fear condemns. Faith justifies. And remember the words of the Master. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. So the choice lies before you. Tonight I invite you to let go of fear completely, as a child lets go of a heavy stone and feels relief when the burden leaves his hand. See yourself laying down every anxious thought, every dread of tomorrow, every memory of loss. Whisper to yourself, I choose faith. I release fear. I believe in abundance. I refuse to believe in lack. I believe in supply. I refuse to believe in want. I believe in joy. I refuse to believe in sorrow. I believe in God's law. I refuse to believe in appearances. As you affirm these truths, feel the atmosphere of your room shift. Fear cannot stand in the presence of declared faith. The very vibration of your words pushes it out. And as the fear departs, faith stands tall, majestic, immovable, filling your consciousness with light. So here, while you drift towards sleep, let me speak over you words that will keep fear far away. I now banish every image of lack, every shadow of worry, every ghost of dread. I choose faith in abundance, faith in divine timing, faith in unfailing supply. Fear has no power over me. Faith is my law, faith is my shield, faith is my fortune. As these words echo through your mind, remember that faith, once chosen, grows stronger each time you refuse to return to fear. The law never fails. What you fear, you draw. What you have faith in, you manifest. Tonight, your faith is in riches beyond measure. And so, riches beyond measure are already yours. Here's the part most people never understand. Before you can affirm wealth, you must deny the appearance of lack. Denial is the broom that sweeps the floor of the mind. It is the mighty wind that blows away the clouds of fear. When I speak of denial, I do not mean resignation. I do not mean weakness. I do not mean bowing before circumstances. No, I mean the bold declaration that evil has no reality, that lack has no truth, that failure has no power, and that every false picture must vanish before the light of God's law. Denials are not whispers. They are thunderbolts. They strike down appearances so the true pattern may be revealed. That is why I teach there is no lack in divine mind, therefore there is no lack in me. There is no poverty in divine mind, therefore I am rich. There is no sickness in divine mind, therefore I am well. There is no failure in divine mind, therefore I am victorious. Think of it this way. If you walked into a darkened room and struck a match, you would not argue with the shadows. If you would not plead with the darkness, you would not complain about how long the night has been. You would simply light the flame and the darkness would vanish without a struggle. That is what denial does. It lights the flame of truth and the shadows scatter. You do not wrestle with lack. You do not fight with poverty. You do not struggle with fear. You deny their reality, you refuse them power, and by your word you erase them. As the scriptures declare, whatsoever my heavenly Father hath not planted shall be rooted up. So tonight, as you rest, I will speak words that root up every false growth in your mind, every weed of lack, every thorn of worry, until the garden of your subconscious is cleared and ready for planting. I recall a woman who came to me broken and discouraged, convinced that she had been cursed with bad fortune. She told me of doors closed, of money lost, of doors closed, health failing, and she spoke as though these appearances were iron walls around her life. I stopped her and said, "My dear, none of these things are real. They are false pictures drawn upon the screen of your mind. We shall deny them." Together we spoke. These appearances are lies. They have no power. They cannot bind me. They are erased this very moment. As she spoke, her shoulders lifted, her face brightened, her voice grew strong. Within weeks, the circumstances shifted, new doors opened, money came, and her health returned. What changed? She denied the false, and so she cleared the way for the true. So tonight, let denial do its holy work in you. As you breathe out, imagine you are exhaling every lie of lack. See it leaving your body like smoke, never to return. And as you breathe in, imagine the clean air of truth filling your chest. Whisper after me if you like. I deny every thought of poverty. I deny every image of debt. I deny every shadow of fear. I deny every belief in delay. I deny every lie of defeat. And let those denials resound in your mind, not with weakness, but with power. For denial is not surrender. Denial is dominion. You are sweeping clean the chamber of your mind, so that the treasure of abundance may come in and make itself at home. Now hear me speak this word over you. Every untrue record is smashed. Every appearance of lack is erased. Every shadow of fear is dissolved. Every lie of limitation is canceled. I deny poverty. I deny want. I deny delay. I deny defeat. None of these belong to me. They vanish now and forever. As these denials echo through your subconscious, feel the lightness, the freedom, the clear space. You are no longer burdened by yesterday's shadows. You are no longer chained by false pictures. Your subconscious is swept clean. Your record is new, and the way is prepared for wealth to flow. So rest in peace, for the denials have done their work. The weeds are gone, the ground is clear, and the garden of your mind is ready for planting. And in the next moments, we shall plant the seeds of wealth that will grow, flourish, and fill your life with riches beyond measure. Now that the ground of your subconscious has been swept clean, we are ready for the great work of planting. For it is not enough to erase the old records, you must impress the new. Here is the truth. Your word is your wand, and with it you write the script of your life. The spoken word, charged with faith, is a rod of power. It is the wand that turns shadows into substance, that calls things that are not as though they were until they become visible. Jesus Christ declared, "By thy words, thou shalt be justified, and by thy words, thou shalt be condemned." That is not poetry, that is law, and the law works night and day, whether you know it or not, whether you use it in ignorance or in wisdom. If you speak lack, lack justifies itself in your world. If you speak abundance, abundance hastens to justify itself in your world. Life is not whimsical. It is exact. It is a mirror reflecting your spoken word. So hear me well. Every word you speak carries vibration. It is like seed carried upon the wind dropping into the soil of the subconscious. And the soil does not question the seed. It does not argue. It does not judge. It simply brings forth after its kind. If you plant weeds, weeds grow. If you plant roses, roses bloom. If you plant fear, fear multiplies. If you plant faith, faith blossoms. I have seen men and women speak their way into disaster with idle words, joking about poverty, predicting failure, muttering about sickness until their subconscious, faithful, and obedient reproduced the very pictures they mocked. And I have seen others speak themselves into health, wealth, and radiant joy because they chose every word as carefully as a jeweler sets a gem. Your word is your fortune, and your fortune is your word. Let me give you an example. I once knew a woman who came to me in great distress with only $2 left to her name. She feared she would never see abundance again. I told her, "We bless the $2 and know that you have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, money must come in under grace in perfect ways." I told her to see her purse filled, crammed, jammed with bills and checks, to feel its heaviness, to picture its overflowing supply. She believed. She spoke the word of faith, not of fear, and within a short time, a gift of $6,000 came to her, proof that the word spoken in faith is never void. The $2 were not her supply. The word was her supply. The purse was not her source. God was her source, and her word opened the channel. So tonight, as you drift deeper into rest, I invite you to pick up the wand of your word. Hold it firmly. Know that with each declaration you wave over your life, the wilderness rejoices and blossoms as the rose. Speak with me. My supply is endless. My supply is immediate. My supply is mine by divine right. Feel the power in these words. They are not empty phrases. They are keys that unlock the vault of heaven. Repeat after me in your heart. My supply is endless and immediate. I see it. I feel it. I claim it. Let that picture form doors opening, channels clearing, money flowing, opportunities appearing. And as the picture flashes before your inner eye, know that it is already impressed upon the subconscious. And what is impressed upon the subconscious must externalize in your affairs, just as surely as the seed must grow once planted in the soil. Now do not despise the day of small beginnings. Do not mock the seed just because it looks small. The great oak once hid in the acorn. The great fortune once hid in the word. Tonight you are planting words that may seem simple, but they contain worlds within them. With your wand you are shaping destiny. With your wand, you are drawing wealth from the unseen to the seen. With your wand, you are commanding the invisible to show itself as visible supply. The word is the beginning, and when you send it forth, it cannot return void. It must accomplish that whereto it is sent. So rest easy now, knowing that the wand of your word is waving over your life. Feel the atmosphere shift as you affirm quietly but boldly. My supply is endless and immediate. My word is law. My wealth is certain. With that the seed is planted, and as you sleep, it will grow. It will take root. It will rise, and in due season, you shall reap a harvest of riches beyond measure. Here is something most people never realize. Your imagination is the scissors of the mind, cutting out pictures that the subconscious faithfully reproduces in your affairs. To speak words without imagery is like planting seeds in barren soil, but to speak words charged with vision is to plant in fertile ground where the harvest cannot fail. That is why I give you the picture of the magic purse, a simple object that the mind can easily grasp, yet one that carries within it the vibration of abundance. I tell you, see your purse filled, crammed, jammed with bills and checks, with gold and silver, with money flowing in from north, south, east, and west. See it heavy, bulging, overflowing, so full that it cannot close, so abundant that it surprises you every time you look at it. This is not make-believe. This is divine law at work. For what you see and what you speak, you must eventually hold in your hands. I recall the story of a woman who came to me in distress, holding only 12, convinced her life was one of permanent lack. I said to her, "We bless the 2 walls and declare it the symbol of the magic purse. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, money must come in under grace and in perfect ways." She obeyed. She spoke the word. She held the picture. She refused to doubt. She imagined her purse growing heavy with bills, her bag crammed with checks and gold. And within a round short time, a gift of 60 zalozin came to her. She had not changed her job. She had not earned the money by toil. She had not schemed for it. It came because she planted the right picture in her subconscious and watered it with the word of faith. That is how the law works. Words and images together produce results. So tonight, as you rest, I want you to picture with me the purse of spirit. Imagine it in your hand. Smooth leather, sturdy and strong. But what matters is not the material, but the weight. Feel its weight grow heavier as you imagine bills, crisp and clean, folded and stacked, filling it to the brim. See checks green and pink and blue sliding in as gifts, as opportunities, as blessings. Imagine silver coins shining, gold coins glimmering, all jostling within until the purse bulges. And as you see this picture, speak the word. My purse is crammed and jammed with money. My purse is heavy with wealth. My purse is filled with divine supply. Speak it again. My purse is filled, overflowing, never depleted. As money goes out, more money comes in under grace in perfect ways. Let this image stay with you. See yourself walking with that purse, confident, assured, never fearful of lack. See yourself opening it to pay for what you desire, and always finding more within. See yourself giving joyfully, never hoarding, because you know the purse cannot be emptied. Each time you picture it, you impress upon your subconscious the law of endless supply. And as you sleep tonight, this image will take root. This picture will multiply, and by the law of correspondence, the outer purse, the visible wallet will begin to reflect the abundance of the invisible one. For the subconscious does not argue. It does not question. It does not say this is too much. It only produces after its kind. And if you give it the picture of plenty, plenty will become your portion. So I say to you now, see the purse, feel the purse, bless the purse, speak the purse. Words of plenty over it until they echo in your heart. My purse is full. My purse is overflowing. My purse is heavy with supply. And let that picture carry you into deep rest, knowing that each breath, each heartbeat is impressing this vision upon the subconscious. By morning you will awaken not with the feeling of lack, but with the assurance of wealth, because you have planted not only words but images, and the harvest must come. There comes a time when the mind must not only see a purse, a bag, or a wallet filled with money, but must open itself to the vision of supply so great, so unstoppable that it pours like a mighty flood, sweeping away every trace of lack, rushing into every channel, filling every need, and piling up in heaps beyond expectation. I call this the avalanche of abundance, and it is the picture I now place before you. Imagine the mountain peaks of divine supply towering above you, heavy with snow, each flake a symbol of money, opportunity, blessing, favor, gifts, and miracles. At first, the snow is still quiet, hidden from view, but then, by the words spoken in faith, the sun of truth shines upon it. The ice of delay melts, and suddenly the snow loosens, the mountain shakes, and a mighty avalanche begins to roar down toward you. Unstoppable, irresistible, filling your valley with abundance beyond measure. Do not fear the avalanche. It is not destruction. It is construction. It is not chaos. It is supply. It is not loss. It is gain. The avalanche of spirit does not bury you. It blesses you. It covers the barren places. It fills the empty fields. It smooths the rough ground. And it leaves behind a depth of provision you could never have gathered by human effort. That is why I tell you, great avalanches of abundance pour upon me under grace in perfect ways. Say it now in your heart. Whisper it with your breath. Proclaim it with your spirit. Great avalanches of abundance pour upon me under grace in perfect ways. I have seen this law demonstrated again and again. I recall a student who felt her life was moving in tiny trickles, money dribbling in, opportunities appearing and disappearing, never enough to feel secure. I gave her this very affirmation. Great avalanches of abundance pour upon me. At first, she hesitated. She thought it was too big, too bold, too extravagant. But I told her the subconscious loves vivid pictures, loves drama, loves bold declarations. So she spoke it again and again, until one day the trickle became a stream. The stream became a river, and then the river became a flood. Contracts came to her unexpectedly. Gifts were placed in her hands, and she stood amazed at the avalanche that had buried her old life of want under new hills of supply. The avalanche did not trickle. It did not measure. It did not ration. It poured and piled up until she knew without doubt that the word had been fulfilled. So tonight, as you lie in rest, let me speak this avalanche over you. Feel the rumble in your spirit. Hear the thunder of it in your mind. See the white rush of blessings speeding down the mountain toward you. Picture yourself standing with open arms as the avalanche covers you. Not in fear, but in wealth. See the coins, the bills, the checks, the opportunities, all pouring, piling, overflowing, unstoppable. Speak with me. Avalanches of abundance pour upon me under grace in perfect ways. Say it again. Avalanches of abundance pour upon me under grace in perfect ways. Let it echo in your mind until the words are no longer words, but living currents rushing and moving with power. And remember, the avalanche never destroys, for it is guided by grace. It does not sweep away your peace. It does not shake your stability. It does not crush your joy. It multiplies them. It increases them. It blesses them. So rest tonight in this truth. You are standing in the path of an avalanche of wealth. You are surrounded by the roar of divine supply. You are covered by the flood of God's riches. And when you wake, you will feel that something has shifted, that a new current is moving, that the mountain has released its treasure, and it is now yours. Here is a secret most people never grasp. Supply is not limited to one channel, one person, one job, or one source. When you tie your good to a single direction, you make yourself a prisoner of appearances. And the moment that door seems to shut, you fall into fear. But when you know the truth that God is the source and the whole universe is the channel, you discover that money, opportunity, and blessing can come from anywhere and everywhere. The scriptures tell us of the four winds. And I have often declared, the four winds of success now blow to me my own. Picture it, the north wind rushing with contracts and gifts, the south wind carrying love and favor, the east wind laden with opportunities, the west wind bringing unexpected checks and open doors. When the four winds blow together, no corner of your life is untouched by wealth. No area remains barren, for abundance rushes in from every side. I recall giving this very affirmation to a student who felt trapped. She said, "Florence, all my prospects have dried up. I see no way forward." I told her, "You are looking in one direction only. Release the reasoning mind and let the winds blow." She began to affirm, "The four winds of success now blow to me my own." She pictured herself standing in the center of the world, arms outstretched, feeling breezes from every direction filling her with blessing. And it was not long before offers appeared from places she had never imagined. Gifts came through friends she had not thought of in years, and money moved through channels she had never considered. That is the law in action. When you release limitation, you let the winds of spirit carry your supply to you from every side. So tonight, as you prepare for deep rest, I speak this vision into your subconscious. Imagine yourself standing on a wide plain, the sky stretching endlessly above you, and feel the winds begin to stir. First from the north, cool and steady, bringing financial increase. Then from the south, warm and gentle, bringing joy and favor. Then from the east, bright and fresh, bringing new opportunities. Then from the west, strong and certain, bringing gifts and surprises. Feel them all meet in the center where you stand, whirling around you, lifting you, filling your life with abundance. Whisper in your heart, the four winds of success now blow to me my own. From north, south, east, and west, my good comes swiftly and perfectly. Do not ask how. Do not question the method. The reasoning mind demands to know the channel, but spirit needs no explanation. Spirit knows ways you know not of. Spirit has weapons you know not of. Spirit has channels you know not of. You need only declare and believe, and the winds obey. Tonight those winds are carrying your name, your vibration, your declaration, and they are gathering riches, opportunities, and blessings to deliver them into your life. Trust it, feel it, rest in it. For the winds never fail to blow when you call them in faith. Now let these words sink deep as you close your eyes. The four winds of success now blow to me my own. From every direction, endless supply. From every side, overflowing good. From every quarter, divine abundance. I am surrounded by wealth. I am filled with plenty. I am blessed beyond measure. With each repetition, the winds grow stronger. The supply flows freer. And your subconscious carries the picture of limitless channels into the night, ready to bring it forth in the day. Here is something you must hold fast in your heart. Nothing that belongs to you by divine right can ever be taken from you, delayed in reaching you, or missed by you. What is yours eternally, and it will find you no matter the circumstance, no matter the detour, no matter the appearance. There is a stream of divine supply flowing from the infinite to the individual. And in that stream is every dollar, every opportunity, every connection, every gift that is appointed for you. You need not beg, you need not chase, you need not fear another taking what belongs to you. For the law is exact and the design is perfect. Just as your fingerprint is unique, so too is your portion of supply unique. And when you align with the truth, that supply rushes into manifestation without delay. That is why I affirm, I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Let me tell you of a woman who once came to me asking that I speak the word for her to marry a certain man, a man she thought was her ideal. I told her it would be a violation of spiritual law to fix her desire on a particular person. For what if he were not hers by divine right? To pray for him would be to pray against herself. Instead, I spoke the word for the right man, the divine selection, the one who belonged to her in God's perfect plan. Not long after, she met another man who, to her amazement, spoke the very words she had longed to hear, cherished her in the way she had dreamed, and proved himself her true match. She realized then that her former desire was only a shadow, while the divine selection was her true good. So it is with money, with success, with every form of supply. You may be chasing shadows, clinging to what is not yours, fearing its loss, when all the while, the divine equivalent, the greater, the richer, the more perfect supply awaits you in the stream of divine right. So tonight, as you sink into sleep, I want you to rest in the certainty that your supply is secure, that it is moving toward you, that it cannot be withheld, that no person, no condition, no delay can block it. See yourself standing in a wide river, the current rushing around you, cool and strong, and know that this is the stream of divine supply. Stretch out your hands and feel the treasures carried by the water, coins glimmering, bills floating, opportunities shining like jewels, favors glistening like pearls. And as you see this, declare with me, I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Nothing can keep it from me. Nothing can take it from me. It comes swiftly, surely, perfectly under grace. Do not worry about what you think you lost. There is no loss in divine mind. When a door closes, it is only because another has opened. A greater door, one perfectly fitted for you. Do not weep over the past. Do not clutch its shadows. Do not fear. You have missed your good. You cannot miss it. What is yours, and it is coming even now. The stream is flowing. Even now the treasures are moving toward you. Even now rest in this assurance. My own cannot be kept from me. What is mine by divine right comes to me swiftly and perfectly. So let these words settle into your subconscious as you drift deeper into rest. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. My supply is secure. My portion is certain. My blessings are mine. They flow to me now under grace in perfect ways. And as you repeat these words inwardly, know that you are no longer chasing supply. You are standing in the stream. You are letting it flow. You are receiving what is already yours, and tomorrow and in the days ahead, you will see outer proof. For the inner picture cannot fail to take form. Here is a truth that most people resist with all their might. Yet, it is the very truth that would set them free. The harder you fight for money, the more you push it away. The more you grasp and strain and struggle, the more the current of supply slips through your fingers. For divine supply does not move through tension, it moves through release. Wealth comes not to the one who clutches, but to the one who opens the hand and lets the river flow. This is the law of non-resistance, and it is as certain as gravity. What you resist persists. What you fight grows stronger, but what you bless and release dissolves, and in its place, good flows without obstruction. I remember a student who came to me desperate for an apartment in New York at a time when there was said to be none available. She was told by all her friends that it was impossible, that she would have to put her furniture in storage and settle for a hotel. Yet, she refused to accept their fears. She declared, "I am a Superman and I will find an apartment." She prayed, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment." But then the reasoning mind whispered, "Don't buy blankets. You may never need them." And she, in an act of faith, replied, "I will buy the blankets for I am digging my ditches." She released the struggle she refused to resist. She stopped clutching at appearances, and the very apartment meant for her came into her hands, though hundreds of others had applied. That is non-resistance in action. She let go of the battle, and the victory came to her. So tonight as you lie down, I ask you, what are you resisting? What are you clutching? What appearance of lack are you fighting with your fists instead of releasing with your word? Perhaps it is the fear of bills, the dread of debt, the pressure of obligations. Perhaps it is the memory of being denied, rejected, or turned away. Whatever it is, you must stop struggling with it, for struggle only multiplies its power. Instead, breathe deeply and say, "I release all struggle. I cease all resistance. I let wealth flow to me freely, easily, joyously. Nothing stands in my way." And as you speak these words, feel your body relax, your chest open, your spirit expand. That very release is the gate through which abundance rushes. Non-resistance is not weakness. It is supreme strength. It is the strength that refuses to be entangled in appearances. It is the strength that looks lack in the face and says, "You are nothing. You have no power. You cannot hold me. I bless you. I release you and I move past you." When you bless the obstacle, instead of cursing it, you disarm it. When you release the struggle, you let the current of spirit sweep you forward. That is why Jesus said, "Resist not evil." For resistance feeds it while release dissolves it. Tonight you are learning to float with the current, not fight against it, and the current carries you straight into wealth. So let this word sink into your subconscious. I resist nothing. I release everything. I let God's abundance flow. Money comes easily. Wealth comes naturally. Supply comes freely. I am not tense. I am not afraid. I am not struggling. I am flowing. Say it again. I resist nothing. I release everything. I let God's abundance flow. Feel the ease of it, the calm of it, the quiet power of it. And as you rest in this ease, wealth is moving toward you. Because the dams you built with fear have crumbled, and the river is free to run. Here is a mystery that few ever practice. Yet, it is one of the simplest laws of spirit. What you bless increases. What you curse diminishes. Gratitude is not mere politeness, not a passing courtesy. It is a spiritual force, a vibratory key, a multiplying magnet. When you bless the little, you set in motion the law that brings the much. When you give thanks for what you have, however small, you expand its vibration and call forth its increase. Jesus Christ stood before a few loaves and fishes and gave thanks, and the loaves multiplied until thousands were fed and baskets were left over. He did not complain that it was too little. He did not fear that it was not enough. He blessed it. He gave thanks. He saw it in the light of abundance, and so it expanded to match his vision. That same law works for you now. I recall the story of a woman who came to me weary and discouraged, carrying only 8 in her purse. She said, "Florence, I am finished. This is all I have in the world." But I told her, "Good, we will bless the 8 and multiply it." I spoke the word, infinite spirit, opened the way for great abundance for her. She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right. I told her to see the 8 as seed, not as lack, to bless it, not to fear it, to treat it as the first note of a symphony, not the final echo of poverty. She listened, she obeyed, and soon after she received thousands in the most unexpected way. Why? Because she shifted from complaint to gratitude, and gratitude unlocked the flow. So tonight, as you lie and rest, look at whatever you have, whether it is much or little, and bless it. If you have a coin, bless it as if it were a fortune. If you have a meal, bless it as though it could feed a multitude. If you have a roof, bless it as though it were a palace. Do not despise the day of small beginnings, for the small is only the doorway to the great. Say within yourself, "I give thanks for what I have. I bless every dollar, every gift, every possession. As I bless it, it multiplies. As I give thanks, it grows. My blessings increase daily under grace in perfect ways." And as you speak these words, feel the vibration shift. Feel the heaviness of complaint lift. Feel the atmosphere of your soul become light and expansive. Gratitude turns the key in the lock. Gratitude opens the vault of heaven. Gratitude clears the channel for supply. Without gratitude, even riches grow thin. For the unthankful heart leaks out its blessings. But with gratitude, even a seed becomes a harvest. Even a drop becomes a flood. Even a crumb becomes a feast. Tonight you are not murmuring. You are not complaining. You are not fearing. You are giving thanks. And that thanksgiving is multiplying your wealth even now. Unseen, unstoppable, inevitable. So let this word carry you deeper into rest. I give thanks for what I have. I bless it and it multiplies. I am grateful and my canon. Wealth increases. I rejoice and my supply expands. Speak it again in your spirit until it becomes the rhythm of your breathing, the song of your sleep. I give thanks and I receive more. I bless and it multiplies. I rejoice and it overflows. With that, you are not only entering the stream of divine supply, you are stirring it, expanding it, multiplying it until your whole life is filled with abundance upon abundance. Here is a truth most never consider. The subconscious never sleeps. While your eyes close and your body rests, the subconscious mind remains wide awake, ever faithful, ever obedient, recording every word, every image, every vibration, and sending them forth into manifestation. It is as though there is a great gate at the entrance to your soul. And standing at that gate is a watchman, one who decides which thoughts may enter and which must be turned away. If the watchman is weak, if he allows fear and worry to slip in, then all through the night the subconscious is impressed with shadows, and those shadows take form in your affairs. But if the watchman is strong, if he allows only words of wealth, images of abundance, thoughts of victory to pass, then the subconscious is guarded, and by morning you awake magnetized to riches. That is why I say you must appoint the spoken word as the watchman at the gate of your mind. I have known many who fell asleep rehearsing their worries, muttering their fears, playing over the day's defeats, and then they wondered why their tomorrows brought only more of the same. The subconscious does not argue. It does not question. It does not say, "This was only a worry, only a fear, only a story." It simply records and reproduces. One woman night after night repeated to herself, "I always miss my chance. Nothing ever works out for me." And life, faithful to her words, arranged itself to confirm her lament. But another, wiser, appointed the word of truth as her sentinel. She said before sleep, "I am divinely led. Opportunities pour upon me. Doors opened swiftly and perfectly, and her life reflected it. Openings came, favor surrounded her. Blessings arrived in perfect timing." The difference was not fate, but the watchman they appointed at the gate of the night. So tonight, I invite you to place the watchman at your own gate. As you drift toward rest, do not let idle fears or vain imaginings slip past. Speak the word boldly and let it stand guard. Say within yourself, I allow no enemy thought to enter. I allow no fear to remain. I allow no shadow to pass. Only abundance, only wealth, only truth may enter my subconscious this night. And as you say it, picture a radiant figure standing at the doorway of your mind, clothed in light, sword in hand, turning away every intruder thought and ushering in only those words of wealth. I now speak over you. That radiant figure is none other than your spoken word, armed with divine authority, unshakable, undefeated. Let these words resound as your sentinel. I am guarded by truth. I am watched by abundance. I am protected by divine law. No fear may enter, no lack may intrude. Only wealth, only health, only joy dwell in me this night. With such declarations ringing through your soul, the gate is secure, the watchman is alert, and the subconscious is safe. And as you sleep, every word planted will grow without obstruction. Every image sound will bloom without hindrance. Every affirmation spoken will root itself in the soil of your being, until wealth becomes not a wish, but a certainty. So rest now under the protection of the watchman. Fear nothing, resist nothing, guard the gate with truth, and know that when you wake, you will wake to a world guarded, guided, and filled with abundance. Here is a parable filled with wisdom for this very hour. 5 were wise, and 5 were foolish. The foolish virgins took their lamps, but carried no oil with them. The wise took oil in their vessels, so that when the bridegroom came, their lamps were burning bright. What does this mean in the language of spirit? The lamp is the consciousness of man. The oil is the word of truth, the steady supply of affirmations, prayers, and visions that keep the flame of faith alive. The foolish are those who go to sleep with empty minds, who enter the night with no preparation, who allow the lamp of their subconscious to burn out, leaving it open to shadows and fears. The wise are those who carry oil, those who speak the word before they sleep, who let affirmations repeat as they slumber, who keep the lamp burning through the long night, so that when the morning comes, their supply, their opportunity, their bridegroom of abundance is met with readiness. I recall a student who longed for a trip abroad, but had no money to finance it. Instead of mourning his lack, he acted with faith. He purchased a trunk, a bright, cheerful trunk with a red band around its middle, as though he were preparing to sail at once. Each time he saw that trunk, it filled him with expectancy. He was keeping oil in his lamp. He was saying, "My trip is already mine. I prepare as though it were here." Soon after, the funds came to him in the most perfect way, and he traveled exactly as he had envisioned. This is the law of preparation. To act, to speak, to affirm as though the good were already yours, is to fill your lamp with oil. And when the hour strikes, when the opportunity comes, when the supply is at hand, you are not found empty. You are ready, your lamp is burning, your consciousness is filled with expectancy. So tonight I tell you, let us not be among the foolish who let their lamps go out. Let us be among the wise who carry oil into the night. What is this oil? It is the steady repetition of affirmations, the declarations that wealth is here, that supply is certain, that abundance is flowing even now. It is speaking before sleep. I am prepared for riches. I am ready for wealth. My lamp is filled with the oil of content truth. I carry it with me into the night. And when morning comes, I rise into my promised good. Each word you speak is a drop of oil. Each affirmation a steady flow into the lamp until your subconscious is saturated with light and cannot go dark. Picture it now. A lamp burning on the table of your soul. Its flame steady. Its oil plentiful around you. The night stretches long, but your lamp does not flicker. It does not fade, for it is fed by the words of abundance you are speaking even now. See yourself rising at dawn, your lamp still burning, and there before you is your good opportunity knocking, wealth flowing, doors opening, supply arriving in perfect timing. The foolish miss their moment because their lamp has gone out. The wise meet their moment because they kept the oil. So as you close your eyes tonight, let me pour this oil into your lamp. My lamp is filled. My faith is strong. My words are oil. My affirmations are fuel. My consciousness is light. I am prepared for abundance. I am ready for wealth. My lamp will not go out, for I keep it filled with the oil of truth. Let that image remain with you, the flame steady, the oil abundant, the light unbroken. And as you drift into sleep, know that you are among the wise, ready to meet your good when it appears, certain to see the dawn of your abundance. There is a higher picture beyond lamps and drops of oil, and it is this. The flow of divine supply is not intermittent. It is not occasional. It is not seasonal. It is continuous, ceaseless, eternal. It is the endless stream, and once you place yourself in its current, you are carried forward without effort, supplied without struggle, enriched without delay. Most people live as though supply were a faucet, turned on for a moment, and then shut off, dribbling out here and there, uncertain, irregular, always leaving them anxious that the water will stop. But the truth is this: God's wealth is a river, a mighty current that never ceases, and your part is simply to align yourself with it, to float in it, to let it carry you. When you speak the word with faith, when you let affirmations roll through your mind as you sleep, you are stepping into that stream, and it flows through you and around you, bringing abundance in endless ways. I recall one student who came to me saying, "Florence, I feel like every blessing is a one-time thing, a trickle, a drop. I fear it will never last." I told her, "You are standing at the edge of the ocean with a thimble. You must see the ocean as endless, and take the word that aligns you with it. Say, 'Endless supply now flows to me in endless ways.'" She began repeating this declaration daily and at night before sleep, and soon she found herself surrounded by provision, money arriving from unexpected channels, opportunities multiplying, debts dissolved, and gifts appearing without her asking. She no longer saw life as a dribble of drops. She saw it as a rushing river, and because she saw it, she lived it. That is the way of spirit. What you picture, you possess. What you declare, you draw. So tonight, as you enter the sacred hours of sleep, let us place you in the current of that endless stream. See yourself standing at the riverbank. The water glimmers with light, carrying golden coins, crisp bills, radiant jewels, opportunities shining like stars upon its surface. Step into it. Feel the cool current around your ankles, then rising to your knees, then lifting you off your feet. You are carried now, weightless, effortless, borne by the stream of divine supply. You are not swimming, you are not striving, you are not grasping. You are floating, supported, moved, carried by an energy greater than yourself. And as the stream flows, you whisper, "Endless supply now flows to me in endless ways. Endless supply now flows to me in endless ways." Say it again and again until the words become the very sound of the water rushing, until they are no longer words but vibration, no longer declarations but currents. The stream does not ask if you deserve it. The stream does not measure if you earned it. The stream does not pause to count your failures or your fears. It flows because it is its nature to flow, and it carries supply because supply is its essence. All you must do is remain in it, refusing to climb back to the barren banks of doubt. Each affirmation you speak is a stroke that keeps you in the middle of the current. Each word of truth you declare is a gentle push that keeps you from drifting out of alignment. And as you sleep tonight, the stream will flow on, carrying to you unseen treasures, arranging unseen connections, gathering unseen riches until the morning brings proof of what the night has been creating. So rest in this vision, secure in this word. Endless supply now flows to me in endless ways. I am carried by abundance. I am supported by wealth. I am moved by grace. I cannot lack, for I am in the stream, and the stream is endless. Let those words roll through you as waves over and over until they become the rhythm of your breath, the lullaby of your soul. And with that, the night itself becomes your channel. The hours of sleep become your treasure house. And you awake not in fear, but in fullness, not in lack, but in overflowing wealth. Morning is not merely the turning of a clock, nor is it simply the rising of the Sunday. Morning is the moment when the invisible becomes visible, when the seeds planted in the night push through the soil of the subconscious and break forth as new life in the conscious world. Morning is harvest. And whether you realize it or not, you awaken every day to reap what you have sown in the hours before. If you have sown fear, then you wake to the harvest of anxiety. If you have sown doubt, you rise into the field of delay. If you have sown resentment, you see it mirrored in conflict. But if you have sown faith, you reap joy. If you have sown wealth, you reap opportunity. If you have sound truth, you rise into freedom. That is why I say man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. For the morning will show you what the night has conceived. I remember the story of a woman who had long prayed for flowers, and she ordered lies for Easter. But when the florist delivered them, she found a rose tree instead. At first she thought a mistake had been made, but then she recalled that deep in her heart, she had always wanted roses, not lies, and she realized that the subconscious had delivered the true desire, not the surface wish. That is the harvest. You do not always reap the words you mutter idly, but you surely reap the images and convictions you hold deeply. And so when you awake, it is not by chance that your good appears. It is the inevitable harvest of what you have truly seen, truly believed, truly affirmed. So tomorrow morning when you open your eyes, I want you to do more than stumble out of bed or return to the same tired thoughts of yesterday. I want you to see the morning as your harvest field. I want you to rise with expectancy, not resignation. Before your feet touch the floor, see the field of your day stretching before you, ripe with opportunities, heavy with blessings, filled with golden shiv. Say within yourself, this is my day of harvest. What I have sown in truth, I now reap in abundance. What I have affirmed in faith, I now see in form. I rise magnetized to money, to favor, to opportunity, to joy. My day is rich, my path is prosperous, my harvest is sure. Picture it clearly. See doors opening as you approach them. See checks arriving, gifts being handed, opportunities unfolding like flowers at dawn. See yourself meeting only those who bless you, finding only the paths that lead to gain, stepping only on the stones that take you forward. Let the first picture of your morning be one of wealth, not want, of abundance, not lack, of freedom, not fear. And as you hold that picture, know that you are already in the harvest field, already reaping what has been planted, already gathering the sheaf of prosperity that belong to you by divine right. So tonight, as you prepare to sleep, carry this image with you into the morning. I rise today magnetized to money and favor. I rise today to my harvest. I rise today into wealth. Let those words echo through your subconscious so that when your eyes open, the very atmosphere of your room feels different, charged, alive, overflowing with supply. And as you step into your day, you will know without doubt that the harvest is here. The morning has come and your wealth is at hand. There is a secret law that overturns every shadow of delay and dissolves every appearance of lack. And that law is joy. Joy is not the result of manifestation. It is the cause. Joy is not a reward after your desire appears. It is the vibration that calls it forth, hastens its arrival, seals its certainty. The great mistake of most souls is to wait until they can see the blessing with their eyes before they rejoice. They say, when the money comes, I will be glad. When the door opens, I will be grateful. When the dream arrives, I will celebrate. But Spirit says the opposite. Rejoice now and the good will appear. Celebrate before the door opens and the door must open. Sing before the harvest and the harvest must come. For the law is exact. What you feel and express now is the seed of what will be multiplied later. Joy felt now becomes joy embodied tomorrow. Thanksgiving spoken now becomes abundance received tomorrow. I remember a student who was in desperate need of money. She could not see a way. Every appearance shouted lack. And yet I told her, you must sing. You must rejoice as though the supply were already in your hand. She resisted at first, saying it was foolish, impossible, even dishonest. But she obeyed, and she sang with all her heart, laughing and praising as though the money were already hers. Within days, a large sum arrived to her by a channel she had never considered. The joy had drawn it, the rejoicing had called it forth, the celebration had sealed the law. That is the power of fulfilled desire felt in advance. So tonight, as you drift into the deep rest of spirit, I invite you to step into the joy of already having your desire. Do not wait for the check to arrive. See it in your hand and rejoice now. Do not wait for the opportunity to knock. See the door open and laugh with delight now. Do not wait for the purse to be full. Feel its weight, hear its coins, imagine its overflowing bills, and give thanks now. For the subconscious knows no difference between what is imagined with joy and what is held with sight. When you rejoice in advance, the subconscious is convinced. and life must mirror that conviction. So picture yourself tomorrow rising into your harvest and feel the joy of it in this very moment. Let your heart swell with gratitude. Let your lips whisper praise. Let your whole being sing with assurance. I rejoice in my wealth. I celebrate my abundance. I give thanks for my prosperity. I am happy in my supply. Feel the rhythm of those words as though they were the chorus of a song written just for you. Sing it inwardly until it takes over every thought, every breath, every beat of your heart. Joy is the magnet. Joy is the proof. Joy is the seal. And as you carry this vibration into your sleep, know that the law cannot fail. What you rejoice in tonight, you will see tomorrow. What you celebrate now, you will gather soon. What you sing in faith, you will hold in form. So rejoice, 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 for your desire is already fulfilled. The law has decreed it. The word has planted it. The subconscious has accepted it. And the outer world must reflect it. Joy is the sound of the harvest. And tonight your harvest song begins. And now, beloved soul, we come to the close of this holy journey through the night. You have erased the old records of lack. You have planted the word of wealth. You have stepped into the endless stream of supply. You have risen into your harvest, and you have rejoiced in advance of your good. Every word spoken has been a seed. Every affirmation a drop of oil. Every declaration a spark of light. And together they have filled your subconscious with one unbroken picture. Abundance here and now. As you rest, know that nothing has been wasted, nothing has been idle, nothing has been empty. The law has heard, the soil has received, the current is flowing, and the harvest is certain. You do not need to strain. You do not need to beg. You do not need to wait anxiously. You need only to believe and to rejoice, for the work is already done. Let this word echo through your soul as you prepare to rise into your day. I awake today rich in substance and rich in spirit. Endless good now comes to me in endless ways. I am a magnet for wealth. I am a channel for abundance. I am filled with joy, and my life overflows with supply. Feel those words as though they were engraved in golden letters across your heart. Whisper them to yourself as the dawn breaks. Let them shape your first thoughts. Let them guide your steps. Let them draw to you every gift that is yours by divine right. For the truth is this: you are not waiting for wealth to come. Wealth is already here. You are not pleading for blessings to appear. Blessings are already at hand. You are not chasing your good. Your good is chasing you, overtaking you, surrounding you, pouring into your life under grace and in perfect ways. And before we part, I must tell you this: the journey does not end here. Tonight you have planted, but there is a word, a single declaration, a command so charged with power that it can bring wealth into your life within 24 hours. Yes, one word spoken in faith can open the floodgates so quickly, so perfectly that you will stand in awe of how swiftly the universe obeys. I will reveal this word in my next message, the one command that brings wealth in 24 hours. Do not miss it. For just as surely as you have felt the shift tonight, this next revelation will carry you even higher into realms of supply you have scarcely imagined. So take this blessing with you now. Rest in peace, rise in wealth, walk in joy, and know that the law never fails. You are rich, you are free, you are supplied, you are fulfilled. And so at Island, you have been told change takes time. That is a lie. Change is not in time, it is in truth. The moment you align your word with God's law, the entire universe rushes to rearrange itself for you. I will show you the switch that turns night into day. In this message, I will reveal the exact law that changes outer conditions the moment you change your word. You will learn why fear holds your world in chains, and how one declaration of truth sets you free. If you have been stuck in lack, sickness, or delay, you will leave with the knowledge that your word spoken in faith commands supply, healing, and victory. This is not theory. It is spiritual law proven again and again. You have tried effort. You have tried worry. You have tried waiting on time, yet the door has stayed shut. You have asked, why do my prayers seem unanswered? Why does change take so long? The answer is simple. You have been living by appearances instead of truth. You have fought with shadows instead of speaking light. But tonight, you will see that the instant you align with divine law, the burden lifts and your reality obeys. In the next 2 hours, I will walk you through the secret of immediate change. I will show you stories of people who shifted their whole lives with a single word. I will open the scriptures so you see that Jesus himself promised instant demonstration, not long delay. You will learn the laws that govern your health, your money, your relationships, and you will practice the declarations that smash fear and establish truth. Along the way, I will answer the doubts you carry, expose the lies that bind you, and reveal the divine shortcuts most people overlook. Stay with me, for before this message ends, you will not only know the secret, you will feel it working in your own life. Most people think life is a battle, but let me tell you something startling: it isn't. Life is a game, and like every game, there are rules. When you ignore the rules, you stumble and lose. But when you play by divine law, the moves are swift, the victories are sure, and the change comes instantly. Here's the part most people completely miss. It's not effort, it's not time, it's not willpower that changes your reality. It is alignment with law spoken through your word. One declaration can do more than years of struggle. One sentence of truth can swing open doors that force could never budge. Why is this so? Because the game of life runs on sowing and reaping. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. That means every word you speak, every image you hold, every declaration you let slip from your tongue goes out like a seed and grows. And those seeds don't wait for years. They sprout immediately in the invisible, and soon you meet them in the visible. Let me paint you a picture. A woman once told me her life had collapsed into poverty. She had once had beauty, a fine home, and wealth, but now she was living in bare rooms, stripped of comfort. When we traced the cause, she remembered saying over and over again, "I'm sick and tired of things. I wish I lived in a trunk." She said it lightly, she said it half in jest. But the subconscious doesn't joke, it records, it obeys, and soon she had spoken herself into the trunk. Do you see the stakes here? Every idle word matters. Every casual phrase holds power. That's why so many live under a shadow, because they've played the game with words of fear, words of limitation, words of defeat. They've sown "I can't" and reaped delay. They've sown "nothing ever works out" and harvested failure. But here is the divine secret. The very moment you choose to sue differently, the moment you begin to speak truth instead of fear, change begins. Reality bends at once. So how do you step into this? First, recognize that the world of appearances is only the scoreboard. It's not the game itself. The real game is invisible, spiritual, and it is moved by your words. Second, train your tongue to only release what you wish to reap. Never joke yourself into lack. Never declare sickness. Never affirm limitation. Say instead, "I now speak the word of abundance, the word of health, the word of joy," and by divine law, it manifests. Now ask yourself, how many times have you spoken carelessly and then found yourself living inside your own words? How many times have you said, "This always happens to me," and then it did? Friend, you have been playing the game without knowing the rules. But tonight, you are learning. And here is the great encouragement. The law works both ways. The same power that built the prison can swing wide the gates. The same tongue that cursed can bless. The same imagination that feared can now create beauty. You don't need years of undoing. You don't need to retrace every step. You only need to speak the word of truth now, and the new game begins. So let us declare together. I now smash every false record in my subconscious mind. I erase the pictures of defeat. I establish new records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. By my spoken word, I win the game of life. This is the first key to instant change. Not effort, not time, not struggle, but the spoken word aligned with divine law. And once you grasp this, you'll never play the old losing game again. Transition. And yet, there is another hidden rule most have overlooked. Words do more than reflect life. They recreate it. In the next part, I'll show you how the word spoken in faith becomes a wand in your hand, reshaping your world in an instant. Here's something most people completely miss. And yet, it is the very heart of the mystery. Your word is not only a tool to describe life, it is the power that recreates it. The word you speak is the wand you hold, and every sentence you utter, whether whispered in justice, muttered in complaint, or shouted in faith, sets invisible forces in motion that carve out your reality. Jesus Christ declared, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." And again, death and life are in the power of the tongue. Most people repeat these verses and let them slip past without pause. But I tell you, they are not poetry. They are law. Your word is law. Your word is the decree that heaven and earth obey, and nothing is withheld when the tongue declares it with conviction. Think of it this way. The world you live in today is nothing more than a record of the words you have spoken yesterday. If you live in lack, it is because you have spoken lack. If you live in sorrow, it is because you have spoken sorrow. If you live in sickness, it is because you have spoken sickness. And yet, if you will but change the record, if you will but smash the old grooves of complaint and despair, and if you will dare to speak the truth of abundance, joy, and health, then your whole outer world must change. For the spoken word is the creative word, and it is the word of power. There is no delay, there is no distance, there is no obstacle when the tongue of man aligns with the law of God. Let me give you a story that proves this beyond dispute. A woman once came to me with nothing but 2 bowls in her purse. She was frightened. She was discouraged. She was trembling with the weight of lack. I said to her, "Let us bless the 2 thous, for it is not emptiness but seed. Let us declare that this is not a small purse, but the magic purse of spirit, and it can never be depleted. As money goes out, money returns at once. As you give, you receive. As you spend, it is replenished. I see this purse crammed and jammed with bills and checks and gold and silver, overflowing with abundance." The woman listened, and I could see her eyes brighten. She said, "I feel my bag heavy with money." And in that moment, her word joined mine and faith was established. Shortly after, she was given 6,000. Do you see how the spoken word turned 2,000 to 6,000? It was not time. It was not effort. It was not chance. It was the word spoken with faith. Now someone will say, "But how can mere words change things? Are not words just sounds and syllables that fade into the air?" No, my friend. Words are more than air. Words are vibration. Words are living forces. Words are seeds that contain the tree. Words are the blueprint upon which spirit builds. When you speak, you are not wasting breath. You are sending forth commands. Every cell of your body listens. Every circumstance of your life listens. The elements, the people, the opportunities, all of them are servants of your word, waiting for the command. If you speak in fear, they rush to fulfill fear. If you speak in faith, they rush to fulfill faith. The word does not linger. It acts, and because it acts, it recreates your world in the image of what you declare. Let us not forget that careless words are just as powerful as conscious words. Many people joke themselves into poverty. Many complain themselves into sickness. Many criticize themselves into loneliness. The subconscious mind has no sense of humor. It takes every word you speak as a decree, and it obeys without hesitation. That is why you must put a guard upon your lips and a watch upon your tongue. Never repeat failure. Never declare limitation. Never call yourself unlucky. Never say you are sick, tired, poor, or alone. Each time you say it, you sow it. And each time you sow it, you reap it. The harvest may not spring up in the same hour, but it is already planted and it must appear. If you want to change your harvest, change your seed. If you want to change your tomorrow, change your words today. So, how do you use the power of the word to recreate your life? First, you must know what you desire. Not vaguely, not half-heartedly, but clearly. If it is health, then speak health. If it is money, then speak money. If it is love, then speak love. If it is perfect work, then speak perfect work. Second, you must speak it as already accomplished. Do not say, "I will be healed someday." Say, "I am healed now." Do not say, "I hope money will come." Say, "Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace." Do not say, "Maybe love will find me." Say, "I am surrounded by love. I draw to myself my own by divine right." The word must be present. The word must be alive. The word must be here and now. For spirit works in the eternal present, not in the far-off future. Third, you must speak it with faith, not with doubt. If you speak with doubt, you cancel your own command. If you speak with fear, you plant weeds among your seeds. But if you speak with faith, if you speak with conviction, if you speak with thanksgiving, Then the word goes forth as fire, as light, as power, and nothing can hinder its fulfillment. I will give you an affirmation that holds this power. I am a magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. My purse is filled. My table is spread. My body is whole. My path is clear. I now command the riches of heaven to manifest here and now under grace in perfect ways. Speak it not once, not timidly, but boldly, repeatedly, until it sinks into the subconscious, until it rises into the superconscious, until it resounds through your whole being, and then watch as the outer world bends and shifts to obey your decree. So I ask you, what are you speaking into your life right now? Are you speaking defeat or are you speaking victory? Are you speaking lack or are you speaking plenty? Are you speaking sickness or are you speaking health? Your answer is not in your circumstances. Your answer is in your words. And the good news is that you can change your words this very instant. The moment you speak truth, you recreate your life. Transition. And yet the power of the word carries with it a warning. For the same tongue that blesses can curse, and the same faith that creates good can create evil when inverted. That is why we must understand the great divider between fear and faith, and how one thought can bring disaster while the other brings instant salvation. Let us step into that truth. Now, what I'm about to tell you might strike you as strange at first, but if you will sit with it, you will see it is the sharpest truth you will ever hear. Fear and faith are one and the same force. They are both belief. They are both conviction. They are both a mental picture impressed upon the subconscious and carried out with unfailing obedience. The only difference is their direction. Faith is belief in good, and fear is belief in evil. Faith is confidence that the law of God will bring harmony. Fear is confidence that the law of destruction will prevail. Faith is the blueprint of health, wealth, love, and freedom. Fear is the counterfeit blueprint of sickness, lack, loneliness, and bondage. And here is the sobering point. Whichever you hold, whichever you feed, whichever you speak, the law will manifest. Fear is simply faith inverted. The same creative force that could build a palace of blessing has been turned upside down and made to build a prison of suffering. Do not dismiss this lightly, for the evidence is all around you. A man once told me that he lived in constant terror of a rare disease. He read about it, thought about it, imagined himself with it. He pictured the symptoms in his body. He spoke of it often, and although the disease was almost impossible to contract, it came upon him exactly as he feared, and it killed him. Do you see what happened? He had perfect faith not in God, not in life, not in health, but in evil. He rehearsed the picture until the subconscious mind, which does not argue, which does not reason, which does not discriminate, said, "This is the command." And the body obeyed. His imagination swid the seed. His words watered it. His fear gave it sunlight, and the harvest was death. And yet the same law works for good. I have seen people who held an image of victory and declared health, who rejected fear and substituted faith, and they saw instant demonstrations. That is the law of substitution. You cannot hold two pictures at the same time. If you are imaging fear, you must replace it with the picture of faith. If you are speaking defeat, you must replace it with the word of victory. If you are dwelling on sickness, you must replace it with the vision of health. The law of substitution says that a higher vibration replaces a lower one. And when you substitute truth for error, the error dissolves instantly as darkness dissolves the moment you switch on the light. Think of fear and faith as two doors standing before you. Fear opens to the world of appearances, where lack and limitation mock you, where delay and defeat cling to you, where sorrow hangs over you like a shadow. Faith opens to the world of truth, where all is finished, complete and perfect, where every desire of your heart already waits, where health is your inheritance, where abundance flows in rivers, where love surrounds you, and where victory is the only language. You cannot stand with one foot in each door. You must choose, and the choice is made not by your wishes, not by your feelings, not by your theories, but by your words. What are you saying? Are you saying, "I'm afraid this will happen"? Or are you saying, "I know my good is here"? Are you saying, "I don't see how I'll ever get out of this trouble"? Or are you saying, "Divine supply meets me here, and now in perfect ways"? Your mouth reveals your master. Now you may be thinking, but my fear feels stronger than my faith. How can I stop fear from ruling me? The answer is not to wrestle with fear, for wrestling gives it power. The answer is to substitute at once. The instant fear whispers, speak faith. The instant doubt rises, declare truth. The instant the picture of disaster comes, paint the picture of deliverance. It is not about erasing fear. It is about replacing it. Say to yourself, this is only inverted faith. I now turn it upright. I now direct it to good. Here is an affirmation that carries this power. There is no power in fear. I am unmoved, unafraid, undisturbed. I place my faith in God alone, and only good comes to me. Speak it until your heart beats steady. Speak it until your mind clears. Speak it until the fear vanishes like mist before the Sunday. For fear is nothing but vapor and faith is the substance. So I ask you now, how much of your life has been shaped not by conscious faith, but by unconscious fear? How many losses were not fate, but the harvest of fear thoughts sown in secret? And if that is so, how much more could you change your reality if you chose to sow faith, if you dared to imagine victory, if you spoke truth instead of terror? The law is impartial. It has worked against you in fear. It will work for you in faith. And the moment you switch the direction of belief, your world changes. Transition. And this brings us to a great comfort, for many people tremble thinking they have waited too long, or they have missed their chance, or that the law will delay. But let me assure you, God is never late. The supply is always on time, and the instant you obey the hunch, the miracle appears. Let us step into that forgotten truth. Now let me tell you something that sets the soul free the moment you grasp it. God is never late. Spirit does not delay. The law of supply does not stumble or forget. It answers instantly when you align with it, but it answers in ways that often defy your reasoning mind. People come to me trembling, saying, Florence, I needed my good yesterday. Where is it? Why hasn't it shown up? And I say to them, it has already shown up in the invisible. The moment you spoke in faith, the order was placed. The substance was released. The law went into action. You are not waiting for God. God is waiting for you to see, to believe, to obey the inner lead. And when you obey, the door swings open. Often at the last possible moment, but always right on time. I recall a woman who came to me one summer day, exhausted, dejected, and down to her last 8. She was ready to give up, but she said she had a hunch to go back home. Reason told her to stay in New York, to find work, to hustle and scrape. But intuition whispered, go home. And I said to her, never violate a hunch. Go and you will see the way opened. Before she left, I spoke the word over her life. Infinite Spirit opens the way for great abundance for this woman. She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right. She repeated it over and over, clinging to it like a lifeline. She obeyed the inner voice and went home. Soon she was linked with an old friend of her family, and through that connection she received thousands of dollars in the most miraculous way. She often said to me afterward, tell people about the woman with 8 stars and a hunch, for that was the truth. The supply was already waiting, but it required obedience to the inner direction and faith in the words spoken. Now, here is the danger. When people do not see instant outer results, they grow anxious. They grow doubtful, and they dig up the seed they have just planted. They cancel their own demonstration by worrying. They rehearse disaster in their minds and prepare for failure in their actions. A woman once said to me, but I must get ready for the poorhouse. And I told her, that is the best way to get there. She had prepared for failure instead of preparing for her good. And she reaped exactly what she prepared for. Yet another woman, when faced with an impossible apartment shortage, prepared for success instead. She went out and bought blankets for the home she didn't yet have. She said, I will dig my ditches in faith. And soon, against all odds, she received her perfect apartment. Do you see the pattern? God is never late, but He is exact. He meets you at the level of your faith. If you prepare for loss, you meet loss. If you prepare for success, you meet success. If you obey your intuition, you meet abundance. If you ignore it, you meet delay. The law is swift. The law is sure. The law is unfailing. The only question is whether you will align with it or resist it. Let me give you the affirmation that stamps this truth upon the subconscious. I walk in divine timing. I am never late. I am never too early. My good appears at the perfect moment in the perfect way, and I recognize it instantly. Nothing can delay what belongs to me by divine right. Speak it, and you will find yourself walking in a rhythm, where doors open exactly when you reach them, where money arrives the day the bill is due, where health springs forth the moment it is needed, and where opportunities present themselves just as you are prepared. That is not chance. That is divine law, and it never fails. So I ask you, how many hours have you wasted in anxiety, believing God had forgotten you? How many nights have you tossed believing the supply would not come? And yet here you are, still sustained, still breathing, still guided, still provided for. Look back and see how the miracle always came at the moment of need. Look forward and trust that it always will. God is never late. He is punctual to the second. He is precise to the breath. He is exact to the heartbeat. You need not rush him. You need not beg him. You need only align with him and obey the gentle hunch that says this is the way. Walkly in it. Transition. And so we close this first great section of the law of immediate change. You have seen that life is not a battle, but a game to be won by the word. You have seen that the word recreates your world at once. You have seen that fear and faith are the same force, and whichever you hold becomes your harvest. And you have seen that God is never late, but always exact. And now the question arises, if the law is instant, how do you command it with precision so that what appears is not a counterfeit, but the true pattern of your destiny? That takes us into the secret of the divine design. Here is a truth that shocks the mind at first, but liberates the soul the moment it is received. Your life already has a perfect pattern. There is a design, a divine blueprint, a finished picture in the superconscious that belongs to you and only you. You are not wandering aimlessly through chaos. You are not stumbling towards some uncertain fate. You are not at the mercy of chance or circumstance. No, you are moving even now through a design that was completed before you ever drew your first breath. And the great task of life is not to invent your destiny, but to recognize it, to align with it, and to allow it to unfold without resistance. Most people do not understand this. They think they must claw their way into success, force their way into love, fight their way into supply. They say, if I don't grasp this man, I will lose him. If I don't chase this opportunity, it will slip through my fingers. If I don't fight, I will be left behind. But let me tell you the truth. You cannot lose what belongs to you by divine right, and you cannot hold what does not. When you strive to seize what isn't yours, you only bring heartache. When you rest in the divine pattern, you are guided step by step into what is truly yours. And when it arrives, it comes with ease, with harmony, with permanence. I once had a woman come to me who was deeply in love with a man she called a bee. She pleaded with me to speak the word that he would marry her. I said to her, I cannot speak that word for it would violate divine law. But I will speak the word for your right man, the divine selection, the one who belongs to you by divine right. If a bee is that man, you cannot lose him. If he is not, you will receive his equivalent. At first, she clung tightly to her desire, but she obeyed, and I spoke the word. Not long after, she found that her feelings for AB began to fade, as though a fog was lifting from her eyes. Soon she met another man who fell in love with her at once, who spoke all the words of devotion she had longed to hear, who treated her with the reverence and love she had desired. She returned to me and said, "It was uncanny, Florence. He said all the things I had always wished a bee would say, and yet now they flow from another who truly belongs to me." She was no longer striving, no longer pleading, no longer pushing. She had stepped into her divine pattern, and the result was harmony and joy. Do you see the difference? The divine pattern is always greater than the one you imagine in fear. Your little plan is often a counterfeit, a shadow, a poor substitute. But the divine plan is rich, permanent, overflowing, perfect. The superconscious holds it like a seed holds the full-grown tree, and every flash of intuition, every ideal that seems too good to be true, every sudden glimpse of beauty that passes through your mind, these are glimpses of your true pattern. They are not fantasies. They are prophecies. They are your destiny. Whispering, this belongs to you. So how do you align with this perfect pattern? First, you must release your grip on the counterfeit. Stop demanding specifics. Stop clinging to the wrong person, the wrong opportunity, the wrong door. Declare instead, I now step into my divine pattern. I desire only what belongs to me by divine right. Nothing can be withheld. Nothing can be lost. What is mine comes to me now under grace in perfect ways. When you speak this, you loosen the chains of fear and open the gate to destiny. Second, you must trust that the pattern is unfolding even when appearances contradict it. You may look around and see nothing but delay, confusion, or lack. But remember, appearances are lies. The divine pattern is already finished. It is waiting behind the veil, and the veil is torn the moment you believe. Keep your eye on the truth, not on the shadows. Keep your heart fixed on the vision, not on the circumstances. Say with conviction, the divine design of my life now takes shape in definite, concrete experiences that lead me to my heart's desire. Third, you must listen to the gentle flashes of intuition that guide you toward the pattern. It may come as a hunch, as a sudden thought, as a small nudge. Do not dismiss it. That is the superconscious whispering. That is your perfect pattern calling you home. Obey it and you will find yourself walking into prepared places, prepared people, prepared provision. Resist it and you will find yourself struggling in wrong rooms, knocking at wrong doors, begging for wrong loves. So let me ask you, are you living by appearances, forcing what isn't yours, or are you resting in the divine pattern, allowing what is truly yours to arrive? One way leads to endless frustration. The other leads to immediate alignment and lasting joy. You must decide which law you will obey. Transition. And yet here is the snare so many fall into. They hear of divine design and then try to dictate the details, forcing the pattern into their own narrow image. But divine right cannot be forced. It must be claimed. It must be trusted. It must be allowed. And that takes us into the next secret. Never ask for specifics. Ask only for divine right. Here is something that separates the one who walks in power from the one who stumbles in endless disappointment. The wise soul never demands specifics, but asks only for what belongs to them by divine right. Most people blinded by desire and fear try to force life into a narrow picture. They say it must be this man, this job, this sum of money, this exact door. They grip it with their whole strength. They beg, they demand, they wrestle, and even if they manage to grasp it for a time, it slips through their hands, leaving them disillusioned and heartbroken. Why? Because it was never theirs by right. It was a counterfeit, and the counterfeit can never remain. The divine plan never needs to be stolen, manipulated, or coerced. The divine plan arrives with ease, with joy, with permanence. You must learn to say, I want only what belongs to me by divine right. If this opportunity, this person, this possession is mine, it will stay. If it is not, I release it and I call in its perfect equivalent. That is the safeguard against counterfeit blessings. That is the law that prevents disappointment. When you leave the cut of your coat to the divine tailor, it always fits. When you leave the design of your life to infinite intelligence, it always satisfies. The old philosophers used to say, the philosopher leaves the cut of his coat to the tailor. That is the secret. Do not outline. Do not dictate. Do not limit the all-wise. Simply declare, let the divine selection be made. I claim my right place, my right work, my right relationships, my right supply, and nothing else will satisfy. Let me tell you why this is so necessary. When you demand specifics, you are binding yourself to appearances. You may say, that man is my soulmate. He must be mine. But what if that man is not free? What if he belongs by divine law to another? What if he is not capable of giving you the love and honor you deserve? You may seize him for a time, but it will not last, for the law cannot be violated. Or you may say, that job is mine. I must have it. But what if that job is a prison? What if that place stifles your growth and blocks your prosperity? You may win it by force, but you will find it turns bitter and soon it crumbles. But when you say, let the divine right unfold, then the man who truly belongs to you, the work that truly matches you, the supply that truly blesses you, must come. And when it day comes, it comes to stay. I remember a woman who demanded that I speak the word for a certain position she wanted. She said, "Florence, declare that this company will hire me." I said, "No, I will not declare that, for I do not know if it belongs to you. I will speak the word for your right position, divinely chosen, divinely prepared, divinely financed." She accepted, though reluctantly. Not long after, she was offered another position greater in pay, freer in atmosphere, more suited to her talents, and she said to me, "If I had taken the first, I would have missed the second. Thank God you held me to divine right. That is why I never outline. Outlining limits the limitless. Outlining tells God how to do his work. And infinite intelligence, let me remind you, knows ways you know not of, has channels you have never dreamed, and brings results more wonderful than anything you could plan. The question you must ask yourself is this: do you want your little plan, which ends in ashes, or God's great plan, which ends in glory? Do you want your outline which disappoints, or his design which satisfies? The choice is yours, and it is made every time you open your mouth. When you demand specifics, you chain yourself to limitation. When you ask only for divine right, you fling open the gates of abundance. Here is the affirmation that unlocks this secret. I now let go of worn-out conditions and worn-out things. Only what belongs to me by divine right now comes. Only what is mine in the kingdom of God can stay. I refuse counterfeits. I accept only the real. The divine design of my life now manifests in perfect ways. Speak it often and you will find that the wrong dissolves quickly and the right rushes in to take its place. So I say to you, stop outlining, stop dictating, stop demanding that life bend to your little plan. Stand back, release, trust, and declare the law of divine right. For the divine right is always greater than your dream, always larger than your vision, always richer than your imagination. You cannot outdream God. You cannot outplan infinite intelligence, but you can limit it by clinging to the wrong. Release the wrong and you receive the right. Transition. And once you release the wrong and call in the right, the next step is to learn how the divine plan reveals itself. Not through struggle, not through intellect, but through intuition. The flash of the Spirit, the still small voice that says, "This is the way," and that is where we go next. Now, let me reveal to you the secret messenger of the divine design, the voice of intuition. Intuition is the flash of the Spirit, the whisper of the superconscious, the signal from God himself that says, "This is the way, walk ye in it." It is not reason, for reason argues and delays. It is not intellect, for intellect doubts and debates. Intuition is higher, swifter, clearer. It does not explain itself. It does not prove itself. It simply knows. It arrives like lightning, like a flash across the mind, and the wise soul obeys at once. The unwise ignores it, argues against it, and wanders into trouble. The greatest victories I have ever witnessed came not through endless planning or calculating, but through one instant of obedience to intuition. Prayer is asking, but intuition is God's answer. Most people pray and then rise up to reason saying, "How will this happen? When will this come through? Which channel will it arrive?" And in doing so they choke the answer. The real way is to pray and then wait in stillness, listening for the gentle nudge, the quiet hunch, the sudden thought that may seem too small or too strange to matter. That is the key. Intuition rarely shouts. It speaks softly, but it is sure. One obedient step and the whole pathway opens. One ignored hunch and the door remains shut. I recall a student of mine who longed for a great journey abroad. She had little money, no contacts, no clear way to make it happen. Yet she held the vision and spoke the word. I give thanks for my divinely designed trip, divinely financed, under grace and in perfect ways. Then one day, intuition nudged her to buy a trunk. It was not practical. She had no ticket, no plans, no funds. But the hunch was clear. She obeyed. She bought a large, bright trunk banded in red, and every time she saw it, her faith was stirred. She began to feel the sway of the ship, smell the sea air, hear the cry of gulls. That trunk put her in vibration with her journey. Not long after, money came from an unexpected channel, and her trip unfolded in every detail. Intuition had led her to a simple act that unlocked the entire demonstration. Contrast this with those who ignore the inner voice. I have known people who argued away their blessings. Intuition told them to take a certain street, to call a certain friend, to give a certain gift, but they said, "Oh, that's silly. That makes no sense." And because they disobeyed, they missed the connection, the opportunity, the supply that was already waiting. God's ways are not man's ways, and the reasoning mind is too slow, too narrow, too blind to perceive the divine shortcut. That is why intuition is the flash of the divine, the straight line to your good. So how do you cultivate this holy faculty? You begin by affirming before sleep, "Tonight I will be divinely guided. Tomorrow I will know what to do. I will awaken with clarity. I will hear the inner voice and I will obey it." You begin by acting on small hunches quickly without argument. Buy the trunk, make the call, take the detour, give the gift, obey the flash, and you will find that intuition grows louder, clearer, or constant. Ignore it and it fades. Obedience is the key. Now let me tell you this, intuition is never the voice of fear. If the voice you hear says, "Don't step forward," that is not intuition. If it says, "Stay small, stay safe, stay hidden," that is not intuition. Intuition is bold, clear, calm, and certain. It is never anxious. It is never confused. It always carries with it the feeling of peace. Even when it requires a daring step, that is how you know the difference. Fear drives you into hiding. Intuition leads you into expansion. So I ask you, how many miracles have you missed because you ignored the flash of the divine? How many delays have you endured because you argued with the still small voice? And how many breakthroughs are waiting this very moment? If only you would quiet the mind and listen. Your divine design is revealed step by step, not by maps, not by logic, not by endless planning, but by flashes of intuition. Trust them and you will never lose your way. Here is an affirmation that opens the channel. I am always divinely guided. I hear the inner voice clearly. I obey without hesitation, and I am led into my perfect path. Speak it often, and you will find your life becoming a chain of divine appointments, a series of effortless connections, a continual unfolding of right doors, right people, right opportunities. That is the life of one who listens to the flash of the divine transition. But intuition not only reveals the right path, it also dissolves the wrong. Many are held back by resentment, envy, and fear. But the law of love sweeps these away in an instant. That is our next secret, the dissolving power of divine love. One of the greatest secrets I ever learned, and one that I have spoken into the lives of countless people who came to me in despair, is this. No matter how tangled the situation, no matter how dark the condition, no matter how strong the chains of resentment, fear, or envy appear, divine love can dissolve it all in an instant. Divine love is the great solvent. It breaks down what does not belong to you. It sweeps away the counterfeit. It removes the walls that shut you in, and it prepares the way for your true good to enter. You may have been told that time heals, that years are required for bitterness to fade, that long struggles are needed to undo wrong conditions. But I tell you, love works swifter than time, stronger than willpower, and more perfectly than struggle. The moment you release resentment and speak the word of love, the crooked is made straight, the walls fall flat, and harmony appears. Resentment is a prison, envy is a poison, fear is a chain. These are the real thieves of life, and they are always internal. People imagine that their enemies are outside. That person wronged me, they say, and because of them my life is ruined. But the truth is the only enemy is the picture you hold and the feeling you rehearse. If you carry bitterness, it lodges in your own consciousness, and the law impartial and exact reproduces it as loss, delay, and disappointment. If you envy another's blessing, you shut the door on your own. If you rehearse fear, you magnetize the very thing you dread. That is why the scriptures say, the walls of Jericho fell down when the people shouted. What was that shout? It was the shout of truth. It was the release of faith. It was the decree of love that dissolved the barriers of resentment and opened the way into the promised land. I recall a woman who came to me filled with jealousy because a friend had received a beautiful gift. She admitted that the envy burned within her, and she could not rejoice. I said to her, "Speak this word. What God has done for others, He now does for me and more." She obeyed. Within days, she received an exact duplicate of the gift her friend had been given. And on top of that, an additional present. Do you see the law at work? Envy had blocked her blessing. But the moment she dissolved it with truth and love, her own gift rushed in. Another woman once stood before me, trembling with hatred toward one who had wronged her. She said, "I cannot forgive. I cannot let it go." I said, "You must, not for their sake, but for your own. For as long as you carry hatred, you carry chains. Speak this word. I cast the burden of resentment on the Christ within me, and I go free." She repeated it again and again, and soon the heavy cloud lifted. Peace returned to her heart. The situation itself, which had seemed impossible, shifted in her favor without effort. Why? Because she let divine love dissolve the poison, and when the poison was gone, the law could bring her good. So I say to you, do not wait for years. Do not beg for time to heal. Do not rehearse wrongs. Begin now to dissolve every false condition with love. Say, divine love now dissolves everything that is not of itself. Resentment goes, envy goes, fear goes, love sweeps clean. Love makes clear. Love brings my good. The subconscious cannot resist it. The outer world must obey it. Love is the key that melts the iron doors, crumbles the brick walls, breaks the heavy chains, and leads you into freedom. Look closely at your life. Where are you held back? Is it an unforgiven wrong? Is it an envy you dare not admit? Is it a fear that grips you in secret? Whatever it is, love is greater and love can dissolve it in a moment. Say to yourself, this condition is unreal. It has no permanence. It is dissolved by divine love now, and the perfect state appears in its place. Do not think of love as weak, sentimental, or soft. Divine love is the strongest force in the universe. It is not passive. It is powerful. It is not fragile. It is mighty. It is the great bulldozer that flattens the walls of Jericho. It is the great fire that melts the chains. It is the great solvent that washes away wrong and leaves only truth standing. Transition. And when wrong is dissolved, when the poison of resentment is washed away, when the counterfeit collapses, what appears in its place? The perfect pattern, the fourth-dimensional world, where everything is finished and complete. And that is where we must look next. Here is a secret that turns the key in the lock of limitation. You must stop living by appearances and step into the fourth dimension. The world of truth. The world of appearances is a liar. It shouts lack when abundance is already prepared. It shows sickness when health is already yours. It parades delay when the blessing is at the door. Most men and women are prisoners of this world of appearances. They stare at the visible. They rehearse what they see and they declare it as final. They say, I am sick. I am poor. I am alone. I am defeated. And because their words are law, they sow the very seed of the thing they dread. But the wise soul knows this world of appearances is only the shadow, not the substance. Behind the shadow stands the eternal pattern already finished, already perfect, already waiting to be called into view. That is the fourth dimension. In the fourth dimension, time and space are illusions. Everything is here now. Your heart's desire is not waiting to be made. It is already made. Your healing is not somewhere far off. It is already complete. Your abundance is not being gathered slowly. It already exists in the storehouse of spirit. What you call future is simply what you have not yet dared to claim. When Jesus said, "Lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest," he was not speaking of grain. He was speaking of this fourth-dimensional truth. The harvest is already ripe. The supply is already finished. The victory is already won. The only question is, will you lift up your eyes? Will you look beyond appearances into truth? Let me give you a picture. In the scriptures, we read of the kings who were told by the prophet to dig ditches in a dry valley. There was no sign of rain, no cloud in the sky, no stream nearby. To dig ditches seemed madness. And yet they obeyed. They dug the ditches, they prepared the channels, and without wind, without rain, water filled the valley and supplied the army. That is fourth-dimensional faith. That is acting as though the thing is already complete. Even when appearances deny it, they prepared the vessels and the supply rushed in. That is your task. Prepare your ditch even in the desert. I recall a student who longed for a home. There was no money, no opportunity, no open door. Yet she prepared as though the home were already hers. She bought little furnishings. She imagined herself walking through the rooms. She spoke the word of thanksgiving. I give thanks for my divinely prepared home, divinely financed under grace and in perfect ways. Soon, without struggle, the home appeared. Appearances had said, impossible. The fourth dimension said, already finished. And by aligning with the fourth dimension, she stepped into it. So how do you live in this higher realm? First, you must refuse to judge by sight. Do not rehearse the negative report. Do not repeat the doctor's verdict. Do not declare the balance of your bank account as final. These are appearances, shadows, temporary illusions. Say instead, I look beyond appearances. I see truth. I see health. I see supply. I see victory. And I call it into view. Now, second, you must act as though it were already done. Prepare the ditch, buy the trunk, set the table. Make room for the blessing. Do not wait for evidence. Create the evidence by your faith. Third, you must continually declare the reality of the fourth dimension. For the word spoken brings the invisible into the visible. Say daily, the fields are white with harvest. My supply is ripe. My good is here. I walk in the finished work of spirit. Now, let me ask you, are you staring at the shadows and calling them real? Or are you lifting your eyes to the finished fields of truth? Are you dwelling in the desert, or are you digging your ditch? Are you crying for rain? Or are you acting as though the valley is already filled? The fourth dimension is not far off. It is here. It is yours too. Enter. And here is the affirmation that anchors this reality. I do not judge by appearances. I look beyond into the world of truth. I see my heart's desire finished, complete, established. Now I prepare my ditch and my supply rushes in under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it until the shadows dissolve. Speak it until the inner picture is clear. Speak it until the outer aligns with the inner. For when you live in the fourth dimension, miracles are no longer rare. They are daily law. Transition. And so you see that your divine design is already complete, already perfect, already waiting for recognition. But perhaps you ask, how do I hold to this truth when doubts attack? How do I remain steady when fear whispers? That brings us to the next great section. Breaking the power of fear and delay once and for all. Here is the truth that so many souls stumble over. Fear and delay are not two separate enemies. They are one and the same. Fear is the mother of delay. Fear is the architect of postponement. Fear whispers, it will take time. It will be hard. It may never happen. And the subconscious, which always obeys, carries out the command like a faithful servant. Fear writes the record of defeat, and delay is the harvest. But listen to me carefully. Fear has no substance of its own. It is only faith turned upside down. It is belief in the power of evil instead of belief in the power of good. It is confidence in disaster instead of confidence in deliverance. The moment you expose fear as false faith, as counterfeit faith, you see it crumble. And when fear is gone, delay vanishes with it. For nothing remains to hold your good back. How many people have told me, I have affirmed and affirmed, yet nothing changes. They say, Florence, I have spoken the word, but the demonstration has not come. And when I look closely, I see that they have been speaking with their lips, but canceling with their hearts. They have declared abundance yet rehearsed lack in secret. They have spoken health yet feared sickness at night. They have affirmed love yet nursed bitterness in the dark. They have said the words but not smashed the record. For the subconscious is like a photograph. It plays back whatever has been recorded, whether true or false, whether good or evil, whether faith or fear. If the old record of fear is still running, your new word cannot be heard. The first task is to break the record, to shatter the groove, to cast out the old vibration, and to engrave a new one of faith and truth. I once counseled a man who for years had carried the thought, I am always unlucky. He spoke it often, half in justice, half in despair. It had become his favorite phrase. And sure enough, he was unlucky. He lost opportunities. He missed connections. He watched others succeed while he failed. When he came to me, I said, you have built this unlucky track in your mind. You are like a train stuck on the wrong rails. The more you declare it, the deeper the groove, and the more inevitable the result. Now you must smash the record. I gave him this affirmation. I am lucky. I am divinely guided. Nothing but good comes to me. Every door swings wide. Every delay dissolves. My way is made clear. At first, it felt strange to him. For the old groove resisted, but he persisted, and soon the outer world shifted. Doors opened. Opportunities appeared. He began to say to me, "Florence, it is uncanny. Things just fall into place." It was not uncanny, it was the law. He had smashed the record of fear and delay and recorded a new one of faith and speed. Delay is always fear in disguise. People say it takes time to heal. No, it takes faith to heal. People say it takes time to prosper. No, it takes truth to prosper. People say someday my good will come. No, your good is already here waiting for your recognition. Every time you postpone, every time you outline a far-off future, you push your and good away. You must bring it into the present with your word. Say, I receive my good now. I walk in my healing now. I enter my abundance now. Delay is dissolved. Fear is cast out and the law works instantly. So I ask you, what records are still running in your mind? What grooves of fear keep you bound to delay? Are you still saying, things never work out for me? Are you still thinking, I'll never get ahead? Are you still fearing, what if I fail again? If so, you are sowing delay. But the moment you recognize it, you can smash it. Take the hammer of truth and strike the old record. Say aloud, I break every record of fear. I smash every groove of delay. I erase every picture of defeat. I engrave new records of speed, abundance, health, love, and perfect self-expression. By divine law, my good appears now. And keep striking until the old record is shattered, until the new song plays clear and strong. Remember this, the law is instant. The delay is only in you. The law is swift. The hesitation is only in your fear. The law is perfect. The obstruction is only in your old record. Smash the record, cast the burden, declare the truth, and watch how quickly the tide turns. You will be amazed how fast fear vanishes when faced with faith, how swiftly delay dissolves when met with a bold now transition. And this brings us to a mighty practice that I have given to countless souls in bondage. The practice of casting the burden onto Christ within. For once the burden is lifted, the record of fear is broken, and the subconscious is free to create anew. That is where we turn next. Here is a practice so simple that the reasoning mind despises it, and yet so powerful that it has delivered thousands from despair in an instant. The practice of casting the burden. Every man and woman carries burdens. Some carry the burden of money, debts that press like a weight upon the chest. Others carry the burden of sickness, dragging the body like a heavy dar chain. Others carry the burden of broken relationships, of bitterness, of loneliness, of disappointment. And still others carry the burden of fear itself, fear of the future, fear of loss, fear of death. These burdens are heavy, and those who carry them grow stooped and weary. But Christ said, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." This is not a poetic invitation. This is a law. The Christ within you, the God self at the center of your being, is the burden bearer. And when you cast the burden onto him, it is lifted from you in an instant. But most people will not cast their burdens. They insist on carrying them. They say, "It is my problem. I must solve it. I must carry it until I find a way." And so they stagger, bent double under the load, never realizing that they are playing Pharaoh's slaves, making bricks without straw. When freedom has been purchased for them, the moment you say, "I cast this burden upon the Christ within me," something happens. The subconscious, which had been locked on the problem, is released. Infinite intelligence takes over, and the solution appears swift and perfect. The burden that seemed impossible is gone, and the miracle steps in. I recall a woman who came to me wringing her hands over a lawsuit. She said, "Florence, the case is lost. I cannot fight it. I cannot sleep. The fear is crushing me." I said to her, "Then stop fighting. Cast the burden. Say, I cast this burden of lawsuit on the Christ within me and I go free. He is my defense, my shield, my deliverer. I do not fight. I rest and the victory is won." She obeyed. She repeated it until peace entered her mind. The next time she came to me, her face was shining. The case was settled in my favor. She said it was miraculous. What had seemed hopeless turned in a day. That was no accident. That was the law. She cast the burden, and the Christ within carried it. Another woman came to me burdened with illness. She had rehearsed every symptom, every fear, every doctor's verdict. I said, "You are carrying the burden yourself, and that is why you are crushed. Say, I cast this burden of sickness on the Christ within me. I do not accept it. It is not mine. The Christ within is my health, my strength, my life. I go free, she obeyed, and with every repetition, her body lightened, her eyes cleared, her fear dissolved. Soon the sickness too dissolved, for it had lost its power when she laid it down. This practice is not passive. It is not resignation. It is the highest form of action. To cast the burden is to release the false and give it to the only one who can dissolve it. It is to stop wrestling with shadows and let the light of Christ shine them away. And once the burden is cast, you must refuse to pick it up again. Do not pray it back onto your shoulders. Do not worry it back into your mind. Each time the thought returns, say again, I have cast this burden on the Christ within me. It is no longer mine. I am free. I rest in the victory already won. So I ask you, what burden are you still carrying? What weight do you still drag behind you? Is it money? Is it sickness? Is it fear? Is it resentment? Whatever it is, cast it now. Say aloud, I cast this burden upon the Christ within me and I go free. Do not argue. Do not plan. Cast it and rest. For the Christ within you is mighty. He never slumbers nor sleeps. He knows ways you know not of. He works through channels unseen, methods unknown, doors you cannot imagine. And when he carries it, it is solved. Remember the words of the psalmist. Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. Not he may, not he might, but he shall. This is law. This is certainty. This is the rest that comes when the heavy load is lifted, and you walk upright, free, light, victorious. Transition. And once the burden is cast, once the fear is lifted, once the old record is shattered, a new record must be engraved. For nature abhors a vacuum, and the subconscious, once emptied, must be filled with truth. And that brings us to the next great secret. Engraving the new reality with the spoken word. Once the burden is cast, once fear is dissolved, once the old record is shattered, the work is not finished. It has only just begun. For you cannot leave the subconscious mind empty. Nature abhors a vacuum, and the subconscious, that faithful servant, demands new orders. If you do not engrave truth upon it, error will creep back in. If you do not sow good seed, weeds will sprout. That is why after casting the burden, you must immediately begin to engrave the new reality. You must etch the picture of victory, health, wealth, and love so deeply into the hidden places of your mind that nothing contrary can take root. This is done through the spoken word, repeated with conviction, charged with faith, saturated with the power of God. Every word you speak is like a chisel against the stone of your subconscious. Strike long enough, strike strong enough, and the image of truth will be carved deep and permanent, and your outer life will rise to match it. Many people make the mistake of thinking a casual word will undo years of fear. They speak a truth once or twice, half believing, half doubting, and then grow discouraged when nothing seems to change. But the old record has been playing for years, and the grooves run deep. To overwrite them, you must strike again and again with joy, with persistence, with certainty. Each affirmation is a blow of the hammer, each declaration a mark of the chisel, until the old picture is completely replaced with the new. And here is the wonder. The moment the new picture is engraved, the subconscious rushes to carry it out. The body obeys, the circumstances obey, the people and opportunities around you obey. For the subconscious never questions, it only executes. I recall a woman who had lived for years in poverty. Her words had always been, I never have enough. Money slips through my hands. I can't afford it. These words had etched grooves of lack so deep that her entire life was a portrait of insufficiency. When she came to me, I said, you must engrave a new reality. Take this word and speak it until it is etched upon your heart. God is my immediate supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways. At first it felt like a lie to her, for her purse was empty, her rent unpaid, but she persisted. She struck the chisel daily. She declared it morning and night, and soon unexpected channels opened, gifts flowed in, opportunities appeared. Within a year, she was living in abundance. What changed? Not the outer world first, but the engraving of the inner picture. The new record replaced the old, and the law did the rest. Another student longed for healing. The doctors had declared her incurable, and the old record of sickness played constantly in her mind. I said to her, "Erase that record. Cast the burden now in grave health. Say, divine love floods my consciousness with light, and every cell of my body is filled with radiant health. I am strong, I am whole, I am well." She spoke it even when she felt weak. She declared it even when symptoms screamed otherwise, and as the new record took hold, her body responded. She walked free of the condition that had bound her not by struggle, but by engraving a new reality through the spoken word. So I ask you now, what record are you still allowing to play? Is it the record of failure repeating, "I can't, I can't, I can't"? Is it the record of sickness declaring, "I am weak, I am broken"? Is it the record of poverty saying, "There is never enough"? Smash it, cast it out, and replace it with a record of truth. Choose your words, write them upon your heart, and declare them until they are engraved. Then watch as your life becomes a DC reflection of that new engraving. Here is a practice. Take one affirmation of truth, the one that speaks most to your need, and repeat it throughout the day. Not mechanically, but with feeling, with joy, with thanksgiving. Let it be the song on your lips, the rhythm of your heartbeat. Say, "I am divinely guided. I am divinely provided for. I am divinely protected. I am divinely prospered." Each repetition is a stroke of the chisel, carving truth deeper into your being. And soon the old record will be gone, and the new reality will stand unshakable. Remember, delay comes when the old record still plays. Speed comes when the new record is engraved. Cast the burden, smash the fear, then engrave the truth, and your demonstration will not linger. It will spring forth like a fountain, immediate and unstoppable transition. And this leads us into the rhythm of life itself. For once you have engraved the new reality, you must walk in it steady and unwavering, no matter what appearances may whisper. For the word spoken not only breaks the old and engraves the new, it commands your world into order. That is the next secret we will unfold, the spoken word as immediate command. Now we step into the highest use of the word. The place where speech is no longer mere description but command, no longer repetition but decree. For the tongue of man was never given simply to chatter or to complain. It was given as the scepter of dominion. Life and death are in the power of the tongue, declared the scripture, and those who understand this wield their words as kings and queens, speaking not timidly, not vaguely, not someday, but now commanding reality to obey divine law. You have heard me say again and again that words are wands, and the wand is in your hand. One sentence spoken in faith can shatter years of bondage. One affirmation declared with conviction can open the door of supply, heal the body, restore the relationship, or dissolve the obstacle. This is not magic as the world calls it. It is divine law, and the law is unfailing. Consider the law of wealth. The world says you must labor endlessly, save with fear, scrape and hoard, struggle and compete, and perhaps you will gain a little. But divine law says God is your supply, and large sums of money come to you quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways. When you speak this, you are not begging for money. You are commanding the invisible substance to take form. You are declaring to the universe, "I will not live in lack. I align with the storehouses of heaven, and the law obeys." I knew a woman crushed by a debt of $3 and with no possible channel in sight. She was drowning in fear, but I gave her this affirmation. I cast this burden of debt on the Christ within me. I am free to receive abundance. I give thanks that the money which is mine by divine right now appears under grace in a perfect way. She clung to it. She repeated it. She commanded with her tongue. Soon, in a way she could never have outlined, the entire debt was cleared, and more remained in her hand. That is the spoken word as command. And consider the law of health. The world says sickness is inevitable, decline is natural, pain is permanent. But divine law says divine love floods my consciousness with light, and every cell of my body is healed, renewed, and restored. When you speak this, you are not describing what you wish for. You are commanding what already exists in truth to manifest in form. You are saying, "Let there be light in this body, and let every shadow flee." And I have seen tumors vanish, diseases dissolve, strength return simply because the tongue dared to declare health with conviction. The body is the servant of the subconscious, and the subconscious obeys the word. And what of work, of service, of purpose? Many wander in confusion, begging for employment, fearing unemployment, worrying over lack of direction. But the word of I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. Speak it and you align yourself with the divine design of your life. Doors swing open, positions are offered, and the perfect work that belongs to you appears not by force, not by chance, but by command. I have given this affirmation to many who thought they had no place, and they returned to me saying, "It was uncanny." The offer came out of nowhere, and it was better than I could have dreamed. It was not uncanny. It was the law. The word commanded and the world obeyed. Now let me remind you, to speak a command is not to plead. Pleading is weakness. Command is power. Do not say, "Oh God, please send me money. Please heal me. Please open the way." That is begging, and begging has no power. Say instead, "I give thanks that supply appears now. I give thanks that health is mine now. I give thanks that the way is open now." Speak as one who knows, not as one who doubts. Speak as one in authority, for you are made in the image of the Creator. And the Creator spoke the world into being. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. The same power is in your tongue. Dare to use it. Dare to command. Dare to say, "Let there be," and watch it appear. So I ask you, what are you commanding with your words today? Are you commanding delay by saying, "It will take time"? Are you commanding sickness by saying, "I always get ill in winter"? Are you commanding lack by saying, "Money slips through my fingers"? Then stop. Withdraw those decrees at once. Cancel them with truth. Speak instead, "I live in divine abundance. My health is radiant. My path is clear. I walk in victory now." For the spoken word is law, and every law obeys the one who commands with faith. Here is your affirmation. I speak the word, and it is accomplished. My words are seeds of power. I command health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression now, and by divine law. It appears under grace and in perfect ways. Declare it until it becomes the very rhythm of your being. Speak it until every atom of your body vibrates with it. Speak it until the universe resounds with it. And then stand still and watch the salvation of the Lord. Transition. For the spoken word is not a whisper. It is a decree. It is not a request. It is a command. And once you have learned to command, you must also learn to walk in the poise that holds it, refusing to be shaken no matter what appearances arise. That is the next key on this path. Remaining unshaken and walking through every open door. We come now to one of the greatest needs of mankind. The question that sits heavy on the heart of countless souls. The matter of supply, of money, of provision. Let me say it plain and without hesitation. God is your supply, not your job, not your bank, not the market, not even the generous hand of another person. God alone is the source, and money is but one of his instruments. Money is not substance. It is symbol. It is freedom. It is circulation. It is energy made visible. And the one who understands this never bows to money as master, never fears its lack, never clutches it with anxious hands. The one who understands stands upright and says, "God is my supply." Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways, and the law obeys. Because the law is exact, you must begin to declare wealth, not as some far-off dream, but as a present reality. Stop saying, "I can't afford this." Stop saying, "I am always broke." Stop rehearsing phrases of poverty. Every word you speak is a decree. And when you speak lack, you engrave lack upon your life. Do you not see how the world trains you to repeat phrases of insufficiency, to sigh over bills, to groan over prices, to say with resignation, "That's too much for me"? Each of these is a curse upon your own supply. Each one shuts the door. But the moment you reverse the word, the moment you begin to declare wealth, the doors swing open. Say instead, "I give thanks that I am rich in substance, rich in ideas, rich in opportunities, and rich in money. My supply is limitless, my purse is filled, my channels are open, and abundance flows to me now." Speak it until the old habit of poverty is broken. I remember a woman who came to me with only 2 boughs in her purse. Her face was drawn with fear. "Florence," she said, "this is all I have." I replied, "Bless it. Declare it the magic purse of spirit that can never be depleted." I gave her the affirmation. As money goes out, immediately money flows in. I never deplete, for my purse is filled with the inexhaustible riches of God. She obeyed. She stopped cursing her lack and began blessing her purse. Within a short time, she was given 60,000, a fortune compared to where she stood before. That was no accident. That was the law. Swift and sure responding to the word. Another man came to me, bound by debt, harassed by creditors, nearly crushed under the load of $3,000 he could not pay. Reason told him he was finished. Appearances declared defeat. But I said to him, cast the burden and speak the word. Say, I cast this burden of debt on the Christ within me. I am free to receive my abundance. I give thanks that the money which is mine by divine right now appears quickly and easily under grace in perfect ways. He repeated it faithfully, though appearances denied it. Within a short time, the money appeared, the debt was cleared, and he stood free. Again, the law obeyed the spoken word. So I ask you, how do you speak of money? Do you call it scarce? Do you call it hard to come by? Do you groan when you pay a bill, sending out words of resistance? Then no wonder it flees from you. You must change your speech. You must change your declarations. When you pay a bill, bless it. Say, I pay this in joy, and it returns to me multiplied. When you see money, bless it. Say, money flows freely to me and through me. I am a channel of divine supply. When you think of your future, declare, I walk in abundance. I am rich in every good thing. I have more than enough. And I share freely. Do not wait for evidence. Do not wait for your purse to swell before you speak. Speak first and the evidence will follow. That is the law. Faith precedes manifestation. The word goes out before the supply appears. Speak it and it is done. Here's an affirmation to engrave upon your heart. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways. I am rich. I am free. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Say it until you feel it. Say it until fear vanishes. Say it until you walk with the dignity of one who knows their source is unlimited. And then watch how swiftly channels open, gifts appear, opportunities arise, debts dissolve, and abundance flows. For wealth is not a future, it is a present. It is not a maybe, it is a law. It is not reserved for others. It belongs to you as much as to anyone. For God is no respecter of persons. The question is not will the supply come. The question is will you declare it, transition. And once you learn to declare wealth with authority, you will see the same power works in every dimension of life. If words can command money, they can command health. If the tongue can draw riches, it can restore the body. That is our next revelation. The spoken word of healing, health declared into being. There is no bondage more feared by humanity than the bondage of sickness. And yet I tell you with the authority of divine law. Health is your birthright. Vitality is your natural state. And disease has no power except the power you give it through fear and speech. The body is not master. The body is servant. It does not think. It does not argue. It does not choose. It obeys the blueprint impressed upon the subconscious, and that blueprint is drawn by your words. If you declare, I am always sick, I always catch what's going around, I am weak, I am failing, then your body must obey and produce the very pictures you have given it. If you declare, I am strong, I am radiant, I am whole, divine life flows through me, then the cells and tissues, the blood and nerves, the organs and bones, all hear the command and reorganize themselves to obey. Life and death are in the power of the tongue, and the tongue governs the body as surely as it governs circumstances. I have seen this law approved again and again. A woman once came to me in terror, convinced she carried an incurable disease. She had spoken of it, read about it, rehearsed it, lived in dread of it, and sure enough, her body began to show the symptoms. Fear had written the record, and the body played it back. I said to her, stop rehearsing the lie. Smash that record now. Say, divine love floods my consciousness with light and every cell of my body is filled with radiant health. I am strong. I am whole. I am well. Speak it until the body obeys. She obeyed. She stopped declaring sickness and began declaring health. In time, the symptoms vanished. Her fear dissolved and she walked in freedom. The body had simply responded to a new command. Another woman facing constant exhaustion said to me, I can't go on. I am worn out, I said. Then of course you are worn out, for you have said it. Speak instead, I am alive with the life of spirit. Every atom of my being is charged with divine energy. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. She changed her word, and as she changed her word, her strength returned. It was not medicine. It was not struggle. It was not chance. It was the law of the spoken word manifesting in her body. So I ask you now, what are you saying about your health? Are you echoing the world's talk of disease, repeating names of affliction, giving power to every diagnosis and every symptom? Or are you declaring truth, speaking life, engraving health into the very core of your being? Remember, the subconscious does not argue. It does not say this disease is real. This sickness is proven. It only says yes, master, and obeys your decree. If you decree weakness, weakness appears. If you decree health, health appears. Never forget the body is a perfect instrument made in the image of the divine. It contains within it the pattern of eternal youth, eternal life, eternal wholeness. The only reason you do not see it is because you have buried it under the rubble of fear and false words. But the moment you speak truth, the rubble falls away and the perfect pattern shines through. That is why Jesus, when he healed, always spoke the word, "Be thou made whole." He did not beg. He did not plead. He commanded and the body obeyed. For the spoken word is law. Here is an affirmation for you to engrave upon your heart. Divine love floods my consciousness with light, and my whole body is radiant with health. Every organ is perfect. Every cell is alive. Every function is in order. For I am the temple of the living God, and no evil can dwell within me. Speak it daily. Speak it boldly. Speak it when you feel strong and when you feel weak, and you will see your body align. You may say, but the doctor has said this illness is incurable. And I say to you, with God all things are possible. What is incurable to man is nothing to spirit. Spirit made your body and spirit can restore it. Do not repeat the doctor's decree. Speak God's decree. You may say, but my family has always been sick. And I say, break the record. You are not bound by heredity. You are bound only by your words. Declare a new inheritance. The inheritance of health, strength, vitality, and long life. Health is not far off. Health is here now. The moment you stop giving power to sickness and start giving power to truth, the body obeys. For the law of the spoken word is instant, exact, unfailing. Declare health and health is yours. Transition. And once you have learned to command money and health with your word, you will see that the same law governs your work, your purpose, your service. For just as you can speak wealth into being and health into form, you can also declare right work, perfect expression, and joyful service. That is where we turn next. There is no area where fear and confusion grip humanity more tightly than in the matter of work. What men call career, occupation, livelihood, calling. How many walk the streets weary and broken because they believe themselves out of place, without purpose, trapped in toil that drains the life but does not satisfy the soul? How many cling to employment they despise, fearing to leave lest they starve, while others wander unemployed, declaring over and over, "There is nothing for me. There is no place for me. I cannot find my way." These words are curses, and they engrave themselves on the subconscious until the outer world reflects them in frustration and despair. But I tell you plainly, there is a perfect work prepared for every soul. There is a place that belongs to you, and no one else can fill it. There is a channel of service that matches your gift, a way of expression that satisfies your heart, a door of labor that brings not only pay but joy. It is already finished in the divine design, and it will appear the moment you declare it with your word. Never say there is no work for me. Never say I am stuck where I am. Never say I must accept what I can get. These are words of bondage. Say instead, I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. This affirmation is a golden key. I have given it to countless students, and I have seen it open doors again and again, often with breathtaking speed. The word spoken sets the law in motion, and the law cannot fail. Let me tell you of a young man who had lost his employment and drifted in despair. He came to me saying, "Florence, I have knocked at every door and none open. I cannot go on." I gave him the affirmation. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. At first he doubted, but I told him, "Speak it anyway." for faith grows with repetition. He began to declare it daily. Not long after, he was offered a position that matched his talents, paid him more than before, and gave him joy. He returned to me with shining face and said, "The words worked like magic." It was not magic, it was law. Another woman trapped in work she hated declared this affirmation until the doors opened for her to begin a new path, one that brought joy and prosperity. She said to me, "I had been clinging to the wrong out of fear, but once I began declaring the right, the wrong dissolved and the right appeared." That is how the law always works. So I ask you now, how do you speak about your work? Do you complain, "I hate my job, but I must endure"? Do you declare, "No one wants what I have to give"? Do you repeat, "There is nothing better for me"? If so, you are engraving lack of work upon your life. Stop at once. Change your words. Say instead, "The divine design of my life now brings me perfect work, perfect service, perfect pay. I love what I do. I bless what I give, and I prosper in joy." Do not be afraid to release the wrong. Many cling to poor work out of fear, and by so doing, they block the right work from appearing. But when you speak the word and declare the truth, the wrong dissolves, and the right rushes in. The law never leaves you empty. One door shuts, another opens, one channel dries, another flows. One task ends, a better one begins. When you declare right work, you enter the current of divine supply, and the current never fails. Here is your affirmation. I am now in my perfect work. I do what I love. I give perfect service in perfect ways. I receive perfect pay, and I am divinely compensated for all that I give. Declare it daily, and soon you will find yourself not struggling for a place, but moving naturally into the place already prepared for you. Work is not drudgery, it is expression. Work is not punishment, it is fulfillment. Work is not bondage, it is freedom when divinely chosen, and the divine design already holds your place. Your part is to declare it until the law brings it into view. Transition. And once you understand this law of work, you see that the spoken word governs every arena of life. With your word, you command wealth. With your word, you command health. With your word, you command work. And now with your word, you must command victory itself. Walking not as one who begs for blessings, but as one who knows the game is already won. Victory is not something to be gained in the future, nor is it a reward handed out after long years of struggle. Victory is a state of consciousness, and it is claimed with the tongue. The world teaches you to fight, to push, to wrestle, to prove yourself worthy. And maybe if fortune is kind, you will one day win. But divine law says something altogether different. You already stand victorious, for the Christ within you has overcome the world. The outer appearance may still look like defeat, but the truth is finished in the invisible. And the moment you declare it, the moment you align your word with that eternal triumph, the outer conditions rearrange themselves to reveal what has always been true. You are more than a conqueror. I tell you plainly, there is no defeat except the defeat you accept with your words. You may stumble, but if you declare, "I am defeated," then you carve that defeat into your destiny. If you fall but instead declare, "I am upheld, I rise again, I cannot be overcome," then the fall becomes only a ride, step toward higher ground. The battle is never lost in the field of appearances. It is lost or won on the lips. That is why I say never voice failure, never declare defeat, never prophesy disaster. For every word is a prophecy, every sentence is a decree. Every utterance is a seed. Plant seeds of victory, and victory must spring forth. I remember a student who had endured repeated failures in business. Each attempt collapsed. Each door seemed to close, and he began to speak constantly of his bad luck. When he came to me, I said, "Stop engraving defeat. Begin engraving victory." I gave him this affirmation: "Every plan of my life prospers. Every door opens. Every step I take is guided, and I walk in victory." Now he obeyed. At first the outer still looked bleak, but he persisted, and soon a new opportunity arose. This time he walked into it not with fear, but with the consciousness of victory. The business flourished, prospered, and multiplied. He said to me afterward, "It was as though I had stepped into a new world, but in truth it was the same world seen through new words." Another woman, crushed by the weight of repeated disappointments in love, said to me, "Florence, I am cursed. Happiness is not for me. I said, you are prophesying your own curse. Smash that word and speak truth. Say, I walk in victory. Love surrounds me. My right relationship appears now under grace in perfect ways. She obeyed, though at first her lips trembled. But the more she declared it, the more her heart lifted. Soon she met a man who loved her with sincerity, and the relationship blossomed in harmony. Her victory was not created in that moment. It was always hers. Her words simply called it forth. So I ask you, what are you declaring today? Are you speaking of your defeats, rehearsing them like a tragic song? Are you telling the world about your failures, carving them deeper into your life? Or are you daring to declare victory, even when appearances mock you? Remember this, appearances are shadows, words are substance. Appearances will pass, but words endure and shape what is to come. Speak victory and the shadows will scatter. Here is an affirmation to engrave deeply. I am victorious. I am triumphant. I am upheld by the law of God and nothing can defeat me. Every obstacle is dissolved. Every enemy thought is overcome. I walk in victory now under grace in perfect ways. Speak it daily. Speak it boldly. Speak it when you feel strong and when you feel weak. Let it become the rhythm of your heart, the banner over your life, the song in your mouth. Victory is not loud boasting, nor is it frantic striving. True victory is calm, poised unshaken. It is the quiet assurance that says, though appearances roar, though storms rage, I remain unmoved. For the Christ within me has already conquered. Stand in that assurance. Speak it until you feel it. Declare it until it shines through you. For victory is not coming, it is here. Victory is not earned, it is inherited. Victory is not uncertain, it is guaranteed by divine law. Transition. And now we come to the final step of this great journey, the art of walking in that victory daily, living in expectancy, standing in poise, refusing to prepare for failure, and multiplying your blessings through gratitude. Let us step into the permanent change that seals the demonstration. Now that you have learned the law of the word, the dissolving of fear, the casting of the burden, the engraving of truth, and the commanding of supply, health, and work, you must now enter the permanent state of expectancy. For the law of life is not a single demonstration, not a fleeting miracle, not a momentary relief. It is the continual unfolding of divine supply, the daily rhythm of answered prayer, the constant stream of blessings pouring forth as naturally as sunlight. And the one who lives in expectancy lives in continual victory. What does it mean to live in expectancy? It means to rise each morning, saying something wonderful will happen today. My good is rushing toward me. Doors are swinging wide. The law of God is working mightily in my affairs. It means to go to bed each night saying, I thank thee, Father, for another day of miracles. I rest in assurance that tomorrow holds still more wonders. Expectancy is not waiting with anxiety. It is resting with confidence. Expectancy is not begging. Expectancy is not strain. It is poise. So many live in the opposite state, constant dread. They rise saying, what trouble will come today? What bill will arrive? What bad news will I hear? And the law impartial and exact answers those expectations with more of the same. For your life will always meet you at the level of your expectation. If you expect defeat, defeat comes. If you expect delay, delay comes. If you expect sickness, sickness comes. But if you expect blessing, blessing comes. If you expect health, health springs forth. If you expect abundance, abundance flows in. I remember a man who was always afraid of misfortune. He prepared for it constantly. He saved for the rainy day. He rehearsed every possible disaster. He expected loss at every turn. And sure enough, he met what he prepared for. The rainy day came. The disaster arrived. The losses piled up. Finally, he came to me in despair. I said, you have been living in negative expectancy. Reverse it now. Declare, I live in constant expectancy of the best. Only good comes to me. I prepare not for failure but for success, not for loss but for gain, not for sickness but for health. He obeyed, though it felt strange at first. He began to live as though good were on its way, and in time his whole life shifted. Opportunities appeared. Prosperity returned. Joy rose again. All because he changed his expectancy. Another woman lived in continual dread of illness. Every winter she expected to fall sick, and every winter she did. She carried it like a prophecy in her mind. When she came to me, I said, "Stop preparing for illness. Stop expecting sickness. Say instead, I live in constant expectancy of radiant health. My body is the temple of the living God, and only life dwells here. I expect strength, vitality, and joy." She obeyed, and the next winter, for the first time in years, she remained well. The change was not in the weather, not in her family history, not in the doctors. It was in her expectancy. So I ask you now, what are you expecting? Are you expecting your blessing, or are you expecting your downfall? Are you preparing for rain or for harvest? Are you bracing for failure or opening your arms to success? Expectancy is a magnet. Whatever you continually expect must appear. Here is your affirmation. I live in constant expectancy of the best. My good now flows to me in a steady, unbroken stream of abundance, health, joy, and perfect self-expression. I prepare for miracles and miracles appear. Speak it until expectancy becomes your atmosphere, until dread is impossible, until you look out at life and see only open doors, only radiant opportunities, only finished blessings rushing to meet you. For the victorious life is not occasional, it is constant. It is not a rare spark, it is a steady flame. And that steady flame is expectancy transition. And when you live in expectancy, you find that storms no longer shake you, delays no longer disturb you, appearances no longer frighten you, for you walk in poise, unshaken, calm, immovable, because you know the law is working. And that brings us to the next secret. Poise is mastery. The power to stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. One of the greatest secrets of the victorious life, and one that few ever learn to practice, is the secret of poise. The world admires speed, noise, agitation, endless action, but heaven crowns stillness, calm, and balance. To be poised is to be master. To be poised is to remain steady when appearances roar. To be poised is to stand upright when others tremble. To be poised is to look squarely at the storm and declare, "Peace, be still until the winds obey." It is the soul that remains calm under fire, undisturbed by delay, unshaken by loss, unmoved by threats, that proves itself ruler of circumstances. For nothing in the outer world has power over you when you refuse to be disturbed within. Most people collapse the moment trouble knocks at the door. They fly into panic, into worry, into frantic activity. They run here and there, scattering their forces, trying to fix conditions with feverish effort. And the more they strive, the worse it becomes. For their lack of poise sends out waves of fear, and fear multiplies the very condition they wish to escape. But the one who has learned the law stands calm. They do not fight, they do not scramble. They speak the word, they cast the burden, they hold their peace. And the law rushes to their defense, dissolving the obstacle, arranging the demonstration, opening the way. Think of Daniel in the lion's den. The lions were real, the danger apparent. But Daniel was unmoved. He remained poised, confident in his God. And the lions lost their power. Think of Christ asleep in the boat while the storm raged. The disciples panicked, but he slept in peace. Then rose and commanded, "Peace, be still." And the storm obeyed. That is poise as mastery. That is the calm that rules over storms, whether of wind or of circumstance. I recall a man who came to me always restless, always anxious. He said, "Florence, every time a bill comes due, I am shaken to the core. I cannot sleep, I cannot eat, I cannot think straight." I said to him, "That is why the bills multiply. You are giving them power with your fear. You must cultivate poise. Each time a bill arrives, bless it, say, 'I give thanks that this bill is paid in full.' I remain unmoved. God is my supply, and God is never late." He obeyed, though at first his heart still trembled. But the more he declared it, the calmer he became. Soon the bills ceased to terrify him, and not long after his supply increased, and his debts were cleared. Why? Because poise dissolved fear, and fear was the only barrier. Another woman, constantly disturbed by the actions of her family, came to me saying, "Florence, I cannot control them. They upset me. They ruin my peace." I said, "Then you have given them power over you. Stop reacting. Speak the word of poise. Say, nothing disturbs me. Nothing shakes me. I am built upon the rock of Christ and I remain unmoved." She practiced it, and soon the very behavior that once unsettled her lost its sting. Her family did not change at once, but her response did. And because her poise held, the conditions around her softened until harmony appeared. So I ask you, what is shaking you today? Is it money? Is it health? Is it the opinions of others? Is it appearances that look threatening? Whatever it is, you can master it by poise. Stand still. Speak truth. Refuse to be disturbed. Say, I am calm. I am steady. I am unmoved. The Christ within is my rock and I rest upon it. Repeat it until peace flows through you like a river, until your heart beats steady, until your mind clears. And then watch how quickly the outer world bends to your inner calm. Poise is power. Panic is weakness. Poise opens the door for divine law to act swiftly. Panic shuts it tight. If you want to live in permanent victory, cultivate poise. It is the secret of kingship, the proof of mastery, the crown of dominion. Transition. And once you walk in poise, you will no longer prepare for defeat. For the poised soul cannot imagine failure. You will instead refuse to make room for loss and prepare only for gain. That is our next key. The victory mindset that refuses to prepare for failure. One of the gravest mistakes mankind makes, and one that keeps multitudes chained to defeat, is the habit of preparing for failure. You see it everywhere. People put money aside for the rainy day, and the rainy day comes right on schedule. They buy insurance against disaster, rehearsing the thought of calamity until calamity itself is magnetized. They say, I must be practical. I must prepare for the worst. Not realizing that the very preparation is an invitation, a blueprint handed to the subconscious which says, yes, master, and reproduces the very evil they dreaded. Fear disguised as prudence builds the stage for the very tragedy it seeks to avoid. But I tell you, the victorious soul never prepares for failure, never rehearses disaster, never builds for loss. The victorious soul prepares only for success, makes room only for abundance, lays the foundation only for health, and sets the table only for joy. I recall a woman who once said to me, Florence, I am saving for sickness, for I know the day will come when I cannot work. I said, then you have signed the contract. You will have the very sickness you are preparing for. And sure enough, in time it came. But another woman faced with the same fear said instead, I will not prepare for sickness. I will prepare for health. I will live in strength. I will walk in vitality. I will speak life. And she remained strong long past the years when others failed. Do you see the difference? One planted seeds of failure and reaped failure. The other planted seeds of victory and reaped victory. There was once a man who said to me, I must put money aside for old age, for I know the day will come when I am helpless. I said, speak not such words. You are binding yourself to weakness. Say instead, I am strong every day of my life. My youth is renewed like the eagles. I go from strength to strength. I do not decline. I ascend. He obeyed and the years passed, and he outlived those who had prepared for decline. Walking upright, vigorous, and full of life, you must see it clearly. What you prepare for, you invite. What you expect, you create. What you make room for, you receive. The world tells you to brace for disappointment, to expect the worst, to prepare for failure, to plan for loss. But divine law says, prepare only for your good, make room for blessings. Expect miracles, lay the foundation for success. Remember the widow in Scripture who was told by the prophet to borrow vessels, not a few, and fill them with oil. If she had prepared only a handful, she would have received only a handful, but she borrowed many, and the oil flowed until every vessel was full. That is the law. Your supply is measured not by God's limit, for He has none, but by your preparation. If you prepare little, you receive little. If you prepare much, you receive much. So I ask you now, what are you preparing for? Are you building for health or for sickness? Are you saving for lack or for abundance? Are you expecting storms or preparing for harvest? Stop rehearsing defeat. Stop bracing for disaster. Stop making room for sorrow. Begin instead to make room for joy. Buy the vessel for oil. Set the table for the feast. Clear the space for your abundance. Speak the word. I prepare only for my good. I expect only blessings. I refuse every thought of failure, and I welcome only success. Here is an affirmation to engrave upon your heart. I refuse to prepare for failure. I prepare only for victory. I prepare only for abundance. I prepare only for joy. My life is a house made ready for miracles, and miracles enter daily under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it often, and soon you will see how swiftly fear dissolves, How quickly opportunities arise, how naturally success appears. For the law cannot resist expectancy, and what you prepare for must appear. Victory is a mindset. It is not waiting for life to prove itself. It is proving life with your word. It is saying, I will not make a bed for failure. I will not set a table for lack. I will not build a shelter for sickness. I will make room only for success, only for joy, only for the overflowing abundance that belongs to me by divine right. And when you speak this, when you live this, when you prepare for this, you will see that victory follows you like a shadow, blessing you in the city, blessing you in the field, blessing you in your going out, and in your coming in transition. And once you stop preparing for failure and begin preparing only for success, you unlock the greatest secret of all, the power of gratitude. For gratitude multiplies what you have. Gratitude expands what you see. Gratitude transforms a little into much. And gratitude seals the victory forever. That is our final key, multiplying the loaves and fishes through thanksgiving. Now we come to the crown of the victorious life, the secret that seals every demonstration and multiplies every blessing. The law of gratitude. Gratitude is not mere politeness, nor is it a timid whisper of thanks. Gratitude is power. Gratitude is multiplication. Gratitude is the magnet that draws increase, the current that doubles supply, the law that multiplies the loaves and fishes. The scriptures tell us that when the multitudes were hungry, and there were only a few loaves and fishes in sight, Jesus did not complain of lack. He did not beg for more. He did not rehearse insufficiency. He lifted up what little he had, gave thanks, and it multiplied until every soul was fed, and much remained. That is not legend. It is law. Whatever you bless increases. Whatever you thank God for multiplies. Whatever you curse diminishes. Most people do not understand this. They complain over their small purse, and it shrinks smaller still. They groan over their sickness, and it grows worse. They sigh over their troubles, and the troubles multiply. Complaint is a seed, and it brings forth after its kind. But gratitude is also a seed, and it brings forth increase. The one who learns to live in continuous thanksgiving has discovered the secret of unending multiplication. I tell you, I have seen small incomes grow into great fortunes, frail health turn into radiant vitality, lonely hearts surrounded by love, all because of gratitude. I recall a woman who came to me holding $1 in her hand. "This is all I have," she said. Her voice was heavy with complaint. I said, "Then you have already cursed it and it will fly from you. But bless it. Thank God for it. Call it abundant and it will grow." I taught her this affirmation. I bless this money and give thanks for it. It is the magic purse of spirit that can never be depleted. As it goes out, immediately it returns multiplied. She obeyed, and within weeks unexpected money flowed to her more than she had ever held before. The dollar had multiplied because gratitude was spoken over it. Another student once longed for healing, but could see only her pain. She complained daily, rehearsing every symptom, magnifying every ache. I said, "Stop cursing your body with complaint. Begin blessing it with gratitude. Say, I thank thee, Father, for this perfect body. I bless every cell, every organ, every function. I am grateful that divine life flows through me." She began to speak it, even while pain lingered, and soon her health returned. Gratitude had multiplied strength where complaint had multiplied weakness. So I ask you, what are you blessing and what are you cursing? Are you blessing your money, however little, or are you cursing it with complaint? Are you blessing your body, however frail, or are you cursing it with constant rehearsal of pain? Are you blessing your relationships or cursing them with criticism? Whatever you bless grows. Whatever you curse shrinks. Here is your affirmation. I give thanks for every blessing in my life. I bless what I have and it multiplies. I bless my money and it grows. I bless my health and it shines. I bless my work and it prospers. I bless my relationships and they blossom. I live in continuous gratitude and my life overflows with good. Speak it until gratitude becomes the air you breathe, until thanksgiving is the language of your soul, until blessing flows from you like a river. Gratitude does not wait for evidence. Gratitude creates evidence. Gratitude does not wait for increase. Gratitude produces increase. Lift up what little you see. Give thanks and watch it multiply. This is not a one-time practice, but a continual posture, a rhythm of life. The victorious soul lives in gratitude, morning, noon, and night. They thank God before the gift appears, and the gift always appears. They thank God before the way opens, and the way opens. They thank God before the healing manifests, and the healing always comes. So I say to you, make thanksgiving your atmosphere, and you will never know lack again. Bless your loaves and fishes, however small, and they will feed the multitude. Bless your purse, however light, and it will grow heavy. Bless your strength, however frail, and it will be renewed. Bless your life, however broken, and it will be made whole. Gratitude is the multiplier, and it never fails. Transition, and so we come to the end of this great path, where all the laws converge. The law of the word, the law of faith, the law of divine design, the law of victory, and the law of gratitude. And now it is time to seal it all with a final declaration, a closing affirmation that carries the power to shift your world this very moment. You have walked with me through this entire path of truth, and now you stand at the threshold of transformation. You began asking, can my life change in an instant? And you have seen step by step that the answer is yes, always yes, eternally yes. You have seen that life is not a battle, but a game, and the rules are written in the divine law. You have seen that your word is not idle but creative, that every phrase is a decree, every sentence a prophecy, every utterance a seed. You have seen that fear and faith are one power directed either to build or to destroy, and that the choice is always yours. You have seen that God is never late, that your divine design is finished, perfect, and waiting for your recognition. You have seen that intuition is the voice of the design, that love dissolves all obstacles, that the fourth dimension holds every blessing already complete. You have seen that burdens can be cast, records can be smashed, new realities can be engraved, and that the spoken word commands wealth, health, work, love, and victory. And you have seen that the victorious life is not occasional but permanent, sealed by poise, expectancy, refusal of failure, and the multiplying power of gratitude. So I say to you now, do not walk away from this message as a hearer only, but as a doer. Do not let these truths remain as echoes in your mind. Speak them, declare them, engrave them. Take the affirmations I have given you and put them on your lips daily until they become the song of your heart. Do not wait for the outer to shift before you speak. Speak and the outer will shift. Do not wait for appearances to prove the law. Declare the law and appearances will obey. Let us close together with a great affirmation of victory. Speak it with me now. I now smash every false picture. I erase every record of fear. I establish new records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. I cast every burden on the Christ within me and go free. I declare that I walk in divine timing, in divine design, in divine supply. I live in constant expectancy of the best. I am calm, poised, unshaken, and victorious. I prepare only for success, and I bless what I have, and it multiplies. My life is filled with miracles under grace and in perfect ways. Let these words roll over you like waves. Let them sink into your subconscious like seed into soil. Let them engrave themselves upon your heart until your very breath becomes a decree of truth. And as you speak them, know this. The change is not coming someday. It is here now. Your reality shifts now. The walls fall now. The gates swing open now. The victory is sealed now. And before we part, I give you one more invitation. If you have been lifted by this message, do not stop here. There is more. There is always more. The next word I will bring you is the secret door to success. In it, I will show you how the walls of resentment, delay, and fear crumble when you shout the truth, how your Jericho falls, how your promised land appears. Do not miss it, for it will carry you further into mastery. Click now, step through the door, and continue this path of truth. Go forth then, not as a beggar pleading for blessings, but as a king declaring your dominion, as a queen commanding your realm, as a child of God walking in divine inheritance. Life is not a battle, it is a game. And you now hold the winning word. Speak it, live it, rejoice in it, and watch your whole world transform in an instant. You are not alone in your struggle with money. There is an unseen helper, a divine ally, an angel of money that waits for your command. Most people never call it because they never learn the law. Tonight, I will show you how to call, and tomorrow you will see the proof. In this message, I will reveal how to call upon the angel of supply, the divine messenger of money, and see results without delay. You will learn why worry blocks your blessing, why begging closes the door, and how a single word of truth can set wealth rushing to you while you sleep. If you have been trapped in lack, weighed down with debt, or fearful about tomorrow, tonight you will learn how to speak in faith, call your angel, and wake to a new reality. You may have prayed for money, begged for money, worried over money, and still the cupboard stayed empty. You may have thought God was deaf or heaven was far away. But the truth is this: you are not obeying the law. Angels move by command, not by complaint. Money is not withheld from you, it is waiting to be called. And the moment you speak the right word with faith and conviction, the whole universe shifts to deliver your supply. That is why so many have struggled in vain. They have knocked at the wrong door. Tonight, I will take you to the right one. Over the next 1 hour, I will show you how to call the angel of money and see the law of supply in action. You will hear true stories of men and women who spoke a word at night and woke to unexpected checks, opened doors, and answered needs. You will learn the exact affirmations that summon supply, the attitude that keeps the channel clear, and the traps of fear and doubt that block your blessing. I will open the scriptures so you see that angels have always been messengers of provision, swift and sure. And before we end, you will not only know how to call this angel, you will practice the call yourself. Stay with me, for what I share tonight may be the very key that turns your poverty into plenty, your fear into freedom, and your night into morning supply. Here's something most people completely miss, and it's the very reason they stay bound to lack. Money is not just coins and bills, not merely wages and bank accounts, but a divine current, a messenger of spirit, what I call the angel of supply. This angel is not some far-off being with wings of feather, but a living force, a law of God that moves instantly at your word. Angels in truth are messengers, and the angel of money is the messenger of your spoken decree about provision. When you call, it comes. When you command, it obeys. But when you stay silent in fear, or worse, when you complain and doubt, the angel cannot move, for you have given it no order. Think of the picture given in Scripture. When Peter was bound in prison, chained between guards with iron gates before him, by all appearances, he was trapped, doomed, defeated. Yet the angel of the Lord appeared, struck the chains, opened the doors, and led him out into freedom. That story is more than history. It is symbol. It shows us how supply itself works. You may feel chained by debt, trapped by bills, shut in by impossibilities. But when the angel of supply is called by your word, the chains fall, the doors swing open, and you walk free. Money itself is a messenger that comes to break the prison of lack. But it will not appear until you call it. For angels move by command, not by complaint. And why do I say this? Because I have seen again and again that money is not earned by struggle, not delayed by time, not withheld by circumstance. It is summoned by truth, by faith, by the commanding word. You can beg for years and see nothing. You can labor and sweat and still remain poor. But speak one word of faith, and the law rushes to fulfill it. That is the angel of money at work. Now let me ask you, how have you been treating money? Have you seen it as master or as servant? Have you bowed to it in fear or commanded it in truth? The world teaches you to chase it, to toil for it, to worship it, to despise it, but never to recognize it as angel, as messenger, as obedient servant of divine law. Yet that is what it island, and the moment you see money as angel, not enemy, not master, you rise to dominion. You stop begging and start commanding. You stop fearing and start declaring. So here is the affirmation that unlocks this truth. I call on the angel of supply. Now money is my servant, not my master. It comes when I speak. It obeys divine law. It appears under grace in perfect ways, swiftly and surely. Speak this aloud, not timidly, but boldly, not as a wish, but as a decree. And as you speak, feel the chains of lack falling. Feel the prison doors swinging wide. Feel the angel at your side leading you into freedom. Transition. And yet, if the angel of money is so swift and sure, why do so few ever see it? Why do multitudes pray and plead, yet their supply never comes? That is because most people block the angel with fear, begging, and doubt. And that is the snare we must expose next. What I am about to tell you may seem almost too simple. And yet it is the very key that explains why so many go through life in lack, while the angel of supply waits at their side unused, uncalled, unseen. Most people never see the angel of money because they block it at the very gate with fear, with begging, and with doubt. Fear imagines lack, and fear is a prophecy. Fear is faith turned upside down, a vision of evil accepted as law. And the moment you believe it, you call it into form. When a man says, "I am afraid I won't be able to pay my bills," he has already spoken the command, and the angel, impartial and obedient, brings him more bills and less supply. When a woman trembles and says, "I fear I will lose everything," she has already opened the door to the very loss she dreads. The angel of supply cannot enter through a gate barred by fear, for the law never contradicts the picture impressed upon it. And if fear were not enough, many cancel their blessing by begging. They fall to their knees and plead, "Oh God, please send me money. Please help me. Please don't let me starve," not realizing that every word of pleading is a confession of lack. Begging says, "I do not have." Faith says, "I already have and I give thanks." Begging says, "Maybe one day." Faith says, "Now." And because the law obeys faith, not fear, begging leaves the cupboard bare while thanksgiving fills it. Angels are not moved by cries of despair. They are moved by words of authority. And then comes the great robber of supply, doubt. A soul may speak an affirmation once or twice, but then look around at empty pockets and say, "I see nothing." Perhaps this law does not work. Perhaps it is all imagination. And the doubt cancels the command. The word of truth is like a seed planted in soil. If you dig it up every hour to see if it has sprouted, you kill it. If you water it with fear, you choke it. But if you speak it, release it, and trust it, it grows while you sleep, and the harvest comes in due time. I remember a student who came to me in despair, saying, "I have prayed and begged for money for years, yet nothing changes." I said to her, "Of course, nothing changes. For your prayer is not faith, but fear. You are begging at a closed door when all the while the open door is before you. Stop begging and start declaring." I gave her this affirmation. "I give thanks that the supply which is mine by divine right now pours in and is manifest under grace in perfect ways." She began to speak it, though at first her lips trembled. But as she persisted, her fear lifted, her begging ceased, and her doubt dissolved. Soon channels opened and her supply came, not in trickles, but in streams. So I ask you now, have you been blocking your angel? Have you let fear be your prophecy? Have you been begging instead of declaring? Have you been doubting instead of trusting? If so, you need not condemn yourself, but you must awaken. You must see that the angel of supply stands ready, waiting for your word, and your word must be bold, clear, certain, full of thanksgiving, without fear, without begging, without doubt. Only then does the angel move. Here's an affirmation to break these chains. I refuse fear. I refuse begging. I refuse doubt. I declare that my supply is here now. I give thanks that the angel of money moves swiftly to bring me all that is mine by divine right. Speak it until you feel the truth rise within you. Speak it until the trembling ceases. Speak it until your doubts dissolve, and then stand still, for the law will not delay. Transition. And this brings us to a glorious revelation. The angel of money does not move by time as men measure time. The angel moves instantly outside of clocks and calendars. The supply comes as soon as the word is spoken. For spirit never delays, and that is the law of immediate response. Here is a truth that will overturn every lie you have been told about money, provision, and timing. The angel of supply does not move slowly. Spirit does not crawl. God does not delay. The moment the word of truth is spoken, the law of supply answers. The delay is never in spirit. The delay is always in man. The supply is already prepared, the channels already open, the blessing already finished in the invisible. The instant you speak the decree with faith, the order is placed, the law is set in motion, and the manifestation begins to rush toward you. But most souls blind to this truth imagine that time is the master. They say it will take months, it will take years, perhaps it will never come. And by their own words, they postpone the demonstration. For fear has written the script of delay upon their subconscious. Do you not see? God is eternal present. He does not work in the future tense. He does not say, "One day I will bless you." He says, "Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear." That is the law of immediate response. The answer exists before the question is asked. The supply is prepared before the need is spoken. But man, hypnotized by appearances, believes in distance, believes in delay, believes in impossibility, and so he ties the hands of his own angel. I recall a woman who came to me with only $8 in her purse, her face drawn with worry, her heart heavy with fear. She said, "Florence, I must stay in the city to find work. I cannot leave, for I have no way to live." But she confessed that she had a hunch to return home. I said to her, "Never ignore a hunch. Intuition is the voice of God. Obey it." She did so. She left the city, obeyed the inner prompting, and not long after she was linked to an old friend of the family. Through that connection, money and opportunity poured in, and her entire situation turned around. She later said to me, "Tell everyone about the woman with 8 and a hunch." Her supply did not wait months or years. It was there already prepared. The moment she obeyed and released fear, the angel of money moved at once. Another student once said to me, "Florence, I have declared supply, but nothing happens." I asked her, "Do you really believe it?" She confessed she had been speaking the words but watching the clock, measuring the hours, doubting the law. I said, "Then you cancel your own decree, speak with faith, release it, and stop measuring. The law does not need time. The law only needs belief." She obeyed, and soon unexpected checks began to arrive. The supply was not late. It had been waiting all along, restrained only by her doubt. So I ask you, do you believe God is slow? Do you believe the law delays? Or will you dare to see that the instant you speak, the law responds? If you can believe it, you can receive it. And you can receive it now. Say aloud, "I give thanks that my supply is here this moment. I release delay. I erase doubt. The angel of money moves now under grace in perfect ways." Understand this. The world runs on clocks, but spirit runs on faith. The world demands waiting, but heaven demands only believing. The angel of supply stands ready even now, waiting for your word. Will you continue to speak of tomorrow, or will you dare to say now? Transition. And this brings us to the mystery of the night hour. For there is a time when the mind is most open, when the subconscious is most fertile, when the word spoken takes deepest root. That is the moment before sleep. And if you will call the angel, then you will rise to meet your supply by morning. There is a mystery in the night that few understand. Yet it is one of the greatest secrets of demonstration. The hours of sleep are not wasted hours. They are the workshop of spirit, the fertile soil of the subconscious, the quiet chamber where angels move without resistance. Most people go to bed rehearsing their fears, counting their debts, reviewing their troubles. They fall asleep in anxiety and rise in the same bondage. For the word they carried into the night was not truth, but fear, and the subconscious faithful servant that it is obeys the picture impressed upon it. Working all night to bring forth more lack, more fear, more limitation. But the wise soul knows that the moment before sleep is the moment of power. Whatever you speak then sinks deepest into the soil of the subconscious. Whatever you declare then is carried as a command into the unseen, where angels rush to fulfill it while you rest. That is why I say call the angel of money at night, and you will wake to find your supply rushing to meet you by morning. Do not forget the mind does not sleep. The body rests, but the subconscious is awake all night recording, arranging, manifesting. If you speak fear, it builds prisons. If you speak faith, it builds palaces. If you command supply, the angel goes forth to gather it from unseen channels. That is why David said, "I will both lay me down in peace and sleep, for thou, Lord, only makest me dwell in safety." He knew that the word carried into sleep was the guarantee of safety, provision, and peace by morning. I recall a woman who came to me with only $2 in her purse. She feared every expense, cursed every coin, and trembled each night at the thought of tomorrow. I said to her, "Stop cursing your purse, bless it. Speak over it before you sleep. Say, this is the magic purse of spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, more money rushes in. My purse is always full, overflowing with supply under grace and in perfect ways. She obeyed. Each night she declared this truth, carrying it into her sleep. Not long after, she received a gift of 60,000. Her supply had multiplied in ways she could never have outlined. It was not luck, it was not chance. It was the angel of money. Called at night, answering by morning. Another student once dreamed of a journey abroad, but had no means to make it happen. She longed for it, begged for it, worried over it, and nothing came. I said to her, stop longing, stop begging, speak the word before you sleep. Declare that your trip is already prepared, divinely financed, divinely arranged. She obeyed. She went so far as to buy a trunk in faith, and each night she spoke her declaration. Soon the funds appeared, the doors opened, and she sailed abroad just as she had desired. Again, it was not time or toil that brought it. It was the night word, the seed planted in the subconscious that bore fruit in the morning. So I ask you now, what words are you carrying into your sleep? Are you rehearsing debts, or are you declaring abundance? Are you fearing tomorrow, or are you commanding tomorrow? Are you letting the night multiply shadows, or are you calling the angel of supply to move while you rest? Remember, your night word is your morning harvest. Here is your affirmation. I call on the angel of money tonight. I give thanks that as I sleep, supply is rushing to meet me. I rest in peace and I rise in abundance. I wake to doors opened, bills paid, needs met, and gifts received under grace and in perfect ways. Speak this aloud before you sleep and then release it. Do not wrestle. Do not worry. Trust that while you rest, the law is at work. The angel is moving. The supply is on the way. And when you wake, give thanks at once, even before you see the evidence. Say, I thank thee, Father, that my supply has arrived. I walk in abundance today. For gratitude is the seal that multiplies the harvest. Transition. And now we come to the final key in this first great section, the commanding word of faith. For it is not enough to whisper timidly or hope vaguely. The decree must be spoken as fact, as law, as already accomplished. And when it is spoken in that spirit, nothing can resist it. Here is the crowning secret of this first great law. Your word must not be a timid wish, nor a half-hearted hope, nor a faint whisper into the void. Your word must be a command spoken in faith, released with authority, and sealed with thanksgiving. Too many treats like shadows, fluttering them about without force, muttering them without conviction, and then they wonder why nothing changes. But the spoken word is not small. It is the very scepter of dominion given to man by God. When you speak, you are not reciting poetry. You are sending out decrees that heaven and earth obey. The angel of supply does not respond to whimpering, does not heed uncertainty, does not move at the sound of begging. It moves at the command of faith. You must remember, faith is not timid. Faith is not future. Faith is now, and faith speaks with certainty. The scriptures declare, thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. Do you hear that word? Not beg, not plead, not wait, but decree. A decree is a law, a command, an order that admits no contradiction. When a king decrees, his realm obeys. When you decree in faith, your world obeys. That is why your decree must be specific, simple, bold, and spoken as fact. Do not say, I wish money would come. Do not say, perhaps supply will appear. Say instead, large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways. That is a decree. That is a command. And the angel of money moves instantly to obey. I recall a student who longed to travel abroad. She dreamed of it, sighed for it, complained that she had no way, but nothing happened. I said to her, stop sighing, stop wishing. Speak the word as though it were already accomplished. Say, I give thanks for my divinely prepared trip, divinely financed, divinely arranged, under grace, and in perfect ways. She obeyed. She went so far as to act in faith. She bought a trunk, though she had no ticket, no money, no plan. That trunk became the vessel of her decree. Soon the supply arrived, the doors opened, and her trip was fulfilled in every detail. It was not chance. It was not toil. It was the commanding word of faith. Another woman once told me, Florence, I affirm, but nothing changes. I asked her, how do you speak your affirmations? She admitted she spoke them timidly, as though testing the waters, always followed by doubt in her heart. I said, then you cancel your own decree. Your word must be spoken as though it is already done. Speak it with thanksgiving as one who has already received. She began to do so. She shifted her tone from pleading to commanding, from wishing to thanking. Soon her demonstration came quickly, for the angel of supply had at last received a clear order. So I ask you now, how are you speaking your word? Are you sending out faint signals mixed with fear, tangled with doubt? Or are you standing tall, speaking boldly, declaring with conviction? Remember, the subconscious is not clever. It does not weigh. It does not analyze. It does not argue. It obeys. And the universe in turn obeys the subconscious. Therefore, the word you speak in faith becomes law. Here is the affirmation I give you now. I command my supply to appear. I give thanks that large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways. I do not beg. I do not doubt. I do not delay. I decree. And it is established. Speak it aloud. Speak it with certainty. Speak it until you feel the authority of heaven itself moving through your tongue. That is the commanding word of faith, and nothing can resist it. And let me remind you, words are not empty sounds. Words are vibrations that move substance. Words are blueprints upon which spirit builds. Words are forces that carve out reality. And when you speak them in faith, they carry weight. They carry fire. They carry power. One decree can overturn years of struggle. One declaration can dissolve mountains of debt. One command can call supply from invisible channels, swiftly and perfectly. Do not underestimate your word. It is the instrument of creation transition. And so we close this first great section. You have seen what the angel of money is, why most never see it, how it moves instantly when called, how the night carries your word into morning, and how the commanding decree seals the law. But now the question rises, how do you keep your channel clear? How do you speak so that fear, panic, and doubt never creep back in? That is the next great secret. Learning how to command the angel with the right words, the right attitude, and perfect alignment. Here is the first truth you must grasp if you are to command the angel of money with authority. Every word you speak is law. Every phrase you utter, every sentence that passes your lips goes forth as a decree, planting itself in the soil of the subconscious and bearing fruit in your outer world. Words are not idle. Words are not wasted. Words are not mere sounds. Words are forces. Words are seeds. Words are wands. And the tongue, though small, is the rudder of life, turning the whole ship, directing the entire destiny. The scriptures declare, death and life are in the power of the tongue. And again, by thy words thou shalt be justified. And by thy words thou shalt be condemned. That is no figure of speech, that is divine law. You cannot escape it. You live today in the harvest of words you spoke yesterday, and tomorrow you will eat the fruit of the words you speak today. Most people are careless with their words, and so their lives are careless and confused. They joke about poverty, saying, I'm always broke. They repeat the language of sickness, saying, I'm always tired. I'm getting worse every year. They voice defeat, saying, nothing ever works out for me. They prophesy disaster, saying, I knew this would happen. And because the subconscious mind records without argument, without reason, without judgment, it engraves these phrases as commands, and the outer world obeys. The angels of supply, health, and love hear only the decree, not the tone, not the intention, not the joke. They obey the words, and so men live in prisons built by their own tongues, never realizing that they themselves were the jailers. I recall a woman who once told me laughingly that she wished she could live in a trunk, for she was weary of her home and restless in her spirit. She said it often half in jest, yet the subconscious does not jest. It does not know humor. It records every word as law. In time, this woman lost her home, lost her comforts, and found herself living in a trunk, traveling from place to place without stability. She had spoken her condition into being. That is the power of the tongue misused. But I have also seen the same power wielded for glory. Another woman came to me in lack with only a few dollars in her possession. Instead of cursing her purse, I taught her to bless it. I gave her the affirmation, this is the magic purse of spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, money flows back in. My purse is always full, overflowing with abundance under grace and in perfect ways. She began to speak it daily. Her tongue, which had once prophesied lack, now decreed abundance. And soon her outer world obeyed unexpected gifts, opened doors, and multiplied supply. Her purse once empty became a symbol of never-failing provision. That is the power of the tongue redeemed. So I ask you, what are you speaking today? Are you rehearsing your debts, calling them my bills, my lack, my poverty? Then no wonder they cling to you, for you have claimed them as your own. Are you repeating phrases of sickness, calling yourself weak, frail, ill? Then no wonder your body obeys, for you have commanded it so. Or will you dare to reverse the decree to speak life, abundance, health, and freedom and watch as the angels rush to fulfill it? Here is the affirmation that seals this truth. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. I write only words of health, wealth, love, and victory. Every word I speak is a seed of good, and it bears fruit swiftly under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it often. Guard your lips as though they were the gates of a treasure house, for indeed they are. For what you let out will come back multiplied. The tongue is your power. Use it wisely and the angel of money will obey without delay. Transition. And yet the tongue carries both blessing and curse. It is not enough to know its power. You must learn to direct it rightly. For fear and faith both command results instantly, and whichever you choose will call your angel. That is the next secret. The divider of supply, fear or faith. Here is a truth that most souls never grasp, and it is the very reason they wander in circles of lack and delay. Fear and faith are one. Power. They are both belief. They are both conviction. They are both pictures held steady in the mind and impressed upon the subconscious. The only difference is the direction in which they move. Faith is belief in good and fear is belief in evil. Faith is confidence that the law of God is bringing abundance, health, and victory. Fear is confidence that the law will bring lack, sickness, and defeat. But the law itself is neutral. It does not choose sides. It simply obeys whichever master you give it. If you sow faith, it produces good. If you sow fear, it produces evil. The angel of money, like every angel of supply, listens to your word. Speak in faith, and it rushes in with provision. Speak in fear, and it shuts the gate and leaves you empty-handed. I once counseled a man who lived in continual terror of contracting a rare disease. He read about it, thought about it, imagined it, spoke of it constantly. He held the image so firmly that his subconscious received it as command. In time, though the disease was exceedingly rare, it came upon him. He had believed more in sickness than in health, more in fear than in truth, and the law had simply carried out the order. His faith had been inverted into fear, and the demonstration followed. Do you see the stakes? Fear is not idle. Fear is not weakness. Fear is creative power turned against you. But I have also known those who stood in faith, and the law moved instantly for their good. A woman once said to me, "Florence, I have no money, but I dare to believe that God is my supply." I gave her the affirmation, "God is my unfailing supply." Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace, in perfect ways. She declared it in faith, holding the picture of abundance instead of lack. Soon, unexpected checks began to arrive, debts were cleared, and she walked free. Her faith, though small at first, became the channel through which supply rushed in. So I ask you, which master are you serving? Are you bowing to fear, repeating its lies, rehearsing its pictures? Or are you standing in faith, declaring truth, painting the picture of abundance in your heart? Remember, you cannot serve two masters. You cannot speak fear by day and expect faith to work by night. You must choose, and the choice is made with every word you speak, every thought you hold, every picture you accept. If fear rises, do not fight it, for wrestling with fear only strengthens it. Instead, substitute at once. Replace the picture with its opposite. If fear says you will fail, speak "I cannot fail," for God never fails. If fear says you will be poor, speak "I am rich, for God is my supply." If fear says you will be sick, speak "I am whole, for divine life flows through me." This is the law of substitution, and it dissolves fear as light dissolves darkness. You do not argue with darkness. You switch on the light. You do not wrestle with fear. You speak faith. Here is your affirmation. There is no power in fear. I choose faith. I declare that supply is mine now. I see abundance. I expect abundance. I walk in abundance and nothing can oppose me. For God is my unfailing source. Speak it until your mind clears. Speak it until your heart steadies. Speak it until the picture of fear fades, and the picture of faith stands bright and immovable. Fear and faith are the divider of supply. Fear shuts the door. Faith flings it wide. Fear drains your life. Faith fills it to overflowing. Fear enslaves. Faith liberates. The angel of money waits to hear your choice. Speak fear and it flees. Speak faith and it obeys. The law is impartial, but you are not. You are the decider. Choose this day whom you will serve. Transition. And now that you see how fear must be cast out and faith enthroned, let us step into a practice that makes this choice permanent. The practice of casting the burden before sleep so that your subconscious works in freedom and the angel of supply moves without hindrance. Here is a practice that may seem so simple the reasoning mind will laugh at it. Yet it is the key that has loosed thousands from chains of fear, debt, sickness, and defeat. The practice of casting the burden. Most people carry their burdens like stones strapped to their back. They go through the day bent under the weight of worry. They go to bed rehearsing their problems, tossing on their pillows, as though wrestling with shadows could produce light. They rise in the morning weary, crushed, still chained to the very loads they dragged into the night. But Christ said, "Come unto me all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." This is not poetry. It is law. The Christ within, the God self at the center of your being, is the burden bearer. And when you cast your burden upon him, it is lifted in an instant, dissolved by divine intelligence, and your way is cleared. But here is the mystery. You must do it consciously, deliberately, especially before you sleep. For sleep is the workshop of the subconscious. If you go to bed with your burden, the subconscious will work all night to produce more of it. If you go to bed free, having cast it upon the Christ within, the subconscious will work all night to produce miracles. That is why I say never enter sleep with your worry in your hand. Always cast it before you rest. Hand it over to the Christ. Release it fully, declare your freedom, and then lie down in peace. The angel of supply moves swiftly through the night when you are no longer in the way. I recall a woman who came to me trembling over a lawsuit. She said, "Florence, I cannot sleep. I cannot eat. The fear of losing everything consumes me." I said to her, "Then stop carrying it. Cast it. Say, I cast this burden of lawsuit upon the Christ within me. I go free. He is my defense, my shield, my deliverer. The outcome is perfect under grace in perfect ways." She obeyed. She repeated it until peace entered her spirit, until the tension left her body. She slept at last, and when the day of trial came, the case turned miraculously in her favor. The angel of supply had worked through the night because she had given the matter to the Christ within. Another student, tormented by debt, said to me, "Florence, I cannot think of anything else. Bills rise before my eyes at every turn." I said, "Then cast them. They are not yours to carry. Say, I cast this burden of debt upon the Christ within me. I am free to receive my supply now." He did so, and though the debts had seemed immovable, within a short time the entire sum was provided, and he stood free. He later told me the relief came the moment I let go. I realized I had been blocking the supply with my worry. When I cast the burden, the supply rushed in. So I ask you, what are you carrying tonight? Is it fear of money, fear of sickness, fear of tomorrow? Why stagger under a load you were never meant to bear? The Christ within is mighty. The Christ within never slumbers. The Christ within knows ways you know not of. Cast it. Say aloud, "I cast this burden upon the Christ within me. I am free. My night is peaceful. My morning is abundant. The angel of supply moves swiftly while I rest." Speak it until your heart lightens, until your body relaxes, until you can lie down in peace. Remember this. When you carry the burden, you block the channel. When you cast the burden, the channel opens. When you insist on solving the problem yourself, you interfere with the law. When you release it, the law works perfectly. Burdens are illusions of the ego. Casting is the recognition of truth, so never go to sleep with worry in your heart. Always cast it. For the night is sacred, the subconscious is fertile, the angels are ready, and the Christ within is waiting to bear the load. And when you awake, you will find the burden gone, the way open, the supply near, and peace established. Transition. And once, if you learn to cast the burden and rest in peace, you are ready to practice the next great law, the law of gratitude, which multiplies what you have and draws more without effort. For whatever you bless increases, and whatever you thank God for multiplies. Here is a secret so great and yet so simple that many trip over it and pass it by. Gratitude multiplies. Whatever you bless increases. Whatever you thank God for grows. Whatever you speak of with thanksgiving is stamped with the seal of multiplication. And the wonder of it is this: you need not wait until the gift is in your hand to give thanks. You must thank in advance. You must bless what you cannot yet see. You must call plenty out of apparent lack by the power of gratitude. That is how the loaves and fishes were multiplied. The disciples saw only a little food, enough for a boy's lunch. But Jesus lifted it to heaven and gave thanks. He blessed the little and it became much. He thanked before there was enough. And thanksgiving opened the gates of multiplication. That is law, not legend. It works in every sphere of life. Most people curse their supply instead of blessing it. They look at a thin purse and say, "This is all I have." They sigh when they pay a bill and mutter, "There goes my money again." They sit at their table and complain. There is never enough. And because complaint is also a decree, the purse grows thinner, the bills grow larger, the table grows barer. The law cannot be fooled. It multiplies whatever seed you sow. Sow complaint and you reap lack. Sow gratitude and you reap abundance. It is that simple. I recall a woman who came to me in tears saying, "Florence, I have only $1 left. What shall I do?" I said to her, "Bless it. Thank God for it. Speak over it as though it were the key to treasures." I gave her this affirmation: I give thanks for this dollar. It is the magic purse of spirit that can never be depleted. As it goes out, more flows back in, multiplied under grace, and in perfect ways she obeyed. She stopped cursing her dollar and began blessing it. Not long after, she received a gift of money far greater than she had ever expected. Her supply multiplied because her gratitude multiplied it. Another student, longing for work, complained endlessly that no one wanted her, that there were no opportunities. I said to her, "Stop cursing your life, bless it each morning. Say, I give thanks for my perfect work prepared for me, waiting for me, divinely financed, divinely arranged. Thank you." Declare gratitude in advance. She obeyed. She thanked for what was unseen, and soon a position opened for her, one that matched her talents and paid her richly. Gratitude had prepared the way. So I ask you, are you blessing or cursing your supply? Are you giving thanks in advance? Or are you waiting to see before you thank? Waiting to see is not faith, it is sight. Faith thanks before it sees. Faith blesses the seed, not just the harvest. Faith declares, "I give thanks now," and the angels rush to multiply. Here is your affirmation. I give thanks that every bill is already paid. I give thanks that money flows freely to me. I give thanks that the angel of supply is active now, bringing me more than I have asked or thought under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it aloud before the evidence appears. Bless the purse before it fills. Thank for the door before it opens. Rejoice over the gift before it arrives. And you will find that what you bless increases, what you thank God for multiplies, and what you declare with gratitude becomes visible with astonishing speed. Remember this: complaint shrinks, thanksgiving expands, complaint starves, gratitude feeds. Complaint closes, gratitude opens. The law does not waver. The angel of money listens to your tone. If you complain, it cannot move. If you thank, it rushes forth. So live in gratitude, not for one day, not for one moment, but continuously. And in that atmosphere, your life will overflow. Transition. And once you learn to bless your supply in advance, you will see that gratitude alone is not enough. You must also hold yourself in the attitude of poise. For panic shuts the door even on blessings called in faith, while calm opens it wide and keeps it open. That is our next great secret. Poise is mastery. Here is a truth that most people overlook. Yet, it is the very secret that determines whether your demonstration stands or falls. Poise is power. To be poised is to remain calm when appearances rage, to be steady when the storm howls, to be unmoved when the bill arrives, to be unshaken when others panic. Most people destroy their own demonstrations because they lose poise at the first sign of opposition. They declare abundance one moment, and then collapse in fear the next when a need appears. They affirm supply in the morning, and by evening they are wringing their hands and saying, "What shall I do?" Do you see what has happened? Their panic has canceled their decree. Their fear has shut the very door they had just opened. For panic slams the gate in the face of the angel of supply, while poise throws it wide and keeps it open. The scriptures show us again and again that mastery is not in struggle but in calm command. Daniel was cast into the lion's den, surrounded by danger. Yet he remained poised, confident in his God, and the lions lost their power. Christ was asleep in the boat while the storm raged, and when his disciples cried out in terror, he rose in calm authority and said, "Peace, be still," and the storm obeyed. That is poise's mastery, the refusal to be disturbed by appearances, the calm certainty that truth will prevail. I once counseled a man who trembled each time a bill arrived. He told me, "Florence, the very sight of an envelope fills me with dread." I said to him, "Then you are creating more bills, for your panic is the prophecy. Each time you fear, you engrave more lack upon your life. Instead, receive each bill with poise. Say, I give thanks that this bill is paid in full. God is my supply and God is never late. Do not tremble, stand calm. Declare truth and let the angel of supply do its work." He obeyed. At first his hands still shook, but with practice his calm grew, his fear vanished, and soon his supply increased until bills no longer troubled him. He learned that poise is mastery. Another woman came to me distressed by her family's behavior. She said, "Florence, their actions upset me constantly. I cannot keep my peace." I said, "Then you have surrendered your power to them. Speak this word: nothing disturbs me, nothing shakes me. I am built upon the rock of Christ. I remain poised and calm." She obeyed, and though her family did not change overnight, her inner calm dissolved the storm. In time, the outer conditions softened to match her poise. So I ask you, what shakes you? What makes you tremble? Is it money, health, relationships, the opinions of others? Whatever it is, know this: you can master it by poise. Stand still, speak truth, refuse to be disturbed. Say aloud, "I am calm, I am steady, I am unmoved. The Christ within is my rock and I rest upon it." Speak it until your heart steadies, until your mind clears, until your body feels peace. For the world will always test you with appearances. The question is not whether the storm will rise, but whether you will remain poised until it passes. Poise is not weakness. It is strength. Poise is not passivity. It is mastery. The poised soul does not need to shout or strive, for their calm itself is command. The universe bends to the one who refuses to be shaken. The angel of supply moves swiftly for the one who stands still and knows. For poise is the proof of faith, and faith is the language of heaven. Transition. And now, having seen how poise keeps the door open, you are ready for the crowning secret of this section: speaking as one in authority. For angels do not answer hesitation, but they obey the voice of command. Here we reach the crowning point of this section. The angel of supply does not answer hesitation. It does not bow to timidity. It does not obey the quivering tones of doubt. The angel of money moves at the sound of authority, the voice of certainty, the decree of faith. Authority is the language of heaven, and when you speak as one who knows, the entire universe bends to your command. The scriptures declare that Christ spoke as one having authority, and not as the scribes. He did not beg. He did not plead. He did not outline excuses. He said, "Lazarus, come forth." And Lazarus obeyed. He said, "Peace, be still." And the storm ceased. He said, "Be thou made whole." And the body was healed. That same authority is given to you. For you are made in the image of God, and the word of God spoken through you carries creative force. But most men and women speak as scribes, not as Christs. They recite words they do not believe. They mutter affirmations like parrots. They plead with heaven instead of commanding as children of the King. And so nothing happens. I once counseled a woman who said, "Florence, I keep repeating affirmations, but they feel empty." I asked her, "Do you speak them as one who knows or as one who wishes?" She admitted she spoke timidly, afraid to believe, afraid to command. I said, "Then you cancel your own word. Speak as though the thing were already accomplished. Speak with thanksgiving, with finality, with certainty. Do not hope, declare." She obeyed, and as soon as her tone changed, her circumstances changed. She began to receive supply, where before there had been only lack. The angel of money had been waiting not for more words, but for words spoken in authority. Authority is not arrogance. Authority is not loudness. Authority is calm certainty rooted in the knowledge that divine law never fails. When if you speak with authority, you need not raise your voice. You need not strain your tone. You simply declare and the law obeys. Authority is final. Authority is absolute. Authority admits no contradiction. That is why I tell my students never say, I hope, I wish, I want. Say, I have, I am, I give thanks now. For the angel responds to present fact, not future hope. Think of a king seated on his throne. He does not beg his subjects to obey. He issues a decree and it is done. You too are seated in authority as a child of God. Your words are decrees. Your affirmations are laws. Your tongue is the scepter. Speak as though heaven and earth are listening, for they are. Do not tremble as a beggar. Do not whimper as a slave. Do not stammer as one unsure. Stand tall, speak clear, and declare, I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways. And then rest, knowing the decree has gone forth and cannot return void. I recall one student who longed for work. She prayed, she begged, she worried, and nothing came. I gave her the affirmation, I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay. But I told her, do not whisper it as a wish. Speak it as though the job is already yours. Speak with thanksgiving. Speak with authority. She did so, and soon an offer came that matched her perfectly, with pay greater than she had imagined. The difference was not the words themselves, but the spirit in which they were spoken. The angel of supply responds to authority. So I ask you now, how are you speaking? Are you still pleading for scraps? Or are you commanding your feast? Are you still whispering with doubt? Or are you declaring with faith? The angel of money is waiting at your side, ready to obey, but it will not move until it hears the voice of authority. Here is your affirmation. I speak with authority. I decree my good and it appears now. I give thanks that supply is mine, health is mine, joy is mine, success is mine under grace and in perfect ways. I do not plead, I command. I do not hope, I declare. I do not wait, I receive. Speak it and feel the power surge through your being. Speak it until you believe it. Speak it until the outer world bows to the inner word. For heaven and earth, obey the voice of authority. Transition. And so this great section closes. You have seen the power of the tongue, the choice between fear and faith, the practice of casting burdens, the law of gratitude, the strength of poise, and the command of authority. And now you are ready for the next revelation. How to live daily with the angel of money, so that supply does not come in trickles or in single demonstrations, but flows constantly, permanently, unbroken, like a river that never runs dry. Here is a law that changes everything once you grasp it. Life always meets you at the level of your expectancy. Whatever you continually look for, you find. Whatever you prepare for, you receive. Whatever you declare in your heart as certain comes rushing into your experience. Expectancy is a magnet. Expectancy is a seed. Expectancy is the invisible mold into which supply must pour itself. And I tell you, the angel of money obeys not only your spoken words, but the atmosphere of expectancy that surrounds you like a garment. If you expect poverty, poverty clings to you. If you expect delay, delay dogs your steps. If you expect failure, failure is never far behind. But if you expect abundance, abundance must come. If you expect open doors, the doors swing wide. If you expect money, money flows in streams you cannot exhaust. For expectancy is faith carried in the heart all day long, silently commanding angels to move, silently arranging channels, silently preparing demonstrations. Most people live in the opposite current. They rise in the morning expecting trouble. They look for the letter of bad news, the bill that cannot be paid, the disappointment that seems inevitable. And because the law is exact, they meet what they expect. They prepare for rainy days, and rainy days come. They brace for disaster, and disaster arrives. They say, I knew it, as though foreknowledge were wisdom, when in truth they themselves had called it forth by constant expectation. They have been their own prophets of doom. But the wise soul reverses this. The wise soul wakes each morning saying, "Something wonderful is on its way to me today." The wise soul lays their head upon the pillow at night, saying, "Tomorrow will be greater than today, for my good is always increasing." The wise soul lives in an atmosphere of expectancy, and in that atmosphere, miracles are daily bread. I recall a man who was always preparing for lack. He spoke constantly of hard times. He hoarded money in fear. He dreaded every letter in the post, expecting bills and bad news. And sure enough, his fears materialized one by one. He had faith, but it was faith in evil. At last, he came to me in despair. I said to him, "You must reverse your expectancy. Stop preparing for loss. Prepare for gain. Stop rehearsing failure. Rehearse success. Each morning declare, I live in constant expectancy of the best. My good is on its way. My supply flows freely and I cannot miss it." He obeyed, though at first his lips trembled. But he persisted, and little by little his atmosphere shifted. He began to expect good, and good began to arrive. Opportunities opened. Supply appeared, and his entire life turned about. Another woman had lived in dread of sickness. Each winter she expected to fall ill, and each winter she did. The pattern repeated year after year, for her expectation had become law. When she came to me, I said, "Do not expect sickness, expect health." Each morning say, "I live in constant expectancy of radiant health. My body is strong. My spirit is free. My life is filled with energy." Declare it until health becomes your atmosphere. She obeyed. And for the first time in years, she passed through the winter in perfect health. The only change was her expectancy. The law had always been working, but now it was working in her favor. So I ask you now, what are you expecting? Are you expecting your blessing? Or are you expecting your downfall? Are you bracing for storms? Or are you preparing for harvest? Are you standing with arms open to receive, or with shoulders hunched to resist? Remember, you cannot expect one thing and receive another. You cannot sow dread and reap joy. You cannot prepare for lack and reap abundance. The law is exact. Here's your affirmation. I live in constant expectancy of the best. I prepare for miracles. I open my doors wide to supply. I expect abundance, health, joy, and success, and they appear daily under grace and imperfect ways. Speak it until it fills your atmosphere. Speak it until it becomes your very nature. Speak it until the angel of supply hears it ringing from your heart day and night. And then watch as good comes rushing to meet you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Transition. And once you learn to live in constant expectancy, you will see another law clearly. You must never prepare for failure. For what you prepare for, you invite. And many souls, thinking themselves prudent, unknowingly prepare for the very disaster they dread. That is the next key we must uncover. Here is one of the greatest mistakes of mankind, and it is so common that most do not even see it as error. They think it is wisdom. They call it prudence. They praise it as caution, when in truth, it is nothing but faith and failure dressed in respectable clothes. Most people spend their lives preparing for defeat. They put money aside for the rainy day, and the rainy day always comes. They brace themselves for disaster, and disaster arrives. They rehearse loss, and loss obeys. They say, "I must be realistic," not realizing that their so-called realism is simply inverted. Faith in lack, faith in sickness, faith in decline. And because the law is impartial, it gives them what they have prepared for. Do you not see? Preparation is expectation made visible. Whatever you prepare for, you invite. Whatever you make room for, you receive. If you set an extra place at the table, you are expecting a guest. If you buy winter clothes, you are expecting cold weather. If you put money aside for disaster, you are expecting disaster. If you buy insurance for sickness, you are expecting sickness. And the subconscious, that perfect servant, sees your preparation and says, "Yes, Master," and brings it to pass. The angel of supply stands ready to bring abundance. But if your preparation is for loss, the angel can only obey the blueprint you have laid down. I remember a woman who once said to me, "Florence, I must save for the day when I can no longer work, for surely old age will bring weakness." I said to her, "Then you have already decreed your weakness. You have built a room for it in your house. You have set a table for it at your feast, and because you have prepared for it, it will surely come." And it did. Her decline came just as she had rehearsed. But I told another woman in the same situation, prepare not for weakness, but for strength. Say daily, I expect strength to the end of my days. My youth is renewed like the eagles. I go from strength to strength. Speak it, prepare for it, expect it. She obeyed, and she walked in vigor long after others had fallen into frailty. The difference was not in age, not in circumstance, but in expectancy and preparation. Another student once told me she dreaded every winter, certain that illness would come. She laid aside money for doctors, kept medicine always at hand, spoke often of her usual sickness. I said to her, then you are signing your own contract with disease. You are rehearsing the play before it begins, and so the part is always given to you. Stop preparing for illness. Prepare for health. Say, I expect radiant health. I bless my body. I prepare for vitality and joy. She obeyed, and for the first time in many years she passed through the winter in perfect health. The law had not changed, her preparation had. So I ask you, what are you preparing for? Are you making room for lack, or are you preparing for plenty? Are you rehearsing failure, or are you rehearsing success? Are you building houses for fear, or are you preparing mansions for faith? Remember, you cannot prepare for one thing and expect another. The subconscious takes your preparation as command. Here is your affirmation. I refuse to prepare for failure. I prepare only for success. I refuse to prepare for sickness. I prepare only for health. I refuse to prepare for lack. I prepare only for abundance. My life is a house prepared for joy, prosperity, and victory under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it daily and then act in alignment. Clear the space for blessings. Set the table for supply. Open the door for opportunity. Build for health, for strength, for joy. And the angel of money will not disappoint, for it will rush to fill the house you have prepared. Transition. And once you stop preparing for failure, you will discover another law. Giving multiplies, for the channel of supply cannot remain open unless what flows in also flows out. Stinginess shuts the river. Generosity keeps it moving. And that is the next secret, multiplying by blessing others. Here is a law that many resist, and yet it is one of the simplest and most unfailing. Whatever you give in love multiplies and returns to you pressed down, shaken together, and running over. The world says, hold fast, cling to what little you have, for there may not be more tomorrow. But heaven says, give, and it shall be given unto you. The world says, protect yourself by giving, hoarding. Heaven says, open your hand, for an open hand cannot remain empty. The angel of money moves through circulation, not stagnation. Money is like blood in the body. It must flow to keep you alive. If it pools in one place, cut off from circulation, it becomes poison. In the same way, when you clutch your money in fear, you choke the very channel through which more would come. But when you give in faith, when you bless others with what you have, you prove to the universe that you trust the law. And the law responds by multiplying your supply. I remember a woman who came to me with her last few dollars. She said, Florence, I dare not give, for this is all I have. I said, that is why you must give. You must prove that God is your supply, not these few dollars. Give a portion in faith and declare that as it goes out, it returns multiplied. She obeyed, though with trembling lips. She gave a part of her little and blessed it as it went. Not long after, she received more than she had given many times over. She said to me, it was as though the moment I opened my hand, the floodgates opened above me. That is the law. What you release in love returns multiplied. Another student once hoarded every cent in fear of losing it. He lived in misery, always counting, always calculating, always clutching. His money never grew, for he had made it his idol and his prison. I told him, you must break the spell. You must give, you must release. At first he resisted, but finally he obeyed, blessing a gift he gave to another. Soon, to his astonishment, new channels of income opened, unexpected checks arrived, and his supply multiplied. He said to me, I see now that I had been damming the river. When I gave, the river flowed again. Do you not see? Giving is not loss. It is multiplication. Every gift you give in faith is a seed sown in the soil of spirit. And spirit is a fertile field where no seed can die, and every seed brings forth 30-fold, 60-fold, 100-fold. The only condition is that you must give without fear. Give without resentment. Give in faith and enjoy, declaring, I bless this gift, and it returns to me multiplied under grace in perfect ways. So I ask you now, do you bless others or do you curse them with stinginess? Do you give in joy or do you hoard in fear? Do you see yourself as a channel of circulation or as a closed container trying to hoard a drop of the ocean? Remember, the ocean flows only into open vessels. The angel of money moves freely only through open channels. Keep your hand open and it can never be empty. Here is your affirmation. I give in faith and it returns multiplied. I am a channel of divine supply. Money flows freely to me and through me. I bless what I give and I bless those who receive, knowing that as I release I increase. My life overflows with abundance under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it and then act upon it. Give where you are led. Bless as you give and watch as the law proves itself again and again, multiplying your supply until you cannot contain it. Transition. And once you learn the law of giving and circulation, you are ready to step into the highest atmosphere of supply, the victory consciousness. For abundance is not a sometime experience, not a fleeting moment of demonstration, but a permanent state of triumph, a refusal to bow to appearances, and a daily walk in victory. Here is the summit of faith, the state where every demonstration is made permanent, walking in victory consciousness. Most people rise and fall with appearances. They rejoice when things look bright, but they collapse in fear when shadows fall. They declare abundance when money is in hand, but they groan in lack when the purse is light. They believe in health when they feel strong, but they confess sickness when pain arises. This is not victory consciousness. This is slavery to appearances. Victory consciousness looks beyond sight, beyond feeling, beyond circumstance, and declares, it is done. I am triumphant. I walk in victory now. Victory is not future, it is present. Victory is not uncertain. It is guaranteed by divine law. Victory is not occasional, it is permanent. To walk in victory consciousness is to carry yourself as one who cannot be defeated, one who cannot be delayed, one who cannot be denied, because you know that the Christ within you has already overcome the world. I once counseled a man who had failed in business again and again. Each attempt crumbled, each plan dissolved, and he came to me saying, Florence, I am cursed. Nothing I touch succeeds. I said to him, your failure is not in your affairs. It is in your consciousness. You walk in defeat, and so defeat follows you. You must begin to walk in victory now, even before you see success. I gave him the affirmation, every plan of my life prospers. Every door opens. Every step I take is guided and I walk in victory now. He repeated it, and at first it seemed absurd, for everything in appearance mocked his words. But he persisted, and soon a new venture opened to him, one that flourished and multiplied. He came back to me saying, the change was in me. When I walked as a victor, victory met me at every turn. That is the law. Another student, broken in heart after repeated disappointments in love, said to me, Florence, I cannot expect joy, for I am destined to be alone. I said, then you have decreed your own defeat. Stop walking in sorrow and begin to walk in victory. Say, love surrounds me. I walk in victory in relationships. The right one appears by divine law under grace in perfect ways. She obeyed, and though appearances still looked empty, she walked in joy, blessing her days as though the promise were already fulfilled. Soon she met the right companion and love blossomed in harmony. The victory was hers all along. It only waited for her to walk in it. So I ask you now, how are you walking? Do you shuffle in defeat, confessing lack, rehearsing failures, waiting for appearances to cheer you? Or do you walk in victory, declaring triumph in the face of delay, blessing abundance when the purse is empty, praising health when the body trembles, rejoicing in love when the heart still waits? For the law is exact. You will always walk into the world you carry in your consciousness. Here is your affirmation. I walk in victory now. Every plan prospers. Every door opens. Every enemy thought is dissolved. I cannot fail, for God never fails. I am triumphant in supply, triumphant in health, triumphant in love, triumphant in every good thing, under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it not as a wish, but as a decree. Speak it until it saturates your being. Speak it until your posture changes, your tone changes, your walk itself radiates triumph. For the angel of supply hears not only your words but your spirit, and it rushes to obey the consciousness of victory. Victory consciousness is calm. It is poised. It is joyous. It does not waver when appearances roar. It does not collapse when delays arise. It declares, though the fig tree shall not blossom, yet I rejoice, for my victory is assured, and the outer must yield. For appearances cannot stand against the decree of victory transition. And once you learn to walk in victory consciousness, you will see that the final seal of every demonstration is gratitude. For gratitude is the atmosphere of increase, the force that multiplies what you have, the song that keeps the door of supply forever open. Let us now step into the last secret of this great section: continuous gratitude. Here is the final seal upon every demonstration, the atmosphere in which miracles multiply and blessings never cease. Continuous gratitude. Gratitude is not a polite phrase, not a momentary thank you whispered when something arrives. Gratitude is power. Gratitude is a force. Gratitude is the song of faith sung before the harvest is visible, the declaration of increase when the field still looks bare, the assurance that multiplies the little into much and keeps the river of supply flowing without interruption. Gratitude is not occasional. It is continuous. The soul that lives in thanksgiving carries an open channel through which the angel of supply moves freely, constantly, abundantly. The one who blesses what they have, no matter how small, will soon see it increase. The one who curses what they have, no matter how large, will soon see it vanish. For the law is exact. What you bless multiplies. What you complain of diminishes. Most people do not understand this. They look at their purse and say, "This is too little." And by their complaint, they shrink it smaller still. They look at their body and say, "I am weak, I am sick." And by their complaint, they intensify the weakness. They look at their home and say, "It is shabby. It is not enough." And by their complaint, they rob it of beauty. Complaint is a curse spoken over one's own blessings, and it always diminishes. But gratitude is the opposite. Gratitude blesses. Gratitude magnifies. Gratitude multiplies. And because the law of life always gives increase where there is blessing. Gratitude is the secret of permanent supply. I remember a woman who came to me holding a single dollar in her hand. She said, "Florence, this is all I have. What can I do with it?" I said, "Stop cursing it. Stop calling it little. Bless it. Thank God for it. Speak over it as though it were the key to treasures." I gave her the affirmation: "I bless this dollar and I give thanks for it. It is the magic purse of spirit that can never be depleted. As it goes out, more flows in, multiplied under grace and in perfect ways." She obeyed. She blessed instead of cursing. She thanked instead of complaining. She spoke life instead of lack, and soon unexpected money began to flow to her far beyond what she had. He imagined her dollar had multiplied because her gratitude had multiplied it. Another student, wary of paying bills, complained bitterly each time she wrote a check. She cursed her own supply with every groan. I said to her, "Each bill you pay is a proof that supply has already been given to you. Each payment is evidence that God has already met your need. Bless the bill. Give thanks that it is paid. Say, I give thanks that this bill is paid in full. I rejoice in my abundance. More supply flows to me even now." She obeyed, and to her amazement, her finances began to shift. New channels opened, debts dissolved, and her supply increased. The difference was not in her income, but in her gratitude. So I ask you, are you living in complaint or in thanksgiving? Do you curse your purse or do you bless it? Do you grumble over your health or do you thank God for every breath of life? Do you despise your work or do you bless it as the channel of your supply? Remember, the angel of money listens to your atmosphere. If you fill your air with complaint, the angel withdraws. If you fill it with thanksgiving, the angel rushes to multiply. Here is your affirmation: I live in continuous gratitude. I bless my money and it multiplies. I bless my health and it increases. I bless my work and it prospers. I bless my relationships and they blossom. I give thanks always and my life overflows with abundance under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it until thanksgiving becomes the rhythm of your heart, until complaint is impossible, until blessing flows from your lips at every turn. For gratitude is the music of heaven, and when you sing it, the whole universe dances in response. Continuous gratitude is not only the seal of every demonstration, it is the atmosphere of permanent supply. When you live in it, you no longer rise and fall with appearances, no longer gain one day and lose the next, no longer see trickles of blessing that soon dry up. You live in a rise, a river that never runs dry, a stream that never ceases, a storehouse that never empties. Gratitude keeps the doors of heaven open, and in that atmosphere, abundance is your daily bread. Transition. And now, having seen how expectancy, preparation, giving, victory, and gratitude weave together into a permanent flow of supply, we come to the closing seal of this great message. Let us now bring it all together in a final declaration that anchors the law in your heart and calls the angel of money into your life this very night. You have walked with me through the entire revelation, and now you stand at the door of demonstration. You came asking, "Can I call this angel tonight and wake to money tomorrow?" And by now you know the answer beyond all doubt. The answer is yes. Not someday. Not after long toil. Not after years of struggle. Yes, tonight. Yes. Now, for the angel of money is no stranger, no distant being, but the law of divine supply itself, waiting always for your command, moving instantly at your word, ready this very moment to rush into action and deliver the abundance that is yours by divine right. You have seen how this angel works. You have learned that it does not answer complaint, but command. You have seen why most never call it, because they block it with fear. They weaken it with begging. They cancel it with doubt. You have seen that the angel of supply does not move in time as men measure time, but outside of time, instantly, swiftly, perfectly. You have seen the mystery of the night hour, how the words you speak before sleep sink deepest, carried by the subconscious into fertile soil, where angels move without hindrance and bring the demonstration by morning. You have seen the commanding word of faith spoken not as a wish, but as a decree, which heaven and earth obey. And you have learned the laws that keep the channel clear. The power of the tongue, the choice between fear and faith, the practice of casting the burden, the multiplication of gratitude, the calm of poise, the voice of authority. You have learned to live in constant expectancy, to refuse to prepare for failure, to give and bless others so the river flows, to walk in victory consciousness, and to sing the song of continuous gratitude. Each of these laws is a chord, and together they form the music of demonstration. Each of these truths is a stone, and together they build the house of permanent supply. So now I say to you, tonight is your night. Do not delay. Do not postpone. Do not say, "Someday I will try this." Speak now. Call now. Declare now. For the angel of money is waiting at your side, listening for your word. Here is the final affirmation we speak together. I call the angel of supply now. I give thanks that money rushes to me while I sleep. I cast every burden on the Christ within me and rest in peace. I wake in the morning to doors opened, needs met, and abundance in hand. I walk in constant expectancy. I refuse failure and prepare only for success. I bless what I have, and it multiplies. I walk in victory and live in continuous gratitude. My supply flows unbroken, under grace, and in perfect ways. Speak it with me aloud. Speak it until you feel the chains fall, until the fear dissolves, until the peace of God settles over you like a mantle. Speak it as though the demonstration were already here, for indeed it island. And then release it. Go to your rest in peace, knowing that the angel of money has gone forth on your word, moving swiftly, arranging perfectly, delivering surely. And when you rise in the morning, give thanks at once, for the supply will already be on its way, visible in channels you could never have outlined. And before we part, I give you this. The next step in this path is the secret door to success. For supply is but the beginning. There are doors in your life that have long been shut, doors barred by resentment, fear, and delay. But there is a door that opens to effortless triumph, to divine shortcuts, to victories unseen. In the next message, I will show you how to walk through that door and never again be turned away. Do not miss it. Click now and continue the path that has been prepared for you. Go forth tonight not as a beggar pleading for coins, but as a child of God commanding your inheritance. Call the angel of supply with faith. Rest in peace. Rise in victory. For life does not change slowly. It changes in an instant. And tonight is your instant. Most people beg at empty doors, while their true fortune waits untouched. There is a divine bank with your name upon it, holding 110 million of supply, ready to be drawn the moment you write the check with your word. Tonight, I will show you how to cash it. In this message, I will reveal how to withdraw from the divine bank, how to speak the decree that transfers millions from the unseen into the seen, and how to keep your channel clear so the flow never stops. You will learn why struggle shuts the door, why fear delays the blessing, and why gratitude multiplies the deposit. If you have been bound by debt, crushed by smallness, or fearful of tomorrow, tonight you will learn how to call your fortune in faith and watch as Spirit makes the transfer. You may have tried saving, straining, begging, and still your account looked empty. You may have said, "Why does my prayer go unanswered? Why does abundance delay?" But the truth is this: the supply was never absent. It was waiting on your word. The divine bank is always full, but the check must be written with faith. The universe is not withholding. It is waiting to be commanded. And the moment you do, the fortune that is already yours rushes to appear. Over the next 2 hours, I will show you how to align with the law of divine supply so that wealth comes quickly, easily, and under grace. You will hear true stories of men and women who shifted from poverty to plenty with a single decree. You will learn the affirmations that open the vaults of heaven, the attitude that magnetizes millions, and the subtle traps that keep accounts empty. I will open the scriptures to show you how every promise of wealth is already signed in your name. And before we finish, you will not only know the law, you will practice it yourself, writing the spiritual check that summons supply. Stay with me, for this may be the very message that lifts you in minutes. From lack to overflow, from smallness to millions, from fear to faith. Here's something most people completely miss, and it is the reason why they remain in lack even while heaven itself is shouting abundance. You are living with two accounts. One is the account of appearances, and the other is the account of truth. The account of appearances is the one your eyes behold, the one your bank statement records, the one that seems to prove your fears correct. It shows smallness, emptiness, insufficiency. You open it and say, "This is all I have." But the account of truth is altogether different. It is held in the divine bank of spirit. It is limitless, inexhaustible, already credited to your name, and it never runs dry. In that account, you are already rich. In that account, millions are waiting, not as a promise for someday, but as a present fact, ready to transfer the instant you speak the word. Do you not see? This is why the scripture tells us again and again, lift up your eyes. For as long as you stare only at the account of appearances, you will bow to it as master. But when you lift your eyes to truth, you see the higher balance, the heavenly ledger already full. The supply is not being created. It is finished. The only question is, which account will you draw from? Most people beg at their account of appearances, hoping to squeeze a little more out of their visible means, when all the while the true fortune is untouched, waiting for the check of faith. I remember the story of the widow told in the Book of Kings. Her cupboards were bare, her debts pressed upon her, her children were about to be taken for bondmen. By appearances, her account was empty, but the prophet said to her, "Borrow vessels, not a few, and pour out the oil." She obeyed. She poured from a little pot into many vessels, and the oil did not cease until every vessel was full. Her fortune had not been absent. It was hidden in the higher account. The act of faith transferred it into her visible world. That is your picture. Appearances may show an empty jar, but the account of truth holds unending oil. When you act in faith, when you declare your supply, the transfer is made and the vessels of your life are filled. So I ask you now, which account are you living from? Are you bowing to the report of appearances, reciting your lack, rehearsing your debts, magnifying your insufficiency? Or are you daring to speak from the account of truth, declaring that your fortune is already credited, that your millions are already prepared, that your supply cannot run dry? Remember, the account of appearances is temporary, shifting, deceptive. The account of truth is eternal, abundant, unshakable. The angel of money does not answer to appearances, it answers to truth. Here is your affirmation: I do not live by appearances, I live by truth. My account in spirit is full, overflowing, limitless. I draw from it now. I give thanks that 110 million is already credited to my name, and I receive it under grace in perfect ways. Speak it aloud. Speak it until your eyes lift from the empty ledger to the overflowing vault. Speak it until you feel the truth blaze within you, until you know beyond appearances that the fortune is already yours. Transition. And yet if the fortune is already credited, why do so few ever draw from it? Why do most continue to beg and scrape while their supply lies untouched? That is because they never learn how to withdraw. They beg, they fear, they doubt, and by so doing they cancel the transfer. That is the snare we must uncover next. Here is what most people never see. And it is why they remain poor while sitting on a fortune. Their account in spirit is full. Their balance in truth is overflowing. Yet they never make the withdrawal. And why? Because they do not understand the law. They do not know how the divine bank operates. They think it can be moved by fear. They think it can be opened by begging. They think it can be persuaded by doubt. And in doing so, they bar the very door of their own supply. The angel of money stands ready with the transfer slip in hand. But man himself cancels the order. Fear is the first thief. Fear imagines delay. Fear rehearses disaster. Fear paints pictures of lack and calls them real. Fear says, what if I fail? What if I cannot pay? What if there is never enough? And because fear is faith inverted, the law takes it as command and produces the very evil it foresaw. The man who fears bills will always have more bills. The woman who fears poverty will always find herself in want. The account of truth has not changed. It is still full. But fear has blinded the eyes and closed the hand. Begging is the next thief. How many fall upon their knees and plead, "Oh God, please send me money. Please help me. Please deliver me from this lack." They think they are praying, but they are only confessing poverty. Every plea of please declares, "I do not have." Every cry of despair is a stamp of insufficiency upon the soul. The divine bank does not open to begging, for begging is doubt. The bank of heaven opens only to faith, and then comes doubt. The great counselor of demonstrations. A soul may declare abundance once, may even believe it in the moment, but then they look at appearances, see no change, and say, perhaps this does not work. Perhaps I was foolish to believe. Perhaps it is all imagination. And in that instant, they cancel their own check. The word of faith is like a seed planted in the soil. If you dig it up every hour to see if it has sprouted, you kill it. If you water it with fear, you drown it. But if you plant it, leave it and trust it, it grows in silence, and in time the harvest appears. I recall a student who came to me saying, "Florence, I have prayed for money for years, yet nothing changes." I said to her, "You have not prayed. You have begged. You have confessed lack in every word. You have knocked at the door of appearances." When the door of truth stands wide open, I gave her this affirmation. I give thanks that the supply which is mine by divine right now pours in under grace in perfect ways. She spoke it at first timidly. Then with growing faith she ceased her begging. She refused her fear. She dissolved her doubt. And soon the transfer came. Money arrived through channels she could not have outlined. The divine bank had never been empty. She had simply never learned how to withdraw. So I ask you now, have you been blocking your own account? Have you been letting fear write your checks? Have you been begging instead of declaring? Have you been doubting instead of trusting? The universe is not withholding from you. The bank of spirit is not delayed. The fortune is already credited in your name, but the withdrawal must be made with boldness, with thanksgiving, with certainty. Here is your affirmation. I do not beg. I do not fear. I do not doubt. I declare that my supply is mine now. I give thanks that 110 million moves from the unseen into the seen under grace and in perfect ways. The divine bank releases it and I receive it now. Speak it until you feel the truth rise like a flame within you. Speak it until fear falls silent. Speak it until doubt has no more voice. For once you stop blocking the transfer, the angel of money rushes to deliver what has always been yours. Transition. And now that you see why most never withdraw, you are ready for the next revelation. The spoken word itself is the check. Every decree you utter is a draft against the divine bank. And every check written in faith is honored without delay. Here is the great secret that overturns the whole illusion of lack. Every word you speak is a check written upon the divine bank of spirit. Your tongue is the pen. Your faith is the ink. Your subconscious is the clearing house. And the supply of God is the account against which it is drawn. The law is exact. The law is impartial. The law is unfailing. If you can stare, write a check of fear, it will be cashed in lack. If you write a check of doubt, it will return stamped insufficient faith. If you write a check of complaint, it will purchase only more to complain of. But if you write a check of faith, a decree of thanksgiving, a word of power spoken as fact, then heaven itself rushes to honor it, and your fortune appears. For the divine bank cannot refuse a properly signed decree, any more than an earthly bank can refuse a valid draft against a full account. The difference is only this: the account of spirit is limitless. Most people are writing bad checks all day long and do not know it. They say, "I am always broke. Money slips through my fingers. Nothing ever works out for me." These are checks written against the account of lack, and the subconscious, obedient servant rushes to cash them. It does not argue. It does not reason. It does not say, "This is only a joke. This is only a figure of speech." It accepts the word as law, presents it at the clearing house of life, and the angel of supply delivers more of the same. And then the speaker says, "See, I told you so." They do not realize they themselves wrote the check, but the wise soul writes only checks of truth. They say, "Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace in perfect ways." They say, "God is my unfailing supply, and I am rich in every good thing." They say, "I walk in abundance. I draw upon my fortune freely. My purse is always full." These words are signed in faith, deposited in the subconscious, and honored by the law without delay. The angel of money hears the decree and rushes to fulfill it. The demonstration appears not because the supply was created, but because the check was written and cashed. I recall a woman who often said in justice, "I should like to live in a trunk." She spoke it so often that the subconscious recorded it as command. In time she lost her home and possessions, and indeed she lived out of a trunk. Her careless words had been checks written to lack, and they were cashed in her own life. But I have also known a student who learned to write checks of faith. She declared, "I give thanks for large sums of money that come to me quickly and easily under grace." At first, nothing seemed to change, but she persisted. Soon, unexpected checks began to arrive in the post. Gifts flowed from friends, opportunities opened, and her supply multiplied. The difference was not in her labor, not in her fortune, not in her circumstances. It was in her words, the checks she wrote with her tongue. So I ask you now, what checks are you writing today? Are you scribbling drafts of fear, sending out slips of complaint, signing decrees of doubt? Or are you issuing bold drafts of faith written in thanksgiving, signed with authority, and deposited with trust? Remember, the divine bank never refuses a decree written in truth. The account is limitless. The funds are available. The angel of supply is standing at the counter. All that is required is your word. Here is your affirmation. My word is my check. I write only checks of faith, abundance, and joy. I give thanks that each decree I speak is honored instantly by the divine bank. I draw upon my limitless account. I receive my millions now under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it until you feel the authority of heaven in your tongue. Speak it until your heart knows that every sentence is law. Speak it until your words carry weight, until your decrees resound through the unseen, and the transfer is made in full transition. And once you see that every word is a check, you must also grasp this next truth. The bank of spirit does not deal in delay. It does not hold your request for months or years. It credits your account instantly outside of man's time the moment the decree is spoken. That is the law of immediate credit. Here is a truth that overturns the whole lie of delay. Spirit does not deal in time as man measures time. Spirit does not say wait 3 months, wait 3 years, struggle and sweat, and perhaps your fortune will appear. No, the divine bank credits your decree instantly. The very moment the word of faith is spoken, the transfer is made in the unseen. The account is credited in full. The angel of supply is dispatched at once and the demonstration begins to move toward you without hesitation. If the manifestation seems slow, the delay is never in spirit. It is always in man's doubt, in man's fear, in man's restless interference with the process. The law itself moves outside of hours and minutes. The supply is present now, and it rushes into form the instant you declare it. Most people stagger because they measure by appearances. They say, I affirmed yesterday, but today I see no change. They speak the word at night, but in the morning they stare at the same purse and declare, it is still empty. They do not understand that the moment they spoke, the decree was honored. The account was credited, and the angels were already at work arranging the channels, preparing the way, opening the doors. Their impatience, their disbelief, their constant digging up of the seed is what keeps the harvest from appearing. Spirit is never late. The divine bank never delays a true decree. The law of immediate credit is sure, unfailing, unbreakable. I recall the story of a woman who came to me with only $8 left. By appearances, her account was nearly empty. Yet she had a strong hunch, an inner urging of spirit to take a train home, though she feared the cost. She obeyed the intuition, trusting the law. On that very journey, channels opened, doors swung wide, and her fortune began to flow in unexpected ways. That 8 was not her limit. It was only the appearance. The supply had already been credited to her name, and her obedience to the inner voice released it into view. That is the law of immediate credit. Another student once told me, Florence, I affirmed my good, but it never came. I said, never came. It came the moment you spoke, but you counted the transfer with doubt. You buried the harvest with your fear. You stamped stop payment upon your own decree. Spirit did not delay. You withdrew the order. When she at last learned to speak the word, and then rest, refusing to interfere, her supply arrived with astonishing speed. She said to me, I see now that heaven was never slow. I was the one in the way. So I ask you, are you delaying your own demonstration by expecting slowness? Do you say someday my good will come, when the law declares it is already here? Do you declare wealth in one breath and deny it in the next by staring at appearances? Remember, the divine bank does not withhold. It does not process your request over weeks or months. It stamps it paid in full the moment the decree is uttered. The only question is, will you believe it? Will you act as though it is so? Will you stand still and see the salvation of the Lord? Here is your affirmation. I declare that the law of immediate credit is mine. My word is honored in full the instant I speak it. I give thanks that my 110 million is credited to my account now under grace and in perfect ways. There is no delay in spirit. There is no waiting in God. My supply is present, visible, and overflowing. Speak it not as a hope but as a fact. Speak it until your mind rests, until your heart rejoices, until you know beyond appearances that the fortune is already deposited in your life. For when you align with this truth, miracles arrive swiftly, easily, perfectly, and the law proves itself without fail. Transition. And now, having seen that the bank of spirit credits your decree instantly, you are ready for the crowning revelation of this first section, the mystery of the night hour. When your words sink deepest, when your declarations become seeds in the fertile soil of sleep, and when you may wake to the harvest by morning, here is a mystery most people overlook, and yet it is one of the most powerful laws you will ever know. The subconscious is most impressionable in the hour before sleep. Whatever picture you carry into the night, the subconscious accepts without resistance and works upon it while you rest. And because the subconscious is the workshop of spirit, it labors faithfully all night to bring forth in the outer what you have planted within. That is why I call your evening word the night deposit. Just as a man may walk into a bank after hours, slip a deposit into the slot, and know it will be credited by morning, so you may speak your decree before you close your eyes, and by the dawn, unseen forces have already gone forth to fulfill it. Most people, however, deposit the wrong thing. They go to bed rehearsing their worries, counting their debts, trembling over tomorrow. They toss upon their pillows muttering, how will I pay? What if I fail? What if disaster comes? And the subconscious, obedient servant takes those fears as checks, stamps them valid, and sets to work producing more of the same. By morning, they rise heavy, their burdens multiplied, their way still shut. They do not see that they themselves made the night deposit of fear, and so they awoke to the harvest of fear. But the wise soul knows better. The wise soul lays down in peace, having first spoken the word of truth, depositing faith into the subconscious, and rising in the morning to a harvest of supply. I recall the story of a woman who had only to the left. By appearances, her purse was nearly empty. I told her, bless it. Call it the magic purse of spirit that can never be depleted. Speak over it before you sleep and watch what happens. She obeyed. Each night she said, this purse is filled and refilled endlessly. It is the magic purse of spirit, and it brings to me supply from every direction. Within a short time, that little deposit multiplied into 6,000. The purse itself had no power, but her words spoken in faith planted in the soil of the subconscious became the seed of abundance. That is the law of the night deposit and the morning harvest. Another student burdened with debt would lie awake each night counting what she owed. I said to her, stop rehearsing debt and begin rehearsing supply. Before you sleep, say, I give thanks that every bill is paid, every need is met, every door is open. I rest in peace, knowing my supply rushes to me under grace and in perfect ways. She obeyed. Her nights grew peaceful, her fears dissolved, and soon money began to flow from unexpected sources until her debts were cleared. By changing her night deposit, she changed her morning harvest. So I ask you, what are you depositing tonight? Are you laying fear in the vault of your subconscious, or are you depositing faith? Are you filling the night with worry, or are you sowing the seed of abundance? Remember, the subconscious does not argue. It only obeys. If you give it fear, it brings you more fear. If you give it faith, it brings you miracles. If you deposit complaint, you will rise to more lack. If you deposit gratitude, you will rise to more blessings. The harvest is always determined by the seed, and the seed is always the word. Here is your affirmation. As I sleep, I deposit abundance in my subconscious. I give thanks that money rushes to me all night long. The angel of supply moves swiftly while I rest. I wake to the morning harvest. Doors open, needs met, abundance in hand, under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it tonight. Speak it every night. Let it be the last sound upon your lips before sleep. And watch as your mornings change. For the night deposit is sure, the morning harvest is certain, and the law never fails. Transition. And now we close the first great section. You have seen the bank of truth against the bank of appearances. Why most for never withdraw. How every word is a check, how spirit credits it instantly, and how the night deposit produces the morning harvest. But this is only the beginning. For how do you write checks that never bounce? How do you speak words that are always honored? That is the secret of the next section. Learning to write your spiritual checks with the right words, the right attitude, and the authority of faith. Here is a truth that should strike the heart like lightning. Your tongue is the pen, and every word you speak is writing upon the great ledger of life. The subconscious is that silent scribe, recording without question every syllable that falls from your lips, and the world you see is nothing more than the book written by your own words. You cannot escape this law. If you speak lack, you will live lack. If you speak failure, you will taste failure. If you speak disease, your body will obey. But if you dare to speak abundance, abundance will come. If you declare health, health will blossom. If you decree success, success will follow. Life and death are in the power of the tongue, says the scripture. And by your words, you are justified, and by your words, you are condemned. Most people treat their words as though they were idle chatter, forgetting that each word is a seed sown in the soil of the subconscious. The subconscious does not laugh at your jokes. It does not dismiss your careless phrases. It does not say, "Oh, she did not mean it." It simply receives the word as law, plants it in the soil, and brings it forth in harvest. That is why so many live in misery. They have sown weeds with their own tongues. They have cursed their own money by saying, "It never stays, it slips away." They have cursed their own health by saying, "I am always tired. I catch every illness." They have cursed their own opportunities by saying, "Nothing ever works out for me." And then they sigh in defeat, not realizing they themselves were the author of their misfortune. I recall the story of a woman who said so often, half in est, that she would like to live in a trunk. She repeated it until her subconscious engraved it, and at last she lost her home, and indeed lived out of a trunk. Her tongue had written her destiny, and the law had obeyed. But I also recall another who learned the opposite, who learned to write her fortune with her words. She declared, "God is my supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace." At first, nothing seemed to change, but she persisted. She wrote the decree again and again with her tongue, and soon her outer world shifted to match it. Unexpected income, opened doors, multiplied supply. Her tongue had become the pen of a ready writer, and her life became the book of abundance. So I ask you, what are you writing today? Do you scroll out lines of fear, sketch paragraphs of defeat, sign pages of complaint? Or are you composing a story of triumph, writing checks of faith, filling your book with words of health, wealth, and joy? For every sentence matters, every phrase is recorded, every declaration is honored. Here is your affirmation. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. I write only words of life, abundance, and joy. Every word I speak is a seed of good, and it bears fruit swiftly under grace and in perfect ways. My tongue writes my millions, my health, my victory. Now speak it until your very lips refuse to utter complaint. Speak it until your tongue becomes holy ground, carrying only decrees of good. Speak it until your words are so filled with faith that the universe itself rushes to fulfill them. Transition. And yet, if the tongue is the pen, then we must ask, what ink are you using to sign your checks, faith or fear? For both write upon the subconscious, both are honored by the law, and whichever you choose will determine your harvest. That is the secret we must uncover next. Here is a truth most souls never grasp, and yet it governs. Every fortune and every failure, every word you speak is a check, but the signature upon it is either fear or faith. Fear and faith are both belief. Fear is belief in evil. Faith is belief in good. Fear is belief in loss. Faith is belief in supply. Fear is belief in sickness. Faith is belief in health. And because the law is impartial, because the subconscious is a perfect servant, it does not judge which you choose. It only cashes the check as signed. If you sign with fear, lack rushes in. If you sign with faith, abundance appears. The law itself is neutral. The power is one. The only difference is whether you turn it toward darkness or toward light. Most people live as scribes of fear. They sign every decree with dread. They say, "I knew something would go wrong." They say, "I can never get ahead." They say, "I always fall ill at this time of year." These are not idle phrases. They are signed orders presented at the bank of life. The subconscious takes the check, sees the signature of fear, and pays it out in full. The man who fears bills will always have more bills, for he has signed them into his experience. The woman who fears poverty will always see lack, for she has endorsed it with her tongue. And then they cry, "Why has this happened to me?" Not realizing they themselves signed the order. But the soul that lives in faith signs a very different decree. Faith says, "God is my supply and I am rich." Faith says, "Large sums of money come to me quickly, easily, and under grace." Faith says, "I walk in health, in strength, in joy, and nothing can oppose me." These checks, signed with faith, are presented at the same bank, and the bank of spirit pays them out with unfailing certainty. For the law does not delay, the law does not argue, the law does not play favorites, it simply honors the signature. I recall the story of a man who lived in continual dread of a rare disease. He studied it, thought of it, spoke of it constantly. He signed every check with fear, and though the disease was exceedingly rare, it came upon him. His signature had commanded it. But I also recall the woman who longed for supply. She ceased her begging and began to sign her decrees with faith. She said daily, "I give thanks that God is my unfailing source. My millions are mine now under grace and in perfect ways." Soon unexpected money flowed in. Her debts cleared. Her life transformed. The only difference was the signature. So I ask you, what signature are you placing upon your checks? Do you sign with fear, endorsing lack, rehearsing disaster, preparing for loss? Or do you sign with faith, endorsing abundance, rehearsing victory, preparing for miracles? Remember, both fear and faith are honored. Both signatures are binding. The only choice is which you will place upon the word you speak. Here is your affirmation. I refuse the signature of fear. I sign every decree with faith. I declare that my 110 million is mine now under grace and in perfect ways. I sign every check with trust and the bank of spirit honors them instantly. My fortune flows. My health abounds. My life is victorious. Speak it until fear loses its voice. Speak it until your tongue moves only in faith. Speak it until you know beyond doubt that every decree signed with faith is honored without fail. Transition. And yet even with faith, many cancel their demonstrations by carrying their burdens instead of casting them. They sign the check, but then they hold on to the debt in their minds, smothering the supply with worry. That is why we must learn the next secret: casting the burden, clearing the overdrafts, and letting spirit balance the account. Here is a law, so simple yet so neglected, and because it is neglected, many cancel their demonstrations even after they have spoken the right word. You must cast the burden. Just as a man may write a check against a full account, but if his ledger is clogged with overdrafts and debts, the bank will refuse to honor it. So too your decrees may be delayed if you carry the weight of worry, resentment, or fear. Worry is the overdraft of the soul. Resentment is the red ink that clouds the page. Fear is the unpaid charge that blocks the account. And the only way to clear it is to cast it, lift it off yourself, and lay it upon the Christ within. The burden bearer who never grows weary, who never delays, who always balances the account in full. Most people clutch their burdens as though holding them tight could solve them. They drag them to bed. They rehearse them through the night. They wake with them still in hand, and then they wonder why their decrees bear no fruit. They do not see that their own worry is the block, their own anxiety the barrier, their own fear the overdraft that cancels the check. The Christ said, "Come unto me all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." That is not sentiment, that is law. The moment you cast the burden, the account is cleared, the overdraft is erased, the check is honored. I recall a woman who came to me trembling over a lawsuit. She said, "Florence, I have declared my good, but the fear grips me. I cannot eat, I cannot sleep. I cannot breathe without dread." I said to her, "Then you are carrying the burden. No wonder your decree falters. Say now, I cast this burden of lawsuit upon the Christ within me. I go free. The Christ within is my defense, my shield, my deliverer. The outcome is perfect under grace in perfect ways." She spoke it at first with shaking lips, then with growing peace. That night she slept soundly for the first time in weeks. When the trial came, the case turned miraculously in her favor. The overdraft was cleared because the burden had been cast. Another student drowning in debt could not think of anything but bills. Every thought, every conversation, every prayer was colored with the shadow of debt. I told him, "You are holding the burden so tightly that no supply can enter. Say aloud, I cast this burden of debt upon the Christ within me. I go free. My supply is unlimited. My debts are dissolved. My fortune flows under grace in perfect ways." He obeyed. The anxiety lifted. He walked with a lighter step, and soon money came to him in unexpected channels until the entire debt was cleared. He said to me afterward, "The supply was always there. I was the one blocking it with worry. So I ask you, what overdrafts are you carrying? Is it fear of money, fear of sickness, fear of tomorrow? Why write checks of faith in one hand while clutching burdens in the other? Why pray for abundance while rehearsing debts? Why declare healing while feeding fear? Cast it, release it, lay it on the Christ within, and walk free. For the Christ within never slumbers, never weakens, never fails. Here is your affirmation. I cast every burden upon the Christ within me. I go free. Every overdraft is cleared, every debt dissolved, every fear erased. My checks of faith are honored instantly. My supply flows now under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it until the burden lifts. Speak it until your spirit feels light, until peace enters, until your whole being rests in the assurance that the account is balanced, the ledger is clear, and the divine bank honors your every decree. Transition. And once the overdrafts are cleared and the account stands open, you must learn the next step, the power of gratitude. For gratitude is the deposit slip that multiplies what you have and prepares the way for more. Here is a law that multiplies everything it touches. Gratitude is the deposit slip of the divine bank. Just as no check is honored without being deposited, so no decree is complete without thanksgiving. Gratitude is not a polite phrase, not a mumbled thank you after the fact, but a spiritual force, a creative power, the very breath of increase. When you give thanks, you are multiplying the seed. When you bless, you are enlarging the vessel. When you declare, I am grateful, you are stamping your decree with the seal of heaven, and the law rushes to honor it. Complaint shrinks, gratitude expands. Complaint cancels, gratitude multiplies. Complaint declares lack, gratitude declares abundance. And because the subconscious always obeys the strongest vibration, the soul that lives in gratitude lives in unending increase. Most people cancel their demonstrations because they deposit complaint instead of thanksgiving. They look at their purse and sigh, this is not enough. They pay a bill and grumble, this drains me. They sit at their table and mutter, there is never plenty. And so the subconscious records complaint as a decree, and the outer world shrinks to match it. They do not see that every sigh was a withdrawal, every groan was a cancellation, every complaint a check written to lack. But the soul that blesses instead of curses, that thanks instead of grumbles, that praises instead of sighs, finds their account multiplying daily. For gratitude is the deposit slip that never fails. I recall a woman who came to me with only 100 in her hand. She said, Florence, this is all I have. What can I do? I said to her, bless it. Call it the magic purse of spirit that can never be depleted. Give thanks for it now as though it were a fortune. Declare that as it goes out, it returns multiplied. She obeyed. She stopped cursing her money and began blessing it. Within a short time, that 100 multiplied into hundreds, then thousands. She said to me, the moment I blessed my purse, it became a channel instead of a prison. Gratitude had turned her $1 into a deposit slip that called forth thousands. Another student once complained bitterly over bills. She dreaded the sight of envelopes. She cursed each payment. She said, this drains me. This enslaves me. I told her, every bill you pay is evidence that supply has already been given. Each bill is proof that money has already flowed through your hands. Bless it, thank it, rejoice over it. Say, I give thanks that this bill is paid in full. I rejoice in the abundance that flows continually to me. She obeyed, and soon her finances shifted. Money flowed from unexpected channels. Debts were dissolved, and she lived in peace. The change was not in her income. It was in her gratitude. So I ask you, what are you depositing into your subconscious? Complaint or thanksgiving, curse or blessing, fear or gratitude? Remember, the divine bank cannot multiply what you curse. It cannot enlarge what you despise, but it rushes to multiply what you bless. Here is your affirmation. I give thanks for my abundance now. I bless every dollar and it multiplies. I bless every bill and it returns to me paid in full. I give thanks that 110 million is already mine, credited to my account, and I rejoice in its perfect manifestation under grace. Speak it until thanksgiving rises naturally to your lips. Speak it until your atmosphere hums with gratitude. Speak it until your whole life becomes a deposit slip and you find increase in every direction. For gratitude is the atmosphere of miracles, and in its presence the divine bank never ceases to pay transition. And yet gratitude alone will not sustain the flow if you allow panic to seize you. For panic cancels, panic slams the door. Panic is the thief that snatches away the demonstration. That is why the next seal upon your word is poise, the calm that proves your faith and guards your fortune. Here is a law that anchors every decree and secures every fortune. Poise is the seal of supply. When a man writes a check, he does not rush to the bank in panic, trembling to see if it will be honored. He signs it calmly, confidently, knowing the account is full and the bank is faithful. So, it must be with every word you speak. Panic is the sign of unbelief. Panic is the confession that you do not trust the account. Panic is the tremor that cancels the decree, the shaking hand that tears the check before it clears. But poise, calm, steady, unshaken poise is the signature of faith. It is the proof that you believe your word is law, that you trust the bank of spirit, that you know beyond appearances your supply is already present. Most people destroy their own demonstrations because they lose poise at the first sign of resistance. They declare abundance one moment, but when a bill arrives, they collapse in fear and say, "What shall I do now?" They affirm health in the morning, but when a pain comes at noon, they groan and say, "Perhaps it is not working." They decree success, but when appearances mock them, they throw up their hands and cry, "I knew it was too good to be true." And so, their panic cancels their decree. They do not see that the demonstration was already on its way, already moving through unseen channels, already rushing to appear. But their panic slammed the door before it arrived. The scriptures give us clear pictures of poise as mastery. Daniel was cast into the lion's den. By appearances, death surrounded him, but he remained calm, poised, unmoved, confident in his God. And because he stood in poise, the mouths of the lions were shut. Christ lay sleeping in the boat while the storm raged. The disciples trembled, frantic, crying, "Master, we perish." But he rose in calm authority and said, "Peace, be still." And the storm obeyed. Do you see? Poise is not passivity, it is mastery. Poise is not weakness, it is strength. Poise is the stillness that commands storms, the calm that silences lions, the peace that proves dominion. I recall a man who trembled each time a bill arrived. He told me, "Florence, the very sight of an envelope fills me with dread." I said, "Then you are writing checks of fear with every tremor. You must reverse it. Each time a bill comes, hold it calmly and say, 'I give thanks that this bill is paid in full. God is my unfailing supply, and God is never late.'" He obeyed, though at first his hands still shook, but in time his poise grew. He opened bills with peace instead of panic, and soon his supply multiplied until bills no longer frightened him. His calm became his command, and the angel of money moved swiftly because he had sealed his decree with poise. So I ask you now, how do you react when appearances rise against you? Do you tremble, collapse, declare defeat before the battle is over? Or do you stand calm, poised, unshaken, declaring, "Thou appearances roar, my word is law, my supply is sure, my God never fails"? Remember, panic shuts the door. Poise keeps it open, panic cancels the check, poise secures it. Here is your affirmation. I am poised, calm, and unshaken. I do not fear appearances. I rest in the certainty that every decree is honored, every check is cleared, every fortune is secure. God is my source, and God never fails. My 110 million is mine now under grace and imperfect ways. Speak it until your spirit feels still. Speak it until appearances lose their sting. Speak it until you know that your calm is your command and your poise is your power. Transition. And once your decree is secured with poise, you are ready for the final signature upon your checks, the authority of faith. For angels do not answer whispers of doubt, but they obey the voice of command. Here is the crowning seal upon every decree. You must speak with authority. A check unsigned is worthless. No matter how large the balance in the account, a decree mumbled in fear, whispered in doubt, is just as worthless. The divine bank does not honor uncertainty. Angels do not move for requests or half-hearted pleas. They move for commands. They rush to obey the words spoken with conviction, the decree declared as fact, the affirmation released as law. Authority is not arrogance. Authority is simply alignment with truth. Authority is the voice of God speaking through you. The calm certainty that what you declare is already accomplished. Most people weaken their own words because they never sign them with authority. They repeat affirmations timidly, as though testing, as though hoping something might happen. They speak like scribes, not like kings. They beg like beggars instead of commanding like heirs. And so their decrees fall flat. They do not understand that the tongue is the scepter, the word is the command, the decree is the law, and it must be spoken as one who knows. Christ himself is the pattern. When he spoke, he did not beg the storm to cease. He did not plead with Lazarus to rise. He said, "Peace, be still." He said, "Lazarus, come forth." He spoke as one having authority, and the universe obeyed. That same authority is yours, for you are made in his image, and his spirit lives in you. I recall a student who longed for right work. She begged, she prayed, she worried, but nothing came. I gave her the affirmation, "I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give perfect service for perfect pay." But I told her, do not whisper this as a wish. Speak it as fact. Speak it as though the position is already yours. Speak with thanksgiving, with authority as one who knows. She obeyed. Her tone changed. She spoke no longer as a beggar, but as a claimant of divine inheritance, and soon the right work opened to her better than she had imagined, paid higher than she had expected. The change was not in the words, but in the authority with which they were spoken. Another woman confessed that she affirmed often, but her affirmations seemed empty. I asked her, "Do you speak them as though they are already done, or as though you wish they might be?" She admitted she hoped, but did not believe. I said, "Then you are writing unsigned checks. Speak as though the money is already in your hand, the blessing already delivered, the demonstration already complete." She began to affirm with thanksgiving, saying, "I give thanks that my fortune is mine now." And the supply rushed in, for at last the signature of authority had been placed upon the decree. So I ask you, how are you speaking your words? Are you murmuring them with hesitation, casting them out as experiments, or are you signing them boldly with the authority of faith, knowing they cannot return void? Remember, the angel of money obeys the commanding word, not the wavering plea. Here is your affirmation. I speak with authority. I decree, and it is established. I give thanks that my 110 million is mine now under grace and in perfect ways. I do not beg. I do not wish. I command, I declare. I receive. My word is law. My decree is honored. My supply is manifest. Speak it until you feel the weight of authority in your own tongue. Speak it until your word carries the ring of command. Speak it until heaven and earth bow to the voice of faith within you. Transition. And now this great section closes. You have learned that the tongue is the pen, that fear and faith are the two signatures, that burdens must be cast to clear the ledger, that gratitude multiplies every deposit, that poise secures every decree, and that authority is the final signature, which makes every check valid. But this is not the end. For once you know how to write your checks with authority, you must learn how to live daily in the flow of permanent supply so that your 110 million never runs dry. That is the next revelation. Here is a law that governs the flow of every fortune. Life will always meet you at the level of your expectancy. What you continually look for, you will find. What you prepare for, you will receive. What you rehearse in the secret chambers of your heart becomes the stage upon which you walk. Expectancy is a magnet. Expectancy is a mold. Expectancy is the invisible vault into which supply is poured. If you expect poverty, poverty fills the vault. If you expect delay, delay rushes to meet you. If you expect disaster, disaster hurries down the road. But if you expect abundance, abundance must come. If you expect health, health will flourish. If you expect open doors, the hinges will turn. The divine bank is never empty. The question is only, what vault have you prepared to receive its riches? Most people do not understand this law. They wake each morning braced for trouble. They open the post dreading the bill. They step out expecting disappointment. And because the law is impartial, because the subconscious must honor the picture it is given, their day unfolds exactly as expected. They have prepared their vault with dread, and dread is delivered. They have rehearsed loss, and loss appears. They say, "I knew this would happen," not realizing their knowing was the very magnet that drew it. They have been prophets of their own misfortune. And the angel of money, hearing their constant expectancy of lack, has simply fulfilled their decree. But the wise soul prepares differently. The wise soul rises each morning declaring, "Something wonderful is on its way to me today." The wise soul opens the post expecting checks, expecting gifts, expecting good news. The wise soul goes to bed saying, "Tomorrow will be greater than today. My good is always increasing." And because expectancy is a magnet, the day unfolds in joy. The post carries supply. The morning brings increase. The vault of expectancy has been filled with good, and the law has honored it. I recall a woman who lived in dread of sickness. Each year, as winter approached, she declared, "This is the season when I always fall ill." And so each year, without fail, sickness came. Her expectancy had written the decree, and the law had obeyed. But when she learned this truth, she reversed her expectancy. Each autumn, she declared, "I live in radiant health. I expect vitality. I go from strength to strength." For the first time in many years, the winter passed and she remained well. She said to me, I see now that I myself had been summoning illness. The moment I expected health, health obeyed. Another student, wary of lack, had grown accustomed to expecting empty pockets. Every trip to the market, he said, I will never have enough. Every bill, he said, this will drain me. And the vault of his expectancy filled with lack. When I told him, stop expecting emptiness, begin expecting abundance, he resisted at first, saying, but the appearances prove otherwise. I said, appear shadows, truth is substance. Expect truth and appearances will bow. He began each day declaring, I expect abundance. I prepare for supply. I opened the vault of my life to receive millions under grace and imperfect ways. Soon unexpected channels opened and money began to flow. His expectancy had shifted and so had his fortune. So I ask you, what vault are you preparing? Are you lining it with dread, filling it with complaint, stocking it with doubt? Or are you building it with faith, decorating it with joy, filling it with thanksgiving? The angel of money cannot fill an empty vault until you prepare it with expectancy. Here is your affirmation. I live in constant expectancy of the best. I prepare the vault of my life to receive abundance. I expect 110 million credited to my account today under grace and in perfect ways. I expect health. I expect joy. I expect victory. And I receive it now. Speak it until expectancy fills your heart like a song. Speak it until you wake each morning with joy, until you go to sleep with peace, until the vault of your subconscious is so filled with good that only good can pour out. Transition. And once you see that expectancy is the magnet of your fortune, you will also see the folly of preparing for failure. For whatever you prepare for, you invite. And many souls thinking themselves wise unknowingly prepare for the very disaster they dread. That is the snare we must uncover next. Here is one of the greatest traps of the human race. Preparing for failure. Men call it prudence. Women call it caution. The world calls it wisdom. But heaven calls it inverted faith. For whatever you prepare for, you invite. Whatever you make room for, you receive. If you set a place at the table for fear, fear will dine with you. If you build a room for lack, lack will inhabit it. If you put money aside for disaster, disaster will surely arrive. If you expect sickness and prepare for it with dread, sickness will knock at your door. The subconscious is exact. It reads every preparation as a command, and the angel of supply, obedient servant of the word, can do nothing but fulfill it. Most people do not see the connection between their anxious preparation and their repeated troubles. They buy insurance against calamity and then wonder why calamity strikes. They store up money for rainy days and the rainy days appear. They keep medicine ready for the usual illness and the illness arrives right on time. They say, I must be realistic. But what they call realism is simply faith in failure. Dressed in respectable clothing. And because the law is impartial, it grants them exactly what they have rehearsed. They do not know they have been setting traps for themselves, rehearsing disaster in advance, and living out the very play they wrote. I recall a woman who once told me, Florence, I must save every cent for the day when I can no longer work, for surely old age will bring weakness. I said to her, then you have already decreed your decline. You have signed your own downfall in advance. For the law cannot give you strength while you prepare for weakness. Stop rehearsing frailty and begin preparing for vigor. Say aloud, I go from strength to strength. My youth is renewed like the eagle's. I am prepared only for health and vitality. She obeyed, and instead of weakening with age, she grew stronger, living in energy and joy long after others had declined. Her preparation had been shifted from failure to success, and the law obeyed. Another student dreaded each winter. She said, every year I fall ill, so I must stock my home with medicine, for sickness is inevitable. And sure enough, every year she became sick, for her preparations had commanded it. I told her, stop preparing for illness. Prepare for health. Clear away the medicine and declare, I expect radiant health. I prepare for vitality. I go through winter strong and untouched. She did so, though trembling. And for the first time in years, winter passed without sickness. She said to me afterward, it was as though my body had been obeying my storage closet. But when I prepared for health, health answered. So I ask you, what are you preparing for? Are you laying bricks for failure, or are you building mansions for success? Are you rehearsing disaster, or are you rehearsing victory? Are you hoarding for lack, or are you expanding for abundance? Remember, preparation is prophecy. To prepare for one thing is to call it. To make room for it is to guarantee its arrival. Here is your affirmation. I never prepare for failure. I prepare only for success. I never prepare for sickness. I prepare only for health. I never prepare for lack. I prepare only for abundance. My vault is filled with expectancy of good, and I receive it now under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it until the very thought of preparing for failure becomes impossible. Speak it until your heart sings with readiness only for blessings. Speak it until your whole being becomes a house prepared for joy, a vault prepared for millions, a temple prepared for victory. Transition. And once you stop preparing for failure, the river of supply flows without obstruction. But to keep that river clear, you must understand the law of circulation, that giving is the proof of faith and blessing others is the key that multiplies your own fortune. That is the secret we will unfold next. Here is a truth that few dare to practice. And yet it is the very law that determines whether your fortune flows like a river or dries up like a stagnant pool. Circulation keeps the channel open, and blessing others multiplies your own good. Money is like blood in the body. Its health is found in motion. If it flows freely, the body is strong. If it clots or stagnates, disease sets in. So it is with supply. When money flows through you in faith, when you give with joy, when you bless what leaves your hand, your channel remains clear, your vault remains open, and the divine bank continues to pour into your life. But when you clutch in fear, when you hoard in resentment, when you curse what you give, the flow is stopped, the river is dammed, and your account appears empty. Though heaven itself is still overflowing, most people destroy their own fortune with stinginess. They say, I cannot afford to give. I must hold tightly, for I may never see more. And in that very thought they shut the door against the next inflow. They mistake hoarding for safety, when in truth hoarding is the surest road to lack. For the law is circulation, and circulation is life. To withhold is to choke the river, but to release is to prove your faith that supply is endless. The divine bank does not pour its millions into clenched fists. It pours them into open hands. I recall a woman who came to me with her last few dollars. She said, Florence, I dare not give, for this is all I have. I said, that is why you must give. For if you hoard this, you are declaring that God is not your source. But if you release it in faith, you prove that supply is limitless, and the law will multiply it. Trembling, she gave a portion as a gift and blessed it as it went. And soon money returned to her multiplied far beyond what she had given. She said to me, it was as though the moment I opened my hand, heaven opened its vault. That is the law of circulation. What you release in blessing returns multiplied. Another student lived in constant lack. Though she earned enough, she complained each time she paid, cursed each time she gave, resented every gift required of her. I told her, you are poisoning your own supply. You must bless what leaves your hand, for it will return to you in kind. Each gift is a seed, and every seed returns a harvest. She obeyed. Each time she gave, she declared, I bless this gift, and it returns multiplied. I rejoice in the circulation of my abundance. Soon her finances shifted. Money began to flow in channels she had never expected. Debts cleared, opportunities multiplied. Her giving had unlocked her receiving. So I ask you, how do you treat what leaves your hand? Do you curse it, groan over it, resent it? Or do you bless it, rejoice in it, declare it multiplied? Remember, every gift you give is a seed, and every seed brings forth after its kind. Sow with fear, and the harvest will be small. Sow with faith, and the harvest will overflow. The angel of money cannot multiply what you curse, but it rushes to increase what you bless. Here is your affirmation. I bless everything I give, and it returns to me multiplied. I am a clear channel for divine supply. Money flows freely through me and to me. I rejoice in circulation, for it proves my faith in God as my source. My 110 million flows in and out with joy under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it until every act of giving feels like planting seed in a field you know will flourish. Speak it until you bless every bill, every gift, every outflow. Speak it until you see that nothing leaves your life without returning multiplied. For blessing keeps the channel open, and in that circulation lies the secret of permanent wealth. Transition. And once you learn to bless and circulate, your life begins to take on a new atmosphere. Not of fear, not of waiting, not of hoping, but of triumph. You walk as though the millions are already yours. Because in truth they are. That is the next great secret. Walking in victory consciousness. Here is the summit of supply. The crown of every demonstration. The secret that turns single deposits into an unbroken stream. You must walk in victory consciousness. Now victory is not future. It is present. Victory is not a far-off dream. It is a living reality. Victory is not something to strive toward. It is something to stand in. Most people live as slaves to appearances. They rejoice when things look good, but collapse when shadows fall. They declare abundance when money is in hand, but speak defeat when the purse is light. They affirm health when they feel strong, but confess weakness at the first ache. They walk in and out of faith, up and down with circumstance, tossed like a ship upon the waves. That is not victory consciousness. That is defeat dressed in religious phrases. Victory consciousness looks beyond appearances. It declares, though my eyes see emptiness, I know fullness is mine. Though my body trembles, I know health is mine. Though my purse appears small, I know millions are credited to my account. Victory consciousness does not wait for proof. It provides the proof by its own decree. It walks as though the demonstration is already complete, and by walking in it, it makes it so. I recall a man who had failed in business again and again. Each venture crumbled, each plan dissolved, and he said to me, "Florence, I am cursed. Nothing I touch succeeds." I told him, "You are not cursed. You are only walking in defeat. You rehearse failure, you confess disaster, and so it follows you. Change your walk, speak victory, declare. Every plan prospers, every door opens, every step I take is guided and successful." At first, he could scarcely believe it, for appearances mocked his every word. But he persisted. He walked as though he were already a success. He carried himself as though triumph were inevitable. And soon his affairs shifted. A new venture opened, prospered, and multiplied. He said to me, "The change was not in the world. It was in me." When I walked in victory, victory walked with me. Another student, broken-hearted from disappointment in love, said, "Florence, I cannot expect joy. I am destined to be alone." I said, "Then you are decreeing your own defeat. Stop walking in sorrow and begin walking in love. Say, I walk in victory in relationships. Love surrounds me. The right one appears by divine law under grace in perfect ways." She obeyed. Though her outer world still seemed empty, she walked as though she were already cherished. She blessed her days. She carried herself with joy. She spoke victory at every turn. And soon love appeared, rich and harmonious. Her walk had summoned it. So I ask you, how are you walking today? Do you walk as a beggar, eyes cast down, waiting for crumbs? Do you shuffle in defeat, rehearsing your failures, bowing to appearances? Or do you walk as a millionaire now, carrying yourself in victory, speaking triumph, declaring abundance with every step? Remember, the world does not lead, you lead. Appearances do not dictate, you dictate. Your walk creates your world. Here is your affirmation. I walk in victory now. Every plan prospers. Every door opens. Every enemy thought is dissolved. I cannot fail, for God never fails. My 110 million is mine now under grace and in perfect ways. I walk as a millionaire. I speak as a victor. I live as one already supplied. Speak it until your posture straightens, until your voice strengthens, until your very step carries the rhythm of triumph. For when you walk in victory consciousness, appearances must bow, circumstances must rearrange. The angel of money must obey. Victory is the crown, and it rests upon your head the moment you claim it. Transition. And once you learn to walk in victory daily, you will discover the final secret of permanent supply. Gratitude. For gratitude seals the cycle, multiplies the balance, and keeps the vault overflowing without end. That is the last key we must now uncover. Here is the final seal upon every demonstration, the key that keeps the vault of heaven always open. The song that multiplies every deposit, continuous gratitude. Gratitude is not a sometime practice. Gratitude is not a polite thank you muttered after the fact. Gratitude is power. Gratitude is multiplication. Gratitude is the law of increase in motion. Every blessing you thank for grows greater. Every gift you bless multiplies. Every small seed you rejoice over becomes a harvest. Complaint diminishes. Thanksgiving expands. Complaint closes the vault. Gratitude keeps it open. That is the law. Most people live in complaint and wonder why their supply shrinks. They look at their purse and sigh. This is too little. They pay a bill and groan. This drains me. They sit at their table and mutter, this is not enough. And the subconscious records every sigh, every groan, every mutter as a decree. And the outer world shrinks to match it. They do not see that their own complaint has cursed their supply, that their own ingratitude has written checks of lack, that their own words have emptied the vault. But the wise soul does the opposite. The wise soul blesses every dollar, rejoices over every opportunity, thanks God for every gift, no matter how small, knowing that gratitude is the seed of multiplication. I recall a woman who came to me with only $1 left. She said, Florence, what can I do with this? I said, bless it. Call it the magic purse of spirit that can never be depleted. Thank God for it. Declare that as it goes out, it returns multiplied. She obeyed. She ceased her complaint and began her thanksgiving. Soon that 100 multiplied into hundreds, then thousands until she stood supplied. She said to me, the moment I began to bless instead of curse, my purse became a river instead of a pit. Gratitude had multiplied her balance. Another student cursed every bill she paid. She saw them only as burdens, as drains, as proofs of lack. I said to her, every bill you pay is evidence that supply has already been given. Each one proves that God has already met your need. Bless the bill. Thank God that it is paid. Say, I rejoice in my abundance. This bill is paid in full, and more supply rushes to me even now. She obeyed. Her finances shifted. Money flowed in unexpected channels. Debts dissolved. Her vault overflowed. The change was not in her income but in her gratitude. So I ask you now, what is the song of your lips? Do you mutter complaint, shrinking your supply with every word, or do you sing gratitude, multiplying your fortune with every note? Remember, the angel of money listens not only to your commands, but to your atmosphere. If you complain, the angel withdraws. If you thank, the angel multiplies. Gratitude is the music of heaven, and when you sing it, the universe cannot help but dance in response. Here is your affirmation. I live in continuous gratitude. I bless my money and it multiplies. I bless my bills and they return to me paid in full. I bless my opportunities and they increase. I give thanks that my 110 million is already mine under grace and in perfect ways. My life is filled with thanksgiving and my vault is overflowing. Speak it until gratitude becomes the rhythm of your heart. Speak it until complaint is impossible. Speak it until every thought, every word, every act is drenched in thanksgiving. For gratitude is the seal, the multiplier, the keeper of the vault. And when you live in continuous gratitude, your fortune flows without end. Transition. And now you have walked the full circle. You have seen the bank of truth. Learned why most never withdraw. Written your checks with faith. Secured them with poise and authority. Prepared your vault with expectancy. Refused to prepare for failure. Blessed others in circulation. Walked in victory. And sealed it all with gratitude. The law is complete. But before we close, let us bring it all together in one final declaration. One last affirmation that seals your 110 million as present fact in your life today. You came to this message with a question burning in your heart. Can the universe send a 110 million into my bank account today? And now, having walked with me through law upon law, story upon story, decree upon decree, you know the answer is not perhaps, not someday, not if I am worthy enough, but yes, by divine law, yes. The fortune is already credited. The accountant spirit is already overflowing. The balance is already in your name. The only action required of you is to speak the word, to write the check with your tongue, to sign it with faith, to seal it with gratitude, and to walk in the calm certainty that it is already yours. The bank of heaven has no delays. Spirit does not withhold. Angels do not hesitate. The moment the decree is spoken, the transfer is made. And the only question is, will you believe it? Will you stand in it? Will you live as though it is already true? You have seen that most never withdraw because they beg, they fear, They doubt, and in so doing they cancel their own checks. You have learned that every word is a check and the tongue is the pen of the ready writer. You have learned that fear and faith are the two signatures, and whichever you use will be honored. You have learned to cast the burden, to clear the overdrafts, to stop clutching your debts, to hand them over to the Christ within, and to walk free. You have learned that gratitude is the deposit slip, that poise is the security seal, and that authority is the final signature that guarantees every decree. You have learned to live in expectancy, never to prepare for failure, to bless and circulate, to walk as a millionaire now, and to sing in continuous gratitude so that the vault of your life never runs dry. This is the full circle of law, the game of life played as it was meant to be played, and the prize is certain for the one who dares to believe. So I say to you now, stop staring at appearances. Stop bowing to the empty ledger of fear. Stop waiting for proof before you believe. The fortune is already yours. The 110 million is already credited. The angel of money is standing at your door, waiting for your command. Speak now and let it rush in. Here is the final affirmation we declare together. I now write the check of faith. I give thanks that 110 million flows into my bank account today under grace and in perfect ways. I cast every burden upon the Christ within me and I go free. I live in expectancy. I refuse failure. I bless and I give, and my good returns multiplied. I walk in victory. I live in continuous gratitude. My vault is overflowing. My fortune is secure. My word is law and it is established. Now speak it aloud with me. Speak it until the truth reverberates through every cell of your being. Speak it until you feel the weight of millions in your hand. Until your atmosphere is saturated with supply, until appearances bow and the demonstration manifests. And now, as you walk away from this message, know that your life will never be the same. You have not only heard the law, you have practiced it. You have not only studied the truth, you have spoken it. You have not only dreamed of millions, you have claimed them. And the universe, faithful and unfailing, is already at work delivering the harvest. But let me leave you with this. If this truth has lifted you, if this revelation has opened your eyes, then the next step is waiting the secret door to success. For there are doors in your life still shut, doors barred by hidden resentments, by subconscious fears, by delays unseen, and in the next message, I will show you how to dissolve those walls, how to walk through the secret door that opens into permanent triumph, where success follows you like a shadow, where every step is guided, and where the game of life turns in your favor without fail. Do not miss it. Click now and step through the door prepared for you tonight. Do not beg, do not doubt, do not delay. Speak the word, call the fortune, write the check, sign it with faith, seal it with gratitude, rest in peace and rise in triumph, for the universe has already spoken.